Hey everyone, welcome to Fiction Quest. Today, we're bringing you an incredible new movie on What If Naruto becoming the greatest treasure hunter and Got Harem. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video before we begin. Let's get into the story. At the Valley of the End, two powers clashed for dominance. Naruto was fighting with all his and part of the Kyuubi's might to overpower Sasuke and take him back to the village. Sasuke, well, he was fighting with all his and part of the cursed seal's might to kill his best friend to gain ultimate power to kill his brother. After they jumped at each other with their respective attacks, a strange sphere of energy encased the two dueling fighters. Both fighters were reaching their limits. But, being as stubborn as they both are, they both pushed every ounce of chakra they had into their attacks. However, after they did this, they both felt like they were on fire. Sasuke was blasted out of the ball of pure power. Naruto wasn't so lucky. Kakashi, who had just got there, saw Sasuke fly out of the sphere and crash into ground unconscious. Looking back at the sphere, he realized that it was smaller than before, and getting smaller. Watching in horror, Kakashi saw Naruto just disappear before his very eyes. Looking down, he picked up Sasuke, not very delicately, as he had just lost any and all respect he once held for the Uchiha. He started back to the village, all the while one thought going through his mind. Tsunade is going to kill this traitor, and somehow he found himself not caring. Inside the vortex, Naruto, who had been pulled into his mind, was running to the Kyuubi cage in fear at seeing the seal being broken down and fading away. Kyuubi! What the hell is going on? Why is the seal falling apart? Naruto yelled in total panic as the Kyuubi just growl in reply. It because of the damnable curse seals the Uchiha was using, Kyuubi roared out as he went on. The seal is breaking down and soon it will be destroyed. Along with me. He yelled the last part in fury at his incoming demise, while Naruto looked like he was going to really lose it. How is that even possible? No, forget that. How do we fix it? Naruto yelled. While it's true he didn't like the Kyuubi, he did not want to see the fox demon destroy, and somehow the idea of seal also going seemed like a bad thing to Naruto. Might have to do with the fact that the seal was inside him. We can't. The Kyuubi replied, making Naruto's eyes go wide. Not only that, but it seemed that the mix between my chakras and those of the cursed seals has caused a rip between worlds to open. What happening now? Asked Naruto in shock. The situation worsened by the second. You're being pulled into a new world, and because Sasuke is not coming with you, I don't think you'll ever be able to come back here again. Kyuubi said with a look of pity, as he could feel how the boy's heart sank at that, and while it true he hated Naruto with passion. Hell, there was only two other humans Kyuubi hated more. Madara of the Uchiha clan and that bastard of a father the boy had. But it respect the boy for his dream and wouldn't have mind being having the Hokage as his Jinchuriki. I don't have time for this. If there is to be any part of me left, I need to act now. Kyuubi thought as he sent his red demonic chakra crawling from the depths of what was left of his cage and had it quickly enveloped a surprised Naruto. Hey, what are you doing now? Naruto yelled. My death is unavoidable, this much I know. But, I will not disappear completely. Kyuubi roared out loud as Naruto felt all the chakra being pushed into his body. So I am flooding your system, what left of my power, which is at most 30% now, to do with it as you please. But wherever you go, try not to die too young. Kyuubi finished as the last of the broken seal came down on them with one last thought going through the fox's mind. Goodbye, Naruto. We won? See each other again. With that, everything went black. File Island, about 50 feet over the beach, a rift opened, emitting Naruto, who fell out. His first sensation was falling. Splash. He hit the middle of the sea right next to the beach. His last conscious thought. Damn, you Sasuke. He lost consciousness. A blue-haired woman who looked to be in her mid to late 30s, wearing a brown ragged cloak covering her right shoulder and a bucket and fishing rod in her left hand, happened to be on her way home from fishing when she saw the rift open up, causing her to step back in surprise as the ragged cloak she was wearing started blowing from the wind that the rift made, showing no arm on the right side. She saw the body of the boy floating on the surface, not moving. Without thinking, she dove in and made her way to him, rolling the boy over so that his face was out of the water, and started pulling him to safety. She dragged him up on the bank and took a look at him, drawing back in horror. What the hell happened to him? The lady had exclaimed upon seeing all the wounds he had, her eyes wide even more when said wounds started healing right before her eyes at super speed. For 5 whole minutes she did nothing but watch as every fatal, major, and minor wound closed up and disappear from the boy's body without so much as a scar. Well, that was new, the lady said as the boy then put her hand on his chest and could feel it move every time he breathed. That a good sigh, she said, picking the boy up in her one arm. Since leaving you here not a good idea, I guess you're coming home with me. The lady said, walking to where her bucket of fish and fishing rod was at while thinking that she'd have the town doctor look at him, until the boy wake and then they go from there. If this had been 13 years ago I'd be freaking out about this, wouldn't I? The lady mused as she thought back to the 3 years she'd spent in the Grand Line, that the Grand Line for you, it make the abnormal seem normal. Waking up to the bucket of fish and fishing rod she sighed in annoyance. At times like this I wish I still had my right arm. The lady muttered while putting the boy down, then putting bucket and rod on top of him before carefully picking the boy back up and heading to her cabin to call the doctor. Years later, a 13-year-old Naruto Uzumaki could now be seen running out of a forest and into town with what looked like a compose in his hand. Looking around he spotted his target, a bar. "Hey, Ikaria Bachu!" Naruto yelled, slamming open the doors. Needless to say, this piqued the interest of all the groups in the bar, even more so when a woman jumped up off her chair, grabbed it and promptly threw the thing at the blonde who called her that and knocked him down. "How many times have I told you not to call me that?" The woman named Ikaria yelled, and while Naruto would normal have got back up and yelled back at her, he knew that was not a good idea. Yeah, sorry Ikaria-san," Naruto said, waking up to her with the chair and handed it to her before showing the compose. "But I wanted to ask about this compose," Naruto said as Ikaruga take hold of the compose and gain a small smile as it brought back all kinds of memories. She was also glad to see that Naruto was making great work at coming out of his depression. After Naruto had waken up, it had been easy for Ikaria to get him to tell her where he came from, and while she had been surprised that here he was from another world, but not by much, it was the complete mess of depression Naruto had became that really had her worry. His eyes and face had turned dark red from his many nights of tears, and because he didn't eat much at first the boy became a bit thin. Ikaruga did her best to comfort him and help the boy to move on with his life. Yes, he could never go home again, but he was still alive, and that what mattered. "Really boy, how many times must I tell you not to call me that?" Ikaria said as she gave him a look, having never been one to like being called old but let it go for now as she you down at the thing in her hand. "This is what call eternal poses, and from the name of it I'd it from one of the islands you get to early on in the Grand Line called Cold Rock Island. Where did you get this anyway?" Ikaria asked. "Found it wash up on the beach. Anyway, can you tell me more about your time as a treasure hunter?" That got a real big smile on she face at being able to talk about her past as a treasure hunter, or treasurer as they were sometime called. "Well, what do you want to hear about time? Because as you know I was pretty infamous and had a 173 million berry bounty on my head for all the trouble I made for the world government," Ikaria said, trying not to sound too cocky at her fame and getting a look of excitement from Naruto. While he may have gotten over depression, the only time Naruto really had a look of joy on his face was when he was hearing about her many past adventure. "Anyone, just tell me a new one I haven't heard." Ikaria nodded, but then a question came to mind that she had been meaning to ask for a while now. "Why do you like hearing so much about my adventures in the Grand Line anyway?" she asked, and while Ikaria didn't think it would matter much, she did want to know. "Because I want to become a treasure hunter too. And travel the world just like you did," Naruto exclaimed in excitement, getting a look of shock from Ikaria. But, what about school, your friends, that cute little girl Mai who like you?" Ikaria said, then grimaced as though she had swallowed something particularly unpleasant, and then uttered 12 words she had never expected to use together. "I thought you were going to make me into a real granny." While Ikaria hated being called old in any way, Ikaria was happy to be the one responsible for Naruto and looked forward to the day where she had her own grandkids to spoil. School is boring, my friends just want to play all the time, and yeah, Mai's nice and all, but I think Ken like her too. Beside, I was raised as a shinobi, so I think I can take whatever the sea can throw at me," Naruto said, causing Ikaria to sigh, seeing that she really needed to get the hazardous risk of going to that sea though to him. "If you're taking about that power of yours, then need I remind you that you can't control it at all," Ikaria said, causing Naruto to grimace. 3 months ago Ikaria asked to see one of his jutsus and found out that the only jutsu he could use was Rasengan. Shadow clone and everything else was gone, and not only that but because he lost the shadow clone jutsu, Naruto could only use the Rasengan up to stage 2, but that wasn't what Ikaria was getting at. Naruto could now feel the demonic chakras of Kyuubi, and unlike before he could draw it out easily without the need to ask first, but when Ikaria had asked to see how much he could pull out, now they had found to their dismay that that wasn't the best idea after all. If you recall, I had to use all my power just to knock you out before you attacked the town, Ikaria said, reminding him with a seriously look on her face. Yeah, okay, I get it, Naruto said, at last understanding everything she was saying. I have a long ways to go and I need lot of training, but you'll see I'll be one of the greatest, no, the greatest treasure hunter ever, Naruto declared with a look that told her he really meant it. I'll even found the treasure you were after, the sapphire sword of the ocean. You're seriously going to look for the sapphire sword? Ikaria asked, stunned. Naruto nodded. Even though you know, it was looking for that sword that caused me to lose arm. Again Naruto nodded. Ikaria sighed as she got up. I guess there's only one thing to do, she said, looking at him, then grinned at the boy. I'm going to have to train you so that you don't get yourself killed in only 1 year, won't I? Naruto grinned widely at this and nodded vigorously as they walk out the door. Come on, let's go down to the beach and get started, Ikaria said, laughing at Naruto's enthusiasm. Okay, Naruto yelled. Oh, and Naruto, yeah, you still have to go to school. Ikaria smirked as the boy's face dropped at that. 3 years later, File Island Beach. A 16-year-old Naruto could now be seen standing on the water about a mile from the beach with Ikaria floating a few feet away from him. Even with everything Ikaria had seen in her lifetime, this was the one thing that she thought was truly amazing. If she had this power years ago, she might not have lost her arm. Ikaria was training Naruto on getting better control of the Kyuubi chakras, but she called it Haki or Red Haki. The goal of doing this was to make sure he didn't lose control again. Why am I doing this again? Something she was getting tired of telling him. Like I said, while the cube or whatever it call may be gone, that power is still new to you, so doing things like this will help you in controlling it better. I can control it just fine. I don't need any more training with how strong I am already, Naruto replied with a smug look. Yes, you're strong, I know, but you still have time to get stronger even more so, since you don't know the limit of your power yet. Ikaria tried to explain. That's so, he said with an extremely apathetic look. If looks could kill, Naruto'd be a smoldering pile of ash from the glare she sent him. Look boy, if you go into the Grand Line with that altitude, you'll most likely die in the first 3 days, Ikaria said coldly, causing Naruto to flinch. I thought once like you, thinking that as long as I have power I can do anything. That I was invincible and immortal. I was wrong. Naruto, I never told you how I lost my arm, have I? Ikaria asked, having calmed down, and there was some hesitation from Naruto at her question for a moment. You said it was lost when you first entered the new world, Naruto replied, and Ikaria closed her eyes and nodded before looking at him again. That right, but do you know how I lost it? Naruto shook his head at this. Naruto, when I first enter the new world I stop at an island to stock up on supplies before setting off again. But a nasty storm came out of nowhere and all ships were told to wait out the storm. Ikaria had Naruto's complete attention. Storms were something that I could swim from one island to the next without much troubles, so this didn't mean much to me. Ikaria eyes downcast at this as she went on with her story. However, the storm that I saw had to have been one of the worst I've ever seen. Self-preservation told to just stay at the island until the storm stopped, but the part of me that loved a challenge wanted to push forward and try to pass the storm to the next island. I think I know where this leads, Naruto mused sadly. You challenged the storm. And lost. Realizing there was no way for me to pass it, I tried to head back when a Seeking came before me. I managed to beat the Seeking and get back to the island, but only at the cost of my arm. Looking up into Naruto's eyes, Ikaria made sure to get her point across. Naruto, I don't know if I'd have been able to reach my dream or not, but I do know that I hadn't been so foolhardy and knew my limits. I could have gone on much longer than I did. Ikaria's eyes then take on a softer look. I'm not saying you can't become a great treasurer, just that it'd take time. Ikaria smiled when she saw him nodded. You're young, you have all the time in the world, so there's no need for you go running off headstrong and making the same mistake I did. Naruto sighed but nodded again, then smiled. Yeah, but it doesn't matter how long it take.
I'm still going to be the best treasurer in the world. Ikaria laughed at his words and went along with it.
You'd better be. Anything less and you'd make me look bad. The two burst out laughing at this. 10 years later. Well, that boy's finally gone. Ikaria-san, said a now adult Mai working at the bar. An old man named Jinbo just grumbled. I never thought he'd actually do it. I wonder if he'll even last a year out there on his own. Have some faith, Jinbo, he is my boy after all, said Ikaria before turning to the front of the bar. I would like to buy everyone a round of drinks. This is a joyous occasion, my kid just set out to sea. A large cheer came from all the patrons in the bar as Ikaria looked out the window to the ocean with a smile. Good luck, Naruto. Kinku Island 3 months later. The waters of East Blue this morning are as calm as the morning sun. Out in the sea about 10 miles away from Kinku Island was our favorite blonde fishing boat can be seen floating out in the middle. However, though it was Naruto's boat, at the moment he wasn't on it. Hey Dad, how long do you think he'll be? A boy with straight black hair and his chocolate brown eyes wearing a blue shirt and white shorts asked. A man looking like an older version wearing a brown jumpsuit looked down to his son from the crane that had been added to the ship. I don't know, son, but he told us to wait here, so that just what we'll. He said with a hard look, knowing his boy want to go under as well. The boy pout said he was right. But it'd been 3 hours. What if he's in trouble? Maybe I should just splash. Naruto Onisan. The boy exclaimed at seeing the blonde-haired man's head pop out of the water. Taking of his air mask, Naruto shook of the water on his face before looking up. Hey Mike. Yo Manson-san, here the hook to the net. Pull him up. Naruto called, swing his hook to the crane's hook. Onisan, does this mean you find it? Mike asked in excitement while watching Naruto rise up out of the water and standing on it like he was standing on ground. Man, that cool. He got to teach me how to do that one day. Mike thought. Yep, it all here, Naruto said with a grin as the rope tied to the hook began rising out of the water. I got to admit I had my doubt, but it looked like you came through. Manson said as the crane pulling out a net holding over half a dozen's treasure chests from the water. The Manson's house. After stopping by the gold exchange place, Mr. Manson, his son, and Naruto, who was carrying a suitcase, now walk into the Manson small home at about 5 p.m. The great smell of food cooking reached their noses. Walking into the kitchen, we see a woman, brown hair woman with Mike chocolate brown eyes, finishing setting everyone's plates. Oh, you guys are back. So how the hunt go today? Ms. Manson asked as her son came running over to her with a big grin on his face. It was just as Naruto Onisan said, there was over 15 million berries berry right outside the island. Mike said, much to his mom's surprise, when they had agreed to let Naruto stay there it had been because he gave them 2 weeks' worth of rent. She and her husband hadn't thought he was telling the truth about him being a treasure hunter. Yeah, well, it more like 13,940,000 after the gold exchange rate. Naruto sheepishly said, rubbing the back of his head. Mr. Manson came clapping him on the back. Hey, the fact that you were telling the truth about being is a huge shock as it is, but that you really know what you're doing is even more of an treasure hunter. Forget the exchange rate, let's just be happy with what we got, okay? Mr. Manson said as Naruto just gave him a dry smirk. You're just happy you're getting 25%. Mr. Manson just grinned as they sit at the table to eat. Ms. Manson made a pot roast for dinner. After eating, Naruto began giving them their part of the find, leaving him with still over 9,590,000 berries. Well, that it. I guess it's time for me to get going, Naruto said, gathering his things as he got ready to leave. Much to everyone's surprise, Mike was the first to speak up. Hey, you can't leave yet, you still have show me how to walk on water. Ms. Manson looked at her husband, who just a careless shrug. Weird as it is, yes, the guy can really walk on water. Ms. Manson just shake her head before looking back at the packing up blonde. Putting aside how odd you are, don't you think you can stay a while longer? Ms. Manson asked as her and husband came to Naruto. My wife right, it not going to kill you to stay a day longer. Thank, but I'm just a rookie treasure hunter. I got to keep moving if I'm going to be known as the best, Naruto said, grinning back at them. However, just then the front door burst open and someone ran in. It was their next door neighbor, and he was holding a shotgun. Michael, quick, grab your guns. We need to get to the docks, right now, the man said, shaking as Naruto and the others jump at their feet. Why? What going on?
Michael asked as everyone was on their toes.
It pirates. They're attacking the docks. The man yelled, gaining a look of shock on their faces. However, Naruto's turned to a bestial grin as he began going through his duffel bag and pull out a long katana with a black handle. It has a cross-shaped guard, and a black sheath, though mostly black. The sheath and the handle both have thin yet elaborate gold designs on them. Naruto Onisan, are you going to fight as well? Mike asked with stars in his eyes as Naruto put the katana under his belt.
Yep, been wondering when I run into some pirates. Naruto said, moving to the door with Michael and his friend. You guys be careful, Ms. Manson pulling her son by the ear to keep him from following. The three then left and made their way to the dock. Kinku Island docks. The Marines and the town folks were doing everything they could to hold the pirates back, but they were losing ground fast.
Look out! One of the Marines yelled as a cannonball flew out at them and exploded, blowing the Marines in front of it away and into unconsciousness.
Why don't you just give up? You can't stop us, the captain of the pirates said with a cocky smirk as his crew moves forward. All we want is to restock our supplies, maybe stay and have a little fun too. He added, looking at the town women with a pervert look, making the town men growl, but were glad the fighting stopped for a moment. The captain in charge of the Marines walked out in front.
If it's supplies you want, we'll give you all you need, but in return I ask that your crew leave this town at once. Captain said bitterly. He didn't like making deals with pirates, but at this point he had no choice but to try to reason with them. You can see the smugness on the pirate captain's face.
See now that the proper way to deal with the situation, pirate captain said, leaning back. But this town has some fine-looking women. I don't see why we can't stay for a week or two. The Marines captain growled, knowing now they had to fight and hope that in some way they'd win.
Well, that might be one reason right there. A voice said, causing everyone Mayor turned to see Naruto standing right behind them. The blonde who just walked into the docks strode right past the Marine captain and was standing in front of the pirates. Naruto then head tilting like some curious puppy.
Really, I was hoping that the attacking pirates would be someone more famous like Buggy the Clown or Don Krieg. But you guys are, who are you? Naruto asked, nearly causing everyone to face fault. The pirate captain gained a vine on his face. Uzumaki-san, you shouldn't make them any more angrier than they already. That is far. Michael Manson got as one of the nameless pirate pulled a flintlock pistol out of his sash and pointed it at Naruto's head at blank range with an audible click.
Too late. For in insulting us like that he got to bam. That as far as the pirate got. For just a moment he felt a hand touch the back of his head before being smashed face first into the ground, likely having a skull fracture. The pirates were shocked to see one of their own taken down so quickly and easily at the hands of a single man. Even the Marines had their jaws on the ground at seeing this. How dare you? What kind of dirty? Oh, shut up. How many people have you guys killed? You're not saints, so stop acting like you've got any right to complain. Naruto inquired, a big hint of smugness in his voice. Get him, the pirate captain yelled as his crew charged with their swords raised. Marines at the ready. The Marines captain called but stopped at Naruto holding his hand up. Relax, I got this, Naruto said before racing off to the oncoming pirates. What happened next was anyone's guess as the battle literally ended in 10 seconds. Whether it be a trick of the eyes, or if the blonde had a devil fruit, or whatever. All they could tell you is this. 10 seconds ago at least 24 pirates were charging at the blonde. Next they were hitting the ground left and right, likely have been knocked out. Well, now this is a surprise, the pirate captain said, seeing all his men on the ground groaning, not all that sure what happened. What the hell, I thought pirate were supposed to be strong. Naruto muttered, having not even really been trying. At this rate, if I want to get a real fight I'll have to go to the Grand Line. Naruto thought with a frown. Clap clap clap, but the clapping caught his attention as he looked up and saw the pirate captain grinning down to him. Not bad at all, he said, standing up, showing off his wild and aggressive appearance, dark hair growing out past his shoulders, a long thin scar running down the left side of his face, while wearing an elegant eye patch having a gold-like lining and a chain as one of the straps, and he also wear a red captain coat. I don't suppose I could convince you join my crew, the pirate captain said, pulling out a giant battle axe. Why would I join a no-talent crew like your? Boom. As soon as Naruto's sentence ended, the pirate captain jumped down right in front of him. You might have beaten my crew,
but don't look down on Django the giant. He said, standing at 9 feet 7 inches. It my job to look on down on you. Somebody's been eating their veggies. Naruto remarked. The blonde showed no sign of intimidation to the man tower over him, but was ready to go. This guy is fast. That how he beat my crew so quickly. Django thought, readying his axe. Trying to hit him is pointless. Even though I'm stronger, he is faster. Taking a stance with his axe held out high, Naruto likewise held up his fist, ready for anything. However, as long as I put enough strength in my plow, then even if he dodges my attack, he should be sent flying from the sheer force of it slamming into the ground. Django thought once more, raising his axe into the air, leaving an opening for me to attack. With that, Django slammed his axe down at Naruto, aiming to cut him, and but knowing he would dodge. However, much to his and everyone else's surprise, Naruto didn't move and instead caught the axe in his fingerless glove's hand. How? Django gasped as he tried to yank his axe out of Naruto's grasp, but it was a futile effort.
Huh, looks like your size has nothing to do with your strength. Naruto muttered, then let go of the blade, causing the pirate to stumble backwards slightly. Seeing an open, Naruto swiftly delivered a powerful uppercut to the Django's stomach. Spit flew from his mouth as he flew up into the sky for a moment and fell to the stone ground with a loud thud, obviously unconscious.
Seriously, Naruto complained as he looked down at all the pirates on the ground. This was way too easy. Everyone at the dock looked on in shock at seeing all those pirates taken out so easily when they had been having so much trouble. Turning around, Naruto headed back to the stunned crowd who was making way for him.
Hey Manson-san, since we're done here, let's head back. I still need to get my stuff from your home. Naruto said. Michael slowly nodded, heading back to town. Everyone at the dock were still in shock at what they saw. Well, everyone but the Marines captain, who was stare at Naruto as if he just won a prize.
Petty Officer Kenny, the Marines captain, call as a young Marines with red hair came to his side. Yes, sir. The petty officer said with an salute. Get the Den Den Mushi ready for use. The Marines captain said as Officer Kenny saluted him once more and was off. This is my lucky day. If first tell Marine Vice Admiral Stainless about this guy, and if he joins the Marines, I'll get that promotion I've been dreaming of in no time. Marines captain thought with a grin. Night time. The sun had just set, and from what Naruto heard, the battle axes pirates had all had put into jail. Michael Manson and his son were helping Naruto pack the last of his things into his boat. Are you sure you don't want to stay and pick up the bounty? Michael asked once more. I heard that guy had 7 million bounty on his head.
Nah, I'm a treasure hunter, not a bounty hunter, Naruto said, pulling the anchor up. I only beat them because they were causing you guys trouble.
Well, it been real, Naruto said, waving to them as his boat pulled off. Naruto Onisan, you better come back and teach me how to walk on water like you said you would. Mike yelled, causing parents to grin and Naruto to laugh. Sure kid, you bet. Naruto yelled back, take care of yourself, boy. Michael call out, come back again someday. Ms. Manson added, thanks, and I will. Naruto wave as he sail off into the deep blue sea. Reelan Island 2 months later. A group of bandits marching through a small town is the scene we come to as they stop at a local bar knowing their target is inside. So you're sure it him, Bochi? The tallish one of their group asked, wearing a red cloak. The call Bochi, who had a blue mohawk and holding 2 switchblades, nodded. Yeah boss, it him. Demonize Naruto the treasure hunter. Bochi exclaimed with a grin. If take him out we'll be famous and rich. Yeah, they say he also has over 500 million berries from his hunts. The boss said, lucking his lips at the mere thought of all that money being his. I don't know boss, they also say he's a powerful bounty hunter, right next to Rorono Azoro. One of the smaller bandits spoke, nervous at the thought of fighting the blonde. Doesn't matter, there 50 of us and only one him. Bochi spoke up, ready to see some blood. Plus we got the boss too. That right, now let's go. The boss yelled, kicking open the doors to the bar, causing everyone who was inside having fun to be quiet as the bandits pile nearly filling up the bar, and their eyes were all on the one single blonde sitting at a stool eating an apple pie and a sword resting next to his stool. I'll say this once, I got no use for any of you here, so if ya don't want to get hurt, stay where you are. The command had everyone, even the bartender who was cleaning his glass, stop moving. But the blonde just kept on eating. As for you, he yelled to the blonde. You're demonized Naruto, right? This caused the blonde to stop in mid-bite. I am, and you are. Naruto spoke for the first time since they came in. Jim. Chainsaw Jim. The boss of the Reelan Mountain Bandits. He yelled, throwing the cloak off to show the pair of chainsaws on his arms. Naruto turned his head just a little before sighing and turned back. Great. A low-level bandit looking to make a score. Naruto mumbled, taking another bite of his pie. It goes without saying the bandits were not happy to hear that. Hunk, are you looking down on us? Jim yelled, but Naruto didn't seem to pay him any mind and just kept on eating, pissing them off more. RRRRRUUHHHHH. Turning back to them, Naruto raised an eyebrow at the chainsaws now in full roar. I really am not in the mood. Naruto muttered, turning away from them once more. If you guys leave now, you won't get hurt. Those words was the last drop in the bucket as Boss Jim gave out a giant war cry before rushing at the blonde who back was still to him and oh. B burry I. Ah. Oh. Come on. Hurry. A Marines captain yelled as he and his me rush over to the bar the mountain bandits were said to have came. We're here, he shouted as everyone came to a stop. As much as he wanted to rush in, the Marines captain had to make sure his men were ready for this. Now remember, men, Chainsaw Jim's weak points are his elbow joints, so aim for there. As for the rest of the bandits, just take them out. The Marines captain ordered, inching to take down the man he had been hunting for nearly a year now. Yes, captain. All his men yelled at once, readying their muskets as their leader kicked the door in. Chainsaw Jim, you're under. Before the Marines captain could even get off half of his speech, his words die in his throat at the scene he came into. The bar was a mess. That much he saw coming, but what he didn't see coming was all the bandits being beaten half to death. What happened here? The Marines captain barely got out while looking over. The bandits were still on the ground groaning in pain. Other HD half their bodies smash into the walls or ceiling, but the that stood out the most to him was Chainsaw Jim's. His chainsaws had been ripped off and destroyed, and he was a bloody mess in a wall. Circa. See, Captain. The bartender called out from his hiding place. Seeing him, the Marines captain walk over to the man. I see the Marines sent some help, but as you can see it a little too late. Bartender said, and the Marines nodded. Yes, I can see that, but can you tell me what happened here? Bartender sighed, not really sure what to say. I guess the best way to say it is, half an hour ago a blonde-haired man came in here to get something to eat. Bartender began. Then in just 20 minutes Chainsaw Jim and his mountain bandits came out of nowhere, calling him Naruto, you know, that famous bounty hunter. Are you for real? The Marines captain said, unable to believe such a person was here without him knowing. Yes, and it only take a minute for the fighting to start. Bartender waved his hand through his hair as his eyes widened. It all seemed like it happened in a flash. One moment they were rushing at him, the next they were beaten into the ground. And where is he now? The Marines captain finally spoke, wanting to meeting the guy who did this. After it was all over, he just up and left. The bartender but then added. I think the one thing that scared me the most, bartender felt a chill run up his back as the words came from his mouth, is that through it all he never used his sword. Unknown place. Walking down the road leading where he parked his ship, we see our favorite blonde carrying a large bag of supplies and reading a newspapers, a while getting a little piss off. The demon eyes the treasure hunter. One of the two twin demons of the East Blue Sea. What the hell is this crap? Naruto yelled, throwing the newspaper in the air. Naruto had only taken down pirates and bandits when he ran into them and the twin demons' bullshits. He never even met Roronoa Zoro, let alone work with him. And to make matters worse, rumor had it some vice admiral was looking for him. Doesn't seem like I can stay in East Blue much longer. Naruto muttered, reaching his ship. Logue Town. 1 month later. Naruto stood at the entrance to Logue Town after docking his boat. It was a very large town. Much bigger than Reelan Island. Wow, this place hasn't changed at all. Naruto said, smiling at being back here, already knowing where he needed to go. Quickly headed to the shipping port, worker handing him some berries and a list of things to have there waiting for him when he got back. Heading down one of Logue's main roads, Naruto came up to his target, a weapons shop. Ding! The doorbell ring, causing a short man, with black hair that goes to the sides of his head to wake up. He had tan skin and wears a blue shirt. His nose is red, also. Huh, a customer. The short man half asleep asked until the young man came into view, making him go wide-eyed at realizing who it was. "Yo Ippon-san, long time no see," Naruto said, grinning at the middle-aged man. "Naruto," Ippon exclaimed in excitement, jumping over his counter up the blonde, surprised at how much bigger he gotten. "You're huge, kid, how ya been?" he asked, glad to see the kid and happy for a customer. Naruto sheepishly smiled before replying. "Great, just great, but I kind of need this blade of mine clean," Naruto said, handing him a long katana with a black handle and a cross-shaped guard. "The Meitu Yubashiri but it looks like haven't even used it once," Ippon said, somewhat unhappy. One of his best blades hadn't been used in 10 years. Naruto gave a sheepish laugh at that as he was handed the sword back. "Sorry, but I haven't really ran into a fight that called for its use," Naruto replied, and Ippon sighed. He knew the kid was strong. Even so, wasn't there one person in this blasted East Blue Sea that had what it take to make this guy go all out? "Fine, but I'd better hear about you using this baby one day," Ippon said, heading to the back while Naruto looked around. The store had a lot more weapons than the last time he was there, and while scanning the place, his eyes stopped at a barrow that seemed to be holding nothing but cheap sword, yet he could feel a dark aura coming from it. Turning to walk over there to it, ding, the doorbell ring atop as a large man with short white hair wearing a big white coat with black fur on it and black pants walk in. He opened his mouth and waves of smoke came out of it. "Captain Smoker." Naruto grinned darkly while Smoker just crossed his arms and leaned in the doorway. "I'd heard you were back in town, wanted to see for myself," Smoker said, looking him up and down. "You've grown up. But I won't be staying long," Naruto replied, walking back over to the counter. Smoker just looked on for a moment before speaking again. "You could stay for good. Why not join the Marines now that you're old enough?" Naruto grin disappeared as his eyelids lower and any humor left him. "Sorry, but to my knowledge, at least 5 out of the 9 levels of hell haven't froze over yet." The look on Smoker's face clearly said he wasn't happy with the blonde words. "Why not?" Smoker asked, but then felt like smacking himself as he knew full well why Naruto wouldn't join. "Boy, someday you're gonna have to let go of what happened all them year ago." The two just stare at one another, not saying a word, a heavy atmosphere around them, to the point the one might think a fight would break out. "Hey, I'm back," and Ippon had just walked in holding 3 web stones and 2 cans of cleaning grease. However, he stopped dead in his tracks at seeing Smoker in his shop staring down Naruto and frowned. "Smoker, who said you could come in?" Ippon groaned, heading behind his counter and handed Naruto the items while the blonde asked how much, but the shopkeeper just waved him off. "Forget it, my wife'd kill me if she found out I chagger Ikarya, kid," Ippon said, sitting back at his counter. "Just make sure you put that blade to good use." Naruto just nodded and turned to the doorway. Smoker was still there, his lock on Naruto as he began walking forward. It seemed like forever before he reached him, but as the two came face to face, Ippon fear have wore on his hand. Then Smoker spoke at last. "I'm not gonna try to force you to join." Smoker stopped for a moment, making sure their eyes were locked. "Just make sure whatever type of person you become, it not one that I have to hunt down." At the end of his words, they gave each other powerful glare before Naruto finally walked past, heading back to the docks, now wanting to leave the town as soon as possible. "Well, now this is a might fine pickle I've gotten myself in," Naruto mused, looking at his boat that had been brought on land by a new friend of his so he can try and repair it. "Gegyagyagyagyagya. That because you're an idiot. Gegyagya. Shut up, giant Oji-san," Naruto yelled at the massive man behind him, laughing his ass off. It had been 3 weeks since he entered the Grand Line, and the first place sailed to was a whiskey peak, which he later found out was in fact a den of bounty hunters. So after taking out a few dozen of them, the young treasurer quickly split that scene, going on with his journey, but met a snag in his plans. The fishing boat he was using damn near sank before he reached Little Garden. "Gegyagyagya. But it true, what were you thinking coming to the Grand Line with a boat in that shape?" Dory the giant laughed, and Naruto found himself joining in. "Well, Ikarya Bachu always said I was bad in planning ahead." They both laughed even harder at that, knowing it was true. Having nothing else to do, Dory got up, picking up his huge broadsword with him. "Well, I'm hungry, so I'll go get us something to eat," he said, walking off, and Naruto knew he had been lucky to make such a great friend. When he first got to the island, When Naruto had got here he first began looking around the large forest for a town or something but ended up running into the giant warrior Dory who he was sure he'd have to fight at first but turn out the guy was cool as hell and glad to have someone else on the island to talk to. Though Dory had been nice enough to bring his boat on land, that still didn't solve his problem, which was how the hell he was gonna get off this island. The keel, which is like his ship's backbone, was broken. This was the most critical part of most ships, and it being broken meant the ship could never be fixed and would practically sink on the way to the next island. Man, what a pain, Naruto sighed. With Dory. Dory had been walking through the jungle looking for something to eat. Thanks to the climate of the island it was a perfect habitat for dinosaurs, meaning there was always a meal on hand. Seeing a Diplodocus knew he had find dinner, but then upon looking closer to his surprise another human was here, playing on the dinosaur's head and seemed to be having fun, at least onto the thing ate him. Acting fast he quickly rushed there in a flash and cut the long neck's head off with the teenage human falling out of its neck, and landed in his hand. Gegyagyagyagyagya. I see I've found another lively human on Little Garden. I, Dory, greatest warrior of Elbaf, welcome you. Dory bellowed once more. Wow, a giant. The boy gasped while the blue-haired girl down below him eyes went wide open at this. This is the first time I saw one of them, she whispered while trying to wake up what looked like a big duck. I always thought they were just stories. I would like to ask you to come to my house, both of you. The girl gasped at realizing he saw her as well. With Naruto. Nope, it gone. Naruto muttered, jumping off his ship. He had hoped he come to enough replies to the ship for one last voyage, but the keel was too far gone. His only hope was to build a small boat and pray it'd get him close enough to an island. Too bad. I really wanted to do one last voyage on this old ship. Naruto sighed sadly before hearing the giant footsteps of Dory. Turning to him, Naruto was surprised to see him carrying two humans like him and a horse-size sport bill. What the hell? Gegyagyagya. I come back bearing food and new friends. Dory bellowed, carrying a dinosaur's head and setting down the boy and girl, the latter looking like she was scared out of her mind. Ah, when you said you had another guest, I thought he'd be a giant too, the boy said, pouting, and Naruto wasn't too sure how to take that or what to say at all. Luffy-san, that rude. The girl reprimed him, but this guy Luffy just laughed, confusing Naruto as to what was so funny. Ha ha ha, sorry about that, Vivi. Luffy said before confusing even more Naruto by holding out his hand. Hi, I'm Luffy, let's be friends. Naruto just blinked at the kid and Vivi face faulted wonder how this guy was her captain again. It hadn't taken long for Dory to start a fire and get the food cooking, but Luffy being Luffy was eating the food while it was getting done. I gotta admit this is one damn good lunch box, Naruto said, eating half of Luffy lunch with Dory eating the rest. Yeah, it is, but it's too damn small to really enjoy, Dory added, with Luffy finishing off a big chunk of meat he ripped from the bone. Glad you guys like it. I'd have to kick your asses if you didn't. Naruto and Dory just laugh at that. Just try it, kid, I'd beat the crap out of ya, Naruto said, causing Dory to laugh even harder. What funny humans I have here. Gegyagyagya. Dory said, chuckling while Vivi just looked on, noticing how while the three were getting along. Did these people really just meet? It feel like they known each other for least 10 years. Vivi said to herself as Karoo, her giant duck, kept sipping his drink next to her. By the way, where are you two from anyway? Luffy asked as Dory and Naruto turned to him. I came from a place called Alubabu, it's somewhere in the Grand Line. Dory replied first. Well, unlike him, I come from East Blue, Naruto said, causing Luffy perk up. Hey, me too. Luffy cheered and Naruto laughed, but then Luffy take on a thinking pose and cock his head to the side. Naruto, for some reason I feel like I've heard that name before, Luffy said, but before Naruto could say anything about it he spoke again. Oh well, anyway, why are you guys here? Naruto sweat dropped at kid, this guy is all over the place. Naruto thought. Well, I kaboom. Everyone turned to a volcano eruption. Dory grinded and Naruto just sighed, placing his face in the palm of his hand. Time to go, huh? Naruto asked with a small smile as Dory picked up his shield and sword. I'll leave you to explain the rest, the giant said, marching off, leaving a confused Luffy and Vivi behind. Naruto-san, what is going on? Vivi asked the blonde who walked over to where the dinosaur meat was. Well, I guess the best way to put it is that guy and another giant are locked in some kind of duel. Naruto answered, cutting himself a piece while Luffy raised an eyebrow. A duel? Luffy asked. Yep, and to make a long story short, him and some other giant on this island called Brigi had some type of disagreement that led to them battling it out for the last 100 years. Naruto said, shocking the two. They've been fighting for 100 years. Luffy shouted in surprise as Naruto laughed. Ha ha ha, that what I said too, but turn out giants live about 3 times longer than we do. Naruto told them, taking a bite. And get this, the two dumbasses have actually forgotten the whole reason the duel even started. What? But if they've forgotten it, then what will be gained from such a duel? Vivi shouted, but then shake her head. No, even if they hadn't forgot, it all sound like they are just trying to murder one another. The blue-hair girl exclaimed, but Naruto just grinned well after taking a bite of his meat. Don't just smile, tell me, what the purpose of this fight any? Vivi's words ended when Luffy placed his hand over her mouth. Stop it, it not like that, Luffy said as Naruto nodded, still holding his meat, then placed his left hand on top of the other one. That right, it about pride, Naruto said as the two giants finally clash and Luffy fall on the ground. Gigantic, this is gigantic, the young pirate exclaimed as they watch battle of giants with both aiming for fatal blows. Dory aiming to gut his fellow giant had to duck and block a axe slash with his helmet because the larger giant jumped high into the air. In the end they knocked one another down with their shields and started laughing, about having over 73,400 ties. Ha ha ha, Dory, I got some rum from my new guest. Brigi yelled, stilling laughing. Geggyagya, great, we just ran out, give me some. Dory yelled back, still laughing as while. Within minutes Dory was back explaining to them that 2 of Luffy's crew members were over with Brigi. Usopp and Nami, huh, I guess they like adventures too. Luffy said as Naruto smiled, still finding it hard to believe the young man before him was really the captain of a pirate ship, but Vivi wanting to know something take over his attention. Naruto-san, early you said it'd take 1 year for the compass to reset. Vivi asked and Naruto nodded. Yeah, it one of the 2 reasons I'm still here. The other being my ship broke down. Naruto said, pointing to the ship that laid next to Dory's home. Oh god, that not good, I can't stay here a year. What more, I don't know what'll happen to my kingdom during that time. Vivi cried. 1 year, that too long, don't you guys have any better ways? Luffy asked him to, not wanting to stay that long. Dory grinned. Well, the winner of this duel will get an eternal poses to Alubabu. Want to try it, get it too? Dory asked the boy, but he just huffed. Why would I want to go there when we just want to get to the next island? Luffy replied, and Naruto seemed to perk up at that. The next island? Naruto asked, but Vivi cut in. Yeah, we have to get to Alabasta, otherwise it will be meaningless to us. Vivi told Dory. Hey guys, Naruto said, trying to get a word in. Well, in that case, Dory started, seeming like he was thinking of something. Geggyagya, just set sail and hope you reach the place. It a risk, but so was coming to the Grand Line, right? Dory laughed as Luffy agreed with him. That true, why don't I do that then? Luffy said, actually taking it into consideration. We will arrive there anyway. Vivi mumbled as she and Naruto sweat dropped at the boy, not sure if he was for real. Seeing Dory taking another drink, Naruto decided to speak up. Hey, if you guys are trying to reach the next island, then I might have a way that can help us both out. Naruto said, bring their attention to him. Really? Vivi asked, while hoping it was as crazy as the one Dory just give them. Yeah, you see, I baboom. Huh, Naruto, Luffy, and Vivi gasped at the loud explosion coming from Dory's mouth. Wah, Vivi gasped at him. The rum exploded. Luffy yelled while Naruto's eyes widened in horror of watching Dory's roll to the back of his head and seemingly pass out. Mr. Giant, Luffy shouted. Mr. Dory, Vivi called out as he fall back. Did that rum really just blow up? Naruto asked in a disbelieving tone. But why did it blow up? Were there bombs inside it? Luffy said, on top of the giant, and was happy to feel him still breathing. That a dirty trick if there was one. Did the other giant put them in? Vivi replied, looking at her captain. There no way, Naruto said as the two turned to see him glaring at them. They've been battling for 100 years. There no way Brigitte would do such a thing after all this time. That right Naruto, he wouldn't. Dory said, overshadowing them as he got back up, surprising the three humans. And you Naruto have already been here 3 weeks, so I don't believe you did it either. You can still move. Vivi gasped while Naruto and Luffy look on within worry. Oi, you're hurt. You need to lay back down. Naruto said, getting to his feet, but Dory just shake his head. No Naruto, these two are clearly here to take my life, so I will take care of them quickly. Dory said as Vivi gasped. But there no way we did this. Vivi cried out as Luffy narrowed his eyes at the giant. Then who? Naruto has been here for weeks and has not done anything bad, and Brigitte would never do such a thing. So that leave just you. Dory said as he readied his sword. Vivi, now scary as she was before, ran over to Luffy to tell him they should run away, was startled when Naruto jumped up high into the sky, reaching above Dory's shoulders, surprising the giant. Sorry old man, but I need you to sleep for a while. Naruto said before ascending a powerful kick to Dory's jaw, causing the giant hit the ground hard, having been knocked out. Vivi looked on in shock and fear while Luffy lowered his head, his hat shadowing his eyes. You take him out in one blow? Vivi asked quietly as Naruto landed in front of them with his head down. Don't be stupid, there no one who come do that. Naruto said, rubbing his neck, but did not raise his head. There a spot in the jaw you see, if it hit then you're gonna pass out, no matter how big you are. I see, well at least he stopped moving, we should Vivi was cut off when Luffy, for no reason at all, put his hat on top of her head before push the blue-haired girl back a few feet. Stay back Vivi, the air around him just dropped. Luffy said, getting into a battle stance. Vivi looked at Luffy like he was crazy for a moment, but upon turning to Naruto his eyes were red with slits and she could feel a powerful intent to kill coming from him. Naruto-san. Vivi gasped, taking a step back as he glared coldly at the two. What Dory said was true, you know, I didn't do it, and neither did Brigitte. Naruto said, placing a hand on top of the sword at his waist, tilting little back so it would hit the ground, enabling him to lean on his blade. That leave just you two. Unless you got a reason as to why I shouldn't think you did it, then we're gonna have a problem. Naruto told them, and Vivi take a few more steps back in fear of the blonde, but Luffy just glared back, standing his ground. I don't have to tell you anything. Luffy replied as the stare down intensified. Then I'm gonna have to kill ya. Naruto said, balling up his fist, with Luffy replied was 6 dangerous words. I'd like to see you try. For one brief moment all sound went away as the three just at one another, not saying word, as if waiting for the right moment to attack. Then a single left blowing in the air stop in front of them, just floating before slowly fall to the ground, and the second it hit. Gumu no. Pistol. Luffy yelled, and to Naruto's surprise his arm shot out and stretched to him. Devil fruit user This just might be fun. Naruto thought, grabbing the arm and using it to slam the young pirate into the giant's home with great force. Luffy smashed his way out of the rubble piss of and ready for his next attack. Gumu no. Straight blade axe. Luffy yelled, slamming a stretched out leg over Naruto, but the blonde merely sidestepped the attack. Seeing an opening, Naruto jumped up to where Luffy's body was, surprising him, and give a hard punch to the face, drawing blood and knocking the boy senseless. Vivi watches Luffy hit the ground a few feet away from her, unable to believe a guy who take out a Baroque works agent was being overpowered. Damn it, that really hurt. Luffy yelled, and getting a gasp from Vivi. How can a punch hurt a rubber man? Vivi cried as Luffy huffed. Yeah, I know, and what with this guy, he's super strong. Luffy said, panting as Naruto landed in front of them. With a bored look on his face. Since you're a brat, I'll be nice and give you a heads up on 2 things. Naruto said, cracking neck. 1, the way you fight is a joke. You're not even using your devil fruit to its fullest. Naruto told Luffy, getting a glare from the boy. Your attacks are too open and wide and too easy for me to counter. And the second heads up is the fact that, Naruto said, pausing for a moment, making sure both of them was listening to him. Devil fruits dawn. Work on me. Both Luffy and Vivi gasped at hearing this as he rushed forward and elbowed Luffy in the chest, and Luffy knew he was telling the truth, as any other attack would have just bounced off harmlessly. Jumping back, Luffy shot his arms back, not ready to give up just yet. Gumu no. Bazooka. Luffy yelled, fire both arm. Naruto sidestepped the attack like before, but raised an eyebrow at the grinding kid. Gumu Gumu no, Luffy shouted, grabbing the trees behind Naruto. Bell. Launching his body forward, Luffy smashed his head into the blonde, knocking him off his feet and into a boulder 10 feet away, the dust clearing, and Naruto had a bestial grin on his face. Okay, he got me that time. Naruto thought, stretching his left leg back so he was kneeling on his right one, then place his right arm next to the knee leg and his left arm out in front of him. Crimson Demon. Roar. Naruto howled at Luffy, whose eyes went wide at the force of the roar, slamming into him like a meteor and send the boy crashing into the forest, smashing him through trees, rocks, and all. What was that? Vivi asked, froze in place at what she just saw. He roared. He roared. All he did was roar. So why? Vivi's mind just couldn't seem to process it because it made no sense. Was this guy even human? She jumped at hearing him move to his feet. Well, I don't think he'll be getting up from that, Naruto said, glaring at her as Vivi jumped back, wondering if she was next. But just then they heard a rumbling sound coming toward them. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the sound, hearing it but not seeing anything. Then to his surprise a crack appeared in the ground behind him. Wah. Then smash his way out. Luffy jumped out into the air and quickly land behind a dumbfounded Naruto. Seeing his chance, Luffy reeled his fist back and gave the blonde a Gumu Gumu no pistol to the gut, sending him flying back. That last one really hurt, Luffy shouted to Naruto, who just came to a stop. Then grinded. But thanks for that hint earlier about me not using my full power, Luffy said, throwing him arm back, stretching it as far as he can and twisting it. Cause I just thought of an awesome attack. Naruto, seeing this, gave an insane dark grin of his own and held his arm back, glowing with red power. Both of them gave one another a one more dark smile before launching forward. Gumu Gumu. Rifles. Iron Fist of the Crimson Demon. The moment their attacks clashed, the ground below them cratered deeply from the sheer force of their blows. Even Vivi was blown back into a tree by the force. Naruto and Luffy were completely face to face, staring into the other's eyes. This kid's, his eyes, are not rotten, Naruto thought, pulling back, surprising Luffy as his eyes turned back to their sea blue state. It wasn't you didn't do it, Naruto said at last. Luffy didn't say anything at first but nodded. Good, glad we cleared that up, Luffy replied as Vivi blinked at the two, wondering if she missed something. Letting go of the tree, she slowly walked forward. Is every okay now? She asked, hoping the two didn't started wailing on one another again. Luffy nodded. Yeah, just a misunderstanding, Luffy said, causing her to sweat drop. Are all men like this? If so, I can see why the giants started their duel, Vivi thought while Naruto put his hand on his hips and huff. Maybe, but that still doesn't change the fact that someone spiked the giants' rum with bombs, Naruto said, bring their attention back to the matter at hand. Well, don't even think about saying it was someone in my crew. We got no cowards like that, Luffy told the blonde, and said person looked at him hard for a moment before nodding. I'll take your word at face value for now, but if I didn't do it and you and your crew didn't, that can only mean one thing, Naruto stated, and both Luffy and Vivi knew where he was getting at. There's someone else on this island, Vivi said, walking to them. Kaboom, the volcano erupts, causing the three to turn to it in horror and a giant hand to slam into the ground. Giant Oji-san, you can't go right now, Naruto yelled, knowing only death awaited if he went. He right, you're too injured to fight, Vivi added, but all they were given was a bloody smile. I am the warrior Dory. Cough, at least let me fight in honor of Alubabu, he said, getting up, holding his shield and sword, turning his back to them. You can't. There's no way we can let Bam, Vivi gasped, watching Dory turn around as quick as lightning and hitting Naruto and Luffy with his shield, sending them flying a mile or two away. Don't worry. Strong guys like that won't get hurt from such a blow. Then be back. Cough. So just wait here, Dory said, coughing up more blood. Vivi turned to the giant, hoping to talk some sense into him. But why are you so willing to continue this duel even with how badly you're hurt? Vivi asked Dory, who was walking away. You are children born 10 or 20 years ago. You know nothing of the highest honor held Alubabu, Dory said, readying his sword, but stopped to look back at Vivi one last time and smiled sadly. However, I am sorry for suspecting you. Tell your captain I said that. The giant words ended and he marched off to battle. Watching him go, Vivi fall to her knee in despair. wondering why this had to happen to such a good person. Well, what do we have here? A familiar voice spoke out to her, jolting to her feet. Vivi turned to see two persons she most certainly never waited to see again. You guys, Naruto and Luffy. Having been thrown all the way into a mountainside, Naruto and Luffy were to say the least not in a good mood as the pirate captain got up and dusted himself off. Man, that really hurt. Hey, are you okay? Luffy said, looking down at Naruto, who was still lying down but awake. No, I'm pissed. Naruto said, setting up. I swear if he lived through this I gonna kill him. Naruto jumping to his feet then sighed at seeing how far they were from the giant's home. Damn, it'll take us a good 10 minutes to get back. Naruto muttered as Luffy shot out his arms to a pair of trees that were far away. Then we'd better get going. Gumu Gumu no. Rocket. With that, Luffy was sent flying off as Naruto knee down, pumping haki into his legs and blasting off after him. Thanks to a series of power jump from Naruto and rockets from Luffy, they made it back to camp, but the moment Luffy landed, his jaw dropped in horror. Kuru! He shouted, running over to the beat-up sport bill on the ground as Naruto landed a few feet away and was surprised to see the duck hurt and Vivi nowhere around. Hey, what happened to him and what the hell happened to my ship? Naruto screamed, running over to what used to be his ship, which was nothing but a pile of blow-up wooded piece. Quickly going through the mass, he was thankful to find 3 large black duffel bags, clearly meaning whoever did this didn't search his ship, just destroyed it. Picking up the bags, he walked back over to Luffy, who managed to woke up Kuru. I think it a safe bet to say that whoever did this are the ones who attacked Dory. Luffy nodded with a furious expression on his face. Yeah, and they've taken Vivi. Naruto actually felt somewhat bad for attacking them now and knew they had to find her quick. I'm pretty good at tracking by scent, so give me a minute to put my bags in Dory's place and we'll go track her down. Naruto said, walking away while Luffy just cracked his knuckles. Hurry up, I need to kick somebody's ass. This is bad. Zoro, Nami, Vivi, and Brigitte-san are in deep trouble. Usopp whispered, looking at the scene before him. He and Nami had been separated from each other while running away from a dinosaur. Usopp had been looking all over for her when ran into this. A massive wax birthday cake, shaped with wax arrangement with a pillar on top of the lower floors of the cake, then makes a spinning half dome on top of that, with burning candles. Zoro, Nami, and Vivi were imprisoned on the lower level on the cake, and Brigitte was lying on the ground next to the cake with large swords made out of wax, being used to pin Brigitte's hands and feet to the ground to prevent the giant from escaping. To make things even worse, Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek, along with those two from Whiskey Peak, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, were the ones who had captured them. No doubt about it, if I go out there now, I'll be killed for sure. Usopp thought, trying to think of some way to save his friends. Well, it wouldn't be so bad if I just freed Zoro, right? He could take out all the bad guys while I work on freeing Nami and Vivi next. Usopp muttered quietly, but the question was how to free Zoro without drawing the attention of the Baroque Works agents. Cough. Cough. I can't breathe. Nami choked out as the mist got heavier, turning them into wax faster than before. If this candy mist go into our lungs, we will complete become candles. Vivi stated in horror as Mr. 3 laughed in delight at his work of art. Ha ha ha, that right. If possible I want you to suffer. His insane word caught their attention. Because the piece of art that I want should represent suffering and fear. Just become my candles with your hearts full of fear. He cackled once again at what he see as their incoming demise, but just as the thought of cutting his own legs entered Zoro's mind. Crunch. The loud sound of crunching trees and rock had everyone's heads shooting up in the air. Crunch. Smash. Crunch. Everyone turned to the right as the sound was getting closer and closer before a dark figure darted out of the forest, jumping over the Baroque Works agents and landing between them and the birthday cake. Who the hell is that? Mr. 5 gasped as Miss Valentine and Mr. 3 stare wide-eyed at the new blonde hair arrival as less than a second later a giant sport bill carrying a boy in a straw hat came smashing his way through the trees as well, causing the agents to scatter out of the way before being run over by the lunatic captain and his giant duck. Luffy. Nami yell in joy at seeing him. Kuru. Vivi shout, so thankful that her sport bill was still alive, while Zoro had his eyes lock on the blonde. That guy is. Zoro's eyes had wide a little, wondering if he was really the person he saw was really who thought he was. Oi, good job Naruto. Okay, let kick their asses. Luffy shouted as the duck gave out a loud quack, ready to go. Off to the side. Usopp was thankful because any longer and he would have had to jump in, and likely get himself killed. So you are the man worth the most in East Blue. Mr. 3 said, bring the attention to him. It seemed that the Marines are going down. Look at his hairstyle, it looks really stupid. Luffy exclaimed with dumbfounded expression, causing nearly everyone to sweat drop. Shut up. Mr. 3 yelled back as Naruto gave him a hard look. You're right, it is stupid, and is this dumbass hair in a number 3 shape with the top on fire? Naruto asked with the same expression as Luffy's on his face. Just shut the hell up, both of you. Mr. 3 yelled again as Nami spoke up next. Luffy, worry about that later. We need you to destroy the pole on top before we become candle dolls. Nami yelled as the two turn his attention to the 3 on the birthday cake. You guys are in trouble too? Luffy asked as Zoro spoke up next. Not really, just destroy that pole and I'll take care of the rest. Zoro said, shouldering his sword as Luffy grinned back. Sure, Luffy replied, but Mr. 3 just smirked at the boy. I won't allow you to do that. Mr. 3 told him with a cocky smile, but then raised an eyebrow at Naruto just staring at him. What? He asked, but the blonde just stared for a minute more. It really is a stupid hairstyle. Shut the hell up about that already. Mr. 3 yelled, getting pissed off now. Luffy just cracked his knuckles with determined look in his eye. I don't know what that is, but I will destroy it. Luffy said, but Mr. 3 clearly wasn't impressed as stood there with his arms crossed. Naruto stepped up next to Luffy. Hey kid, if you can take care of that guy on your own, then I'll handle freeing your crewmates. Naruto said as Luffy nodded back, about to just head over to the giant wax cake. He quickly backstepped as something flew past him. Did someone just flick a booger at me? Naruto gasped, really grossed out now. Boom. However, that explosion snapped him out of it as he turned to where the booger flew, then to where it came from in mild shock as a brown-skinned man with sunglasses and wearing a red coat held his arm out to him. Damn, I missed. He muttered, pulling his arm back and pulling out a blowgun as the lady in the yellow dress laughed. Kya ha 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 ha. Sorry, but we can't let you do that. Miss Valentine told him, grinning, but Naruto just looked on before pointing to Mr. 5. Hey you, booger flick guy. Mr. 5 looked annoyed at his new nickname. What? He growled. By any chance are you the one who blew up the ship that was at Dory's place? Naruto asked, gaining a surprised look from the two before they smirked back at him. Yeah, that was me. Catching Vivi was too easy, so I was bored. Why was that your? He never got to ask as a shadow appeared in front of, leading to a hard boot smashing into Mr. 5's face, sending him flying into a boulder as the gun he was holding was left spinning in the air before falling in Naruto's hand. Yes, as a matter of fact it was. Naruto told him, glaring coldly at the man as he crushed the gun. Nami, Usopp, Miss Valentine, Mr. 3 all had shock looks on their faces while Zoro gained a vicious grin. It's got to be him. Zoro thought, watching Miss Valentine back up away from the blonde. Naruto-san sure is dangerous to have as an enemy. Vivi whispered, causing Nami and Zoro to turn to her in surprise. Good thing he on our side now. She added without seeing the dark grin on Zoro's face as the name Vivi said just confirmed it is him. East Blue's other demon. Cough. 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 Mr. 5 slow got to his feet using the boulder. Naruto frowned, raising his fist. Mr. 5 looked up only to see a fist less than an inch away from him before it connected with his face. Mr. 5's whole world exploded in pain as his head flew back before receiving another punch even harder than before. I can't take much more of this. Mr. 5 thought, desperately raising his hands up to Naruto, who stopped his attack, wondering what he was doing. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine shorted in horror for her partner who was being beat so badly by this unknown guy. Exploding clap. Ba-boom. A larger explosion consumed both of them, feeling Vivi full of worry for their new blonde ally. Naruto-san. Vivi called out to him, but then gasped at small little balls of oil hitting around their feet. Wah. Relax, he's fine. Luffy said, speaking up for the first time since the fight started, not realizing Mr. 3 had disappeared. As the smoke cleared, Naruto was shown to be fine in the same pose as before. It's not working. Mr. 5 thought, now truly frightened now. I get it now. Your body is just one big bomb. Naruto glaring down at him, giving Mr. 5 one last punch to knock him out. Crunch. Smash. Crunch before the sound of wood being crushed caught his attention as Mr. 3 in a massive battle suit that resembles a large robotic boxer reappeared. Ha 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 ha. Fools, you may have been able to beat me before, but now it over. He yelled, having changed into his candle champion when he saw how powerful Naruto was and thought it might be best to go all out. Miss Goldenweek, can you paint my candle champion? And make it a cool color so I can crush them without breaking a sweat. Naruto and Luffy just now realized there was a small girl with red hair here as well. Cool, Luffy said with a star in his eyes, only to get a rock thrown at him by Naruto. This is not the time to admire them, prepare to fight. Naruto yelled with Karoo quacking in agreement before turning to the wax mech for a moment. But it does look kind of cool. The same goes for you. Just beat them already. Nami and Zoro yell, wondering how a guy that was clearly older than Luffy could act just as childless. Vivi on the other hand was looking around at all the oil under their feet as more and more balls of oil kept hitting the cake. Guys. Gumu Gumu no. Pistol. Luffy yelled, shooting his arm out to Mr. 3 just as Miss Goldenweek finished painting it and he dodged to underblow. Champion punch. Mr. 3 yelled, trying to hit Luffy, who easily jumped out of the way and throwing his leg back. Gumu Gumu no. Stamp. He called, kicking at the wax mech at block with its punching gloves-like arms. Naruto, who had been watching the whole thing, stepped forward to help but stop as someone else caught his attention. I'm little busy right now, so let make this quick, Naruto said, turning to Miss Valentine, who bore a big grin on her face. I don't feel like dealing with you scumbags any longer than need be. Scumbags? That just mean, Miss Valentine said, shouldering her umbrella. But before you go saying that, you should know I'm much stronger than Mr. 5. She told him, jumping into the air and launching a kick to his neck, but while it landed, it seemingly did nothing at all. The hell, I didn't even feel that. Naruto thought, but then became tense at the deadly smirk on the woman's face. 10,000 kilograms down. Naruto's eyes widen as an unbelievable amount of weight suddenly fall on top of him, crushing the blonde into the ground, making a crater around them. That what that fools gets. Mr. 3 laughed, believe the guy was dead, as Nami looked on in horror. Hey, is that Naruto guy okay? Nami asked, worry about the man whose name she only just learned. No way that was enough to kill him. Zoro thought while Vivi's head was moving back and forth, and side to side a mile a minute. Guys, oil, lot of oil, lots and lots of oil, Vivi said at super speed, freaking out a bit as Luffy jumped back from Mr. 3. No way that going to kill him. I just had a fight with that guy, he's freaking strong as hell. Luffy yelled back as Mr. 3 just smirked, leaning on the cake that was turning Zoro, Nami, Vivi, and Brigitte into candles. Yeah right, he dead, and once I kill you these four are done. Fire star. Usopp yelled, jumping out into the open, shooting a small ball of fire at the cake where the oil was, lighting it and Mr. 3 candle champion on fire. Usopp, there you are, but what are you doing? Luffy yelled. Usopp just waved for him to calm down. Relax, that stuff just wax so it'll melt under flame, Usopp told him as they suddenly heard the sound of rocks moving. Turning to the source, they saw Naruto digging himself out of the hole and holding Miss Valentine by the leg while rubbing his shoulder that at the moment was killing him. Damn it, lady, that shit really hurt, Naruto growled, pulling her up into the air as she tried to keep skirt from falling open. Shut up. And how the hell are you even able to hold me like this when I weigh over 22,000 pounds? Miss Valentine shouted, but Naruto wasn't in the mood for this. Like hell I'd tell you that, just get lost, Naruto shouted before hurling Miss Valentine clean out of the forest like a pro baseball player. The lady sailed off into the sky screaming with a twinkle. However, reality just set in for Naruto. Namely, that this place had gotten a lot hotter than before. He looked up to see a giant ball of fire where the cake once was. Hey, what the hell just happened? Naruto shouted in alarm. Where all that fire come from? Hey Usopp, are you sure they're going to be okay? It really hot, Luffy asked, but just then a ball of melting wax fall out before melting completely, releasing Mr. 3. Hot, you. How could you? Mr. 3 yelled, looking at Luffy before running off. You've completely destroyed my candle service. Hey, are you going to run away? Yell after the man, and Karoo was right behind him. What about your crew that on fire at the moment? Naruto thought, sweat dropping as the kid ran off. Suddenly two people jump out of the flames in front of a Usopp. Damn it Usopp, couldn't you think of a better way to free us than that? Nami cried, ripping off her shirt that had caught on fire. Naruto was surprised to see the two alive and well. It fine. A new voice joined in as Zoro leap out as well over them, patting away the flames on his body. He got us out in one piece, so it okay with the way he did it. That right, you should be thanking me for saving you guys. Usopp told them as they smiled back. That right, thanks, Nami said with a grin. Yeah, but I still can't believe we're alive, Vivi said as Zoro smirked at the shadow looming over them. You're thankful too, right giant? Zoro asked as Brigitte came out of the flames grinning, and Usopp couldn't be happier at seeing the big guy alive. Yeah, I'm thankful all right, he replied as Naruto walked over to them. Naruto-san, you're okay, Vivi cheered, running to him while Nami, who was grateful for the help, was still trying to figure out who he even was, but Brigitte sitting down caught all their attention. There are still two enemies left, right? Huh, what the hell is this? Luffy and Karoo had been chasing Mr. 5 into the woods when they came upon what Mr. 5 called Candle Garden, which had a lot on candle clones of him everywhere. Can you tell which one is the real me? Mr. 5 asked someway in the background, laughing as Luffy looked around. You are clearly fight the wrong guy, because I am one of Baroque Works agents, and someone like you who does everything based off his instincts cannot find the real me. I am Mr. 3, I always complete my work. So come closer, for as soon as your back is to me I will stab you in the heart. Mr. 3 then kept on laughing even as Luffy threw his leg back and, Gumu Gumu no. Stamp, shoot it forward, smashing him in the face. With a bloody face he passed out, but not be asking. How did you know I was here? Luffy just look on for a moment, happy with his work. Instincts, Luffy replied as Karoo spotted Miss Goldenweek. Quack. Karoo quacked out loudly before rushing over to the girl and head-butted her into a tree, knocking girl out. Luffy and Karoo walked back to camp while covering their ears from the loud sound from the place, only to find it was Brigitte crying over his fellow giant's death. Wow, he made a rainbow, Luffy exclaimed while the other didn't seem too happy about this. It looks like he trying to make a waterfall, Zoro added as he and Naruto were the only ones not covering their ears. That great and all, but will he be stopping anytime soon? Naruto asked, leaning against a tree with his arm crossed, wishing the giant would pipe down a bit. I hope so, he is being too loud, Nami yelled while Vivi added that her ears were going to burst. It's okay, I understand how you feel, Mr. Brigitte, Usopp said, crying too as the giant went on wailing. Grr, who's making all that noise? Dory sitting up, shocking the hell out of Brigitte and causing everyone else's eyes to nearly pop out of their heads. It seems I passed out for a while, Dory groaned as Brigitte looked on, shaking with everyone else cheering that he was alive. Upon asking how he was still alive, Dory just pointed out it was most like because of the weapons they had been using. That makes sense, Naruto, causing everyone to turn to him. These weapons might be made to last, but a fight lasting 100 years is too much for any blade to bear. I know this is kind of late, but, who right you? Nami asked as Brigitte hugged Dory, glad he was alive. When they started fight again she had to forget said question to break it up. Naruto and Luffy just laughed as everyone went to work wrapping up Dory's wounds and started eating the rice crackers Miss Goldenweek had left behind. It was around this time Vivi remembered something important from before all this happened. Naruto-san, earlier you said knew a way off this island, right? Vivi asked, catching Usopp and Nami's attention as the blonde turned to her, finishing off a rice cracker, and nodded. Yeah, you see I have a eternal poses to an island called, snicked. Anything he meant to say was ended as he was just barely able to jump away, the blade coming just within reach of his face. Before long Naruto was doing quick back steps so as not to be cut by the three blades coming at him. Wah, 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 Zoro. What the hell are you doing? Vivi yelled as she, Luffy, Usopp, and Nami watch in horror of Zoro attacking their new friend. Naruto for the most part wasn't sure why this guy was even attacking him, but now that he take a closer look it seemed like he might have known him from somewhere before. Get a cut on the cheek, then the forearm, and now the leg. It dawned on him just who this kid was. Acting fast, Naruto caught the next attack with his right hand, followed by the left, stopping the next. Right as Zoro was about to attack with the sword in his mouth he quickly froze as if sensing danger. You were about bite my blade in half. Zoro asked more then stated as this was the first time he had ran into any willing to try that. Naruto just gave a dangerous smirk back at him. Of course, Roronoa Zoro-kun, pirate hunter of the East Blue Sea. Luffy, Usopp, Vivi, and Nami were surprised to hear Naruto say Zoro's name and wonder if the two knew one another. I was hoping I'd get to meet you someday, Demon Eyes Uzumaki Naruto, the treasure hunter East Blue Sea. Luffy's eyes widen as he gained stars in them. I knew I'd heard that guy's name before. Luffy exclaimed, catching Usopp, Vivi, and Nami attention. That guy was a super bounty hunter back in East Blue, as famous Zoro was. Luffy said, getting gasped from Nami and Usopp. Wait a minute, he from the same sea as us? Usopp asked, surprised to some had beat them to the Grand Line from East Blue. Jumping back, Zoro grinned. This guy may be from the East Blue but he's no bounty hunter. From the new papers I always got the feeling he was more of a treasure hunter than bounty hunter. Zoro told them, catching Nami's attention right away. Treasure hunter, Nami's mouth said, but the berry marks in her eyes gleamed, freaking Usopp and Vivi out a little. You can ask him later, but right now I think it's time we find out which of us is the stronger demon of the East. Zoro's words had Luffy bouncing up and down excitement at the fight to come as Usopp, Vivi, and Nami to step back while Naruto gave a rather vicious smirk, his eyes turning red. If you want to fight me, Roronoa, that fine. Just a heads up though, I'm pretty damn bad at holding back. Hello, you've reached the shitty restaurant. Can I take your order? Sanji said into the Denden Mushi. He had just finished catching his prey a little while ago for the contest he and Zoro had been having and had been looking for everyone after realizing no one came back at the ship when Sanji had came upon this wax house in the middle of nowhere. After enjoying some tea that had been left out, he was about to return to his search when the Denden Mushi in this place had went off. Cut the crap, jackass. The voice said, apparently it startled by Sanji as he raised an eyebrow, not sure who this even was. Why haven't you sent a report? Report? Who is this? Sanji asked, and the voice clearly growled at his insolence. It's me, Mr. Zero. The name surprised Sanji greatly, realizing he was speaking with one of the Shichibukai, Crocodile aka Mr. Zero. I've given you a mission, and now I would like to know its progress. Crocodile practically snarled. Mission? Sanji thought, beginning to understand what was going. Why aren't you answering me? Crocodile asked, wanting to know if he had eliminated Vivi and the Straw Hats. Thinking things over, Sanji knew what to do at this point, ensure him that everyone who knew his secret is dead now, so they didn't come after them anymore. Oh, well, then, arigato. I have sent the unluckies to check up on your mission, and they shall bring it to you. Crocodile said, having calmed down at believing the Straw Hats were dead. Sanji asked, and as was clear he thought the man had a death wish. The eternal pose. To Alabasta. Come to Alabasta with Ms. Goldenweek. It's time to accomplish our desires. I will send you more details after you've arrived. Sanji nodded, knowing that having that would make things so much easier on them in the long run. About to reply, he had just happened to look at the window to see a large vulture, wearing a yellow aviator cap, with red flowers on it and had on black goggles, was sitting there with a small otter, with brown fur, who had on a blue coat with purple dots, that also has long sleeves, and a hood. He also wears black sunglasses. What the hell are these guys? Sanji said in a faint voice, trying not to let Mr. Zero know he had been startled by something, but when the otter pulled out a pair of bivalve seashells with short yet very sharp claws along the front edge, and the vulture lowered its head, showing a pair of machine guns strapped to its back, Sanji had two words going through his mind at that moment: oh shit. Back at camp with Luffy and the others. Ba-boom! Zoro had just managed to jump back from Naruto's attack, that left a rather big hole in the ground where he hit it at. A normal person would have, or most likely should have been, concerned by this, but then again, Zoro was far from normal. Instead, his smirk shifted into a grin as he landed on his feet with all three swords at the ready. Luffy-san, shouldn't we stop this? Vivi asked as she and Namel made sure to stay next to their captain where it was safest at the moment. Nah, they're just having fun, Luffy exclaimed, causing Vivi and Nami to swear drop at the guy. It's a lost cause, Vivi. Nami said with a sigh. Vivi also sighed and looked at her. But if this keeps up, one of them is going to get hurt really badly. I doubt it, Nami replied. You do? Why? Vivi asked. Because one of them will be dead before they can feel anything. Nami said with a straight face. Nami-san, cried Vivi admonishingly, as the two giant, currently sitting off to the side, watch Naruto and Zoro fighting it out amongst themselves, surprised that such small beings were so powerful. Dashing out of the smoke, Naruto had on a very crazed expression on his face as he leapt at Zoro with his fist pulled back and red eyes flashing. Iron Fist of the Crimson Demon. Naruto came clashing down on Zoro, who made an X shaped with his blades to block the blow, and a crater form under him on the ground from the impact and damn near knock him off his feet. Crimson Demon, roar. Naruto howled, this time knocking him off his feet, but Zoro was able to stable himself by stabbing his blades into the ground and unsing his feet to stop moving. Okay, you've had your fun. Santoryu. Hawk Wave. Zoro yelled, sending a flying slash at him that cut Naruto through the shoulder and sending him flying back, landing in a kneeling position. Santoryu. Onigiri. Snapping his head up, Naruto saw Zoro coming at him with a three-way simultaneous slashing attack and dash off while pushing his right hand forward. Crimson Devil Style. Open Palm Thrust. Naruto yelled as they clash, forcing Nami and Vivi to hold on to Luffy to keep from getting blown away as Usopp and Karoo held onto a tree. He stopped Zoro's sword with his bare hand. What the hell is that guy? Usopp shouted as the two stopped moving for a moment to glare at one another. You're way too cocky, you could have lost that hand. Zoro said, watching blood bleed out of Naruto's palm as the blonde eyes furry at realizing he was right. Fine, then let's complete switch over to the devil style. Zoro, startled by his words, jumped back and readying himself as Naruto held his hands back, and Zoro could have swore he saw this guy claws get longer. Crimson Devil Style. Spining Rapier Claws. Naruto yelled, rushing to Zoro and use his right arm to slash at Zoro, who blocked using his swords in AX style shield, but his eyes widen at four cuts appearing on his right creek. Didn't Zoro block that? Nami thought in horror at watching Naruto spin around and slash at Zoro with the other hand. Again Zoro block, and again four more cuts appear, this time his right shoulder. This guy, he's spinning so fast his slash are cutting through the air. Luffy gasped watching his Zoro began backstepping, try to avoid getting cut to piece before finally dash backwards and putting some space between the two. Now you've done it, Santoryu. Toragari. Zoro yelled, placing his hand swords over his mouth blade and swings forth a forward descending slash at Naruto, who dashed forward, and coming shoulder to shoulder with Zoro before he even completed his attack. Rasen Stage 2. Zoro heard those words whisper in his ear as a blue light up below him, and looking down Zoro saw the blonde holding a blue ball of energy. Whatever it was, the moment Naruto hit him with it, Zoro felt a new type of pain. Like something was drilling into him. Gaiha! Zoro screamed and was sent flying as the two swords in his hands shot up into the air by the blow as he bounced off a tree before he collapsed to the ground on his back. Shit, that hurt, Zoro's voiced, it coming out in a pained growl as he pulled the Wado out of his mouth, about to get up but stop at feel something with a sharp edge poking him in the neck. Looking up, he saw Naruto standing over him while holding Sandai Kidetsu and Zoro's other long sword, both aimed at his neck. No way, Zoro lost. Usopp cried out as Nami and Vivi gasped. His was the first any of them seen beaten like this, and by now Luffy had stars all over his eyes. Have fun, kid? Naruto asked, smirking. Something, Zoro returned. Yeah, you're really. Before Zoro could finish, Naruto's eye darted to his right as something black came flying at his head and was barely able to block in time as he was knocked off Zoro by Sanji. Sanji! Nami and Vivi yell at seeing the cook appear out of nowhere. Oh why, oi. He may be a pain in the ass, but I can't let you take him out, Mr. 3. Sanji said, startling everyone. This guy mixing me up for that wax. Naruto thought, seeing Sanji changing at him again. Hey, wait minute, Sanji, it not what you think. Nami shouted, trying to stop the clash between the two as Naruto used Zoro's sword to block all of Sanji's kicks. Jackass, those aren't you sword, give them back. Sanji growled, going for a mutton shot, as Naruto pulled his arm back for Iron Fist attack, but to both their surprise an arm wrapped around Sanji's torso and pulled him out of mid-air. Luffy! Sanji gasped at being brought over to Luffy, Nami, and Vivi. Oi! Calm down, that guy not Mr. 3. Luffy said, setting Sanji on the ground as Zoro walk over to Naruto and take back his swords. It take a full 3 minutes to bring Sanji up to speed. What the hell? So all that happened why I wasn't here. Sanji said in disbelief that he missed such a battle. Yeah, but Sanji, how do you know about Mr. 3? Nami asked, but the only thing she got in return was him telling her how sexy she was without a shirt. Naruto just sit back watching them talk about some guy named Mr. Zero and how Sanji fool him into believing they were all dead or something. What the hell are these kids talking about? Naruto wonder as Usopp cry tears of joy and despair. Even though no one trying to kill us anymore, we still can't get off this island. Usopp cry confusing Sanji a little. Can't get off? What do you mean? Do we still have some business here, even though I just got this thing? Sanji pulling out a eternal poses Alabasta, then sweat drop at the shock look on his crew faces, as they all jump in the air for joy. These guys are really odd. Naruto mutter walking over to Luffy who was taking about having a rice crackers party. Hey Luffy, Naruto call as said boy turned from Nami who was telling him they needed to get out of there now as soon as can be. Yo Naruto, what up? Luffy asked as he walk up to him. Listen, I got a favor to ask. I need a ride to the next island to buy a new ship. Naruto said as Luffy started tilting his head like some curious puppy. What are you talking about? You're in my crew now and we ready have a ship. Luffy answered, freezing everyone in their track as Naruto blinked at the boy a few times, not sure if he heard right. In your crew? When did that happen? Naruto asked everybody else ready knowing the answer when it came to their captain but wanted to see how this played out. Just now, Luffy replied. Just now. Naruto once more. Yep, just now, Luffy replied again. After a few seconds Naruto sigh and turn around. Okay, if you say so. Naruto walked away. Just like that. Everyone shouted at how easily he joined. Well, Ikariabachu said I'd be better off in crew sailing through the Grand Line, that and kind of like these guys so it should be fine. Naruto thought, not really caring, while heading back to Dory's place to get his stuff. Nami's head just dropped at the whole thing. I hope this isn't how it's going to be for all the guys who Luffy get to join. Nami thought as they all headed back, missing the grim look on the giants' faces. Going merry, can't you see? My rhinoceros is bigger. Sanji growled to Zoro. Then you must be blind because mine is definitely bigger than yours. Zoro snapped back as the two went at it over who won their hunting competition. On deck Naruto listened to Vivi as she told him what was happening in her country at the moment and why Luffy and his crew was helping her. Didn't think I'd run into a Shichibukai this soon. Naruto thought, looking forward to testing his own power against one of the warlords of the Seven Sea. Nami quickly brought an end to Zoro and Sanji's argument as they just cut up the dinosaur and sail off. Can't we bring more meat? Luffy asked even though they were full of said food. Don't be silly, are you trying to sink our ship? Usopp yelled as they sail forest. Hey, check it out, the giant came to see us off. Naruto said, sitting on the top deck with his back on the rail while eating a cup of ramen. The small humans who came to this island. Brigitte said, causing them to go quiet for a moment. They have a big reason for not reaching the next island. Dory continued as both of them stood at the island exit way in cloaks. You have protected our honor with your life, so no matter what will come, we won't let anything happen to your flag. Trust in us. No matter what happens, we want you to keep heading straight. After hearing their words, Luffy agreed without a second thought, even as a huge-ass freaking goldfish the size of an island pop up out of the sea and swallow them. Heading straight. Usopp kept yelling, oh, keep himself from freaking up. We were eaten. Why are you still saying that? Nami cried out to him as Luffy seemed to be having the time of his life. Man, these kids are so troublesome. Oh well, want some ramen? Naruto asked, still sitting in the same spot while pulling out another cup and offering it to Vivi who sat next to him. Yes please, Vivi said softly, taking the cup of ramen with tears falling down her face at how crazy this crew was and that the new guy was just like them. Suddenly a giant hole in the goldfish was blown open, sending them flying out as they heard Dory and Brigitte shout the words, Holy Wind Lance, at them as they landed back into the sea. They can cut even the ocean. This is the power of Alubabu's warriors. Usopp said with tears in his eyes. It take a few minutes for them to calm down from the high of it all as they sail off to Alabasta. So next stop is your home country, huh? Naruto said to Vivi who smiled back at him. Yeah, I can't wait. Vivi replied as Nami walked up to them and sat next to Naruto. Sue, What this I hear about you being a treasure hunter? Nami asked, but only one thing ran through Naruto's mind at the moment. Why the hell are her eyes in the shape of freaking berry markers? Everything was peaceful for the Straw Hats as everyone did their usual things, along with their new little friend, Chopper, who had joined them at Drum Kingdom. Luffy was off fishing with Usopp while Zoro and Vivi sat off to the side, one reading a book, the other sleeping as Chopper went about checking his medical supplies. Yep, everything was peaceful in the crew. Enough already. Just die, you greedy ass brat. That is if you don't count the fact that the crew's treasure hunter was about ready to kill their navigator at the moment. Die. How mean. You die. Nami yelled back as she and Naruto's face were inches apart. Beside, all I'm doing is telling you to pay the crew entrance fee. Which just so happens to be a 150 fucking million berries. Hell no. Naruto growled back as Zoro opened one eye-ad smirk. He was enjoying how they now had someone who was actually able to stand up to Nami. Hell, it was thanks to the guy that he was able to finally get out of debt with that woman. Of course now he owed Naruto, but the new blonde of the crew could really care less when Zoro paid him back, just as long as Zoro did. You fox-faced shithead, stop cursing at Nami-san. Sanji growled, trying to deliver a swift drop kick to the treasure hunter, only for said hunter to lean back, letting Sanji fly pass off, and overside of the Going Merry, nearly falling into the sea but managed to grab the sides. Hey Arrow Cook, are you going to keep attacking me every time I get into an argument with the soulless ginger over there? Naruto asked. You go to hell, Naruto. Nami screamed at the insult, but Naruto ignored her altogether at this point, and truth be told he could really care less about Sanji's antics. However, dealing with Sanji was much easier than dealing with Nami. Of course, now apologize to Nami-san and help me up. Sanji yelled to his fellow blonde, who gave a mock sigh as if he was sad about something. Since I'm not about to do that, it can't be. You'll have to die here. Naruto replied as he began lazy pulling one of Sanji's hands up off the ship, seemingly to make him let go. Stop, stop, I'll really fall. Sanji yelled, causing everyone to sweat drop at the two. Vivi, who had gotten used to the Straw Hat's antics by now, knew Naruto wouldn't really do it. Least she hoped he wouldn't, and walk over to Nami, who was at the moment trying to think of another way to get some money from Treasure Hunter while holding map in her hand. Nami-san, how long do we reach Alabasta? Vivi asked Nami, who looked up from the map to the blue-haired girl. If we keep moving at the pace we're going, I'd say about a week at most. Nami replied, catching Naruto's attention as he stopped taunting Sanji and walked over to them, leaving Sanji still hanging off the ship. Hey, can you show me where we are on that map? Naruto asked Nami, who looked at him for a moment before turning back to the map. I'd say about here. That'll be 5 million berries, please. Nami said and grinned that ever so cat-like way of hers. Hell number, Naruto said, growing rather defensive, and the electricity going between them was so thick, you could see it. Vivi looked around nervously, hoping a fight didn't start as Naruto took the map and looked to where she was pointing before pulling out a black book and flipping through the pages. Hey Naruto, come join us in fishing. Luffy yelled as Chopper helped Sanji finally get back on deck. Naruto just waved him off as he continued looking through the book before stopping at a page and looking back and forth from the book to the map. Yep, they match up. Hey Usopp, stop the ship here. Naruto called out to the sniper, who blinked for a minute then shrugged and went off to do just that. Everyone was surprised by this as Luffy and Zoro came over to the others right away. Hey Naruto, what going on? Zoro asked. Yeah, why you have a stop in the middle of nowhere? Nami added as the blonde walked away. Later, Ginger got work to do. Naruto said, heading inside, leaving behind a pissed off Nami and Sanji while Zoro was holding back a chuckle. Burn in hell, you fucking whiskers. Nami and Sanji bellowed. Ooh yes. Zoro was going to like having him on board this ship. A few minutes later, Naruto came out holding one of his black duffel bags while placing his blade at his waist of his hip, not that any of them had seen him use it yet. Oi Naruto, the ship stopped, but what are you going to do now? Usopp asked, jumping down on deck as Naruto set his bag down. What, you guys haven't guessed by now? Naruto grinned, flexing his claws. My job. Wait, you mean? Luffy gasped, his eyes beam as Nami's eyes once again turned to Barris, but he tried not to think about her at the moment as he opened his bag, pulling out his treasure hunting gear. Somewhere below us is the treasure of a pirate's once called Dragon Jaw Ginjo. He died a little over 90 years ago. Naruto said, setting up a crane and getting the crew's full attention. There should be about 120 million bears waiting below us. Nearly everyone jaw dropped at his words, though he thought it was better to ignore it how Nami's eyes shined in avarice. So I take it we're going after it, shitty whiskers. Sanji said, being the first to break out of his shock and lighting up a cigarette, though he was still a little mad about what happened before. Yeah, but this one might not be that easy to get. Naruto said, now more than ever glad he had joined a crew, as it would have been impossible to do by himself. Huh, why that? Usopp asked, watching their treasure hunter put together some metal air tubes masks. He counted 6 of them. There now, let's get started. Naruto said, walking over to the centane of the crew and pulling back out his black book. Okay, here how this is gonna work. Naruto started. All eyes were on him as he opened up his book. From what my logs say, the hunt site is in an underwater cave below us. Naruto said as they listen in. However, to take this hunt on, we'll be needing 2 teams. He told them. Then Vivi spoke up. Why 2 teams? Vivi asked as Naruto, who began scratching the back of his head as he thought of how to explain this. Will you see, the treasure been split up into 2 sets, and the hunter before me had to use 2 teams to try and get it. Naruto replied, causing them to raise an eyebrow. Wait, so someone else went after this treasure before you? How come they didn't get it? Chopper asked, speaking for the first time as Naruto went about flipping through his book again. It say here there are a lot of traps and powerful sea kings on the inside protecting the place. Naruto startling them. Hey, check it out. It seemed 3 of his teammates die, 2 more were badly wounded, and he lost an arm, a leg, and organ. Oh well, it no big deal. Naruto said with a careless shrug. There was a harsh silence, as everyone just looked at him for a moment before one word exploded from their mouths. EHHHHH. Quote. So anyway, we'll be splitting into 2 teams and Naruto tried to continue. This got everyone riled up. Hey, hold on a minute. Usopp yelled. Is it really okay to go to such a dangerous place? Vivi asked, getting a shiver down her spine just thinking about the danger they'd be facing. Of course, all we have to do is cut down anything and anyone that get in our way. Zoro said, gripping his blades ready for any incoming fight. If we run into Sea Kings, that'll be good too, since we were running low on food again anyway. Sanji added, more than ready as well. Adventure. Adventure. I hope we'll have a great adventure in the mystery cave. Luffy shouted in excitement. Who care about having fun? We finally get to gain some money like real pirates. Nami exclaimed, none of them noticing the tears falling down Usopp, Chopper and Vivi's face. Even Nami is pumped up for this. There's no stopping them now. The 3 thought in despair as Naruto spoke again. Okay, now everyone on the same page, we should start on picking who's gonna be on whose team. Naruto began. But before that, we should also pick someone to stay up here with Chopper. Naruto said, startling Chopper. Why do I have to stay behind? Chopper yelled, going heavy point as Naruto sighed, rubbing his neck. Hate to point this out, but how do we get a reindeer into a cave underwater? This question flows Chopper in place as he thought it over, and his head dropped, feeling a little down now knowing he couldn't go. If it make you feel any better, I think you're the best one to look after the ship. Naruto added, hoping to cheer him up. Jackass, just because you say that I'm not going to be happy. Chopper yelled back, obviously happy about the words as he starts to do his dirty old man dance with the wiggling of his arms and leg. Naruto's sweat dropped with the rest of the crew before returning back to them. Okay, moving on. Another reason we're leaving behind Chopper and someone else is because if a Marines pass by, we're going to want someone to be up here to look after the ship. Everyone nodded at that before drawing straws to see who would stay behind. Usopp, who was thankful, was picked to stay behind. After setting up the rest of Naruto gear, the 6 remaining members all stood next to the air tubes masks, Nami now wearing a green string bikini and Vivi wearing a purple one. Naruto was now just wearing a pair of orange swimming trunks, black fingerless gloves that ran halfway up his forearm on the left, that ran up to just below his shoulder, and the other ran up to halfway his forearm, while Zoro was wearing a pair of black one, Luffy had on red ones, and Sanji wear blue one. Though for some reason he had a rope around his waist connected to Luffy's. Alright, now that everyone was ready, I'll get started. Naruto said, taking one of the metal air tube's masks and about to explain how to use them, but Sanji, who had a tick mark on his face, put a hold on that. Hey shitty whiskers, you mind telling me, why the hell am I hook up to this moron? Sanji yelled, causing Naruto to stare at him in a bored fashion. What that arrow cook, you want to look at Nami's panties? Wait until after this hunt is over to do that. A large tick mark appeared on Sanji's head at that moment. Where the hell did that come from, you shitty fucking whiskers? Sanji screamed as Vivi stood in front of him trying to calm down the cook. Luffy and Zoro were laughing their asses off while Nami had a dark aura over her as she began cracking her knuckles. Bam, bam. As I was saying, Naruto continued, causing everyone to sweat drop as his and Sanji's head were face down into the ship's floor with smoke coming out of them. These masks are special. They're able to not only able to withstand pressure at 5,000 feet underwater without being crushed. Hey, can you at least get up and explain this? Zoro muttered, causing Naruto jump to his feet. Is this guy all there in the head? Zoro thought, wondering whether it was okay to follow him. Right. Anyway, like I said, these masks are able to withstand high pressure and it has a special coating to keep seekings away. It can also carry voices from one mask to another underwater thanks to a voice box built in. This actually surprised them. Luffy moved to one of them. Wow, so we can really speak to one another in these? Luffy asked and Naruto nodded. Yep, not only that but they're each about 1,000 feet long, so they'll reach our target. Naruto stated. Nami was actually impressed by this. These are really dependable, huh? Nami commented as Naruto sighed. They'd better be. This shit cost me 7 million berries for the whole set. Naruto replied before looking out the side of his eyes at them. Oi, if any of you break them, you'd better be ready to pay me back in full. Naruto muttered before getting serious again. Anyway, the teams for this hunt will be Team 1, Luffy, Sanji, and Nami. Team 2 will be me, Zoro, and Vivi. Naruto told them. Everyone nodded. Sanji, hearing this, jumped to his feet, finally waking up. Oi, by the way, why am I the one carrying Luffy? Sanji growled at him, frustrated at having to do that only to have Nami hit him in the back of this head. Quit complaining. Luffy can't swim and you're the fastest underwater so it can't be helped. Nami told him, wanting to get started as soon as possible. Hi, Nami Swan. Sanji yelled with hearts in his eyes, while Vivi laughed and shook her head. So Naruto-san, should we get moving now? Vivi asked and Naruto nodded. Yeah. Everyone put on your masks, we moving out. Naruto ordered as they went about placing on the black masks. After checking to make sure they had them on right and that airways were not blocked, Naruto turned to Usopp and Chopper. You guys make sure nothing blocks these opening or we won't be able to breathe, got it? He told them, his voice coming out radio-like as Usopp and Chopper nodded. Roger. They yell, watching Luffy wrapping his arms around Sanji's shoulders as the cook jumped into the sea, followed by Nami, then Vivi, Zoro, and lastly Naruto. There they go, Usopp said while Chopper looking a little let down. Yeah, but I really wanted to go, he said, causing Usopp to pat him on the back. Don't worry, maybe next time, Usopp replied. Underwater. After gathering everyone to him, Naruto asked if there were any leaks or if the voice boxes wasn't working right. Seeing that everyone was okay to go, through Luffy complained about not being able to move and feeling really weak, he was ignored as they follow Naruto, who had brought out his book that was already open to a page with a map on it. The book itself had been placed in a see-through plastic bag to keep from getting wet, while in the other hand he held his sword, while around his shoulder was a med-sized duffel bag. Everyone be sure to keep an eye to our surrounding, no telling what may come our way. Naruto said, taking the lead with Vivi by his side. Sanji, Luffy, and Nami were in the middle and Zoro brought up the rear. Got ya, but how long will it take for us to reach this cave? Zoro asked, keeping watch of their back, with Luffy pretty much useless underwater and Nami and Vivi being the weakest of their group. It was mainly up to him and Naruto to protect everyone since Sanji was carrying Luffy. If I'm reading this right, about half an hour, Naruto replied as they swim farther down. As he descends, the crew marvels at the underwater sights, seeing the many different type of fish floating past them. Then a thought came to mind for Nami. Hey Naruto, will our bodies be able to handle the water pressure as we go down farther? Nami asked, bring up a very good point as everyone listen in. Relax, You see the underwater ridge over there? Naruto said, pointing to the mountain system ahead of him. Our goal lie in the valley known as a rift running along its spine. Naruto told them, looking back down at his log. From what my log says, Dragon Jaw Ginjo built it in a cave near the spine. And how the hell did he do that? Zoro asked, with Nami was really listening in now and wanted to take notes but couldn't due to the fact that they underwater at the moment, so she tried to memorize it. She was good at that. Well, to tell you that, let me explain a little about underwater ridges. Naruto replied, looking ahead of him once more to be sure they were going the right way. Okay, to start with, mid-ocean ridges are geologically active, with new magma constantly emerging onto the ocean floor and into the crust at and near rifts along the ridge axes. The crystallized magma forms new crust of basalt, better known as MORB, short for mid-ocean ridge basalt and gabbro. Swimming to the left, they headed down deeper near the ridge. The rocks making up the crust below the sea floor are youngest at the axis of the ridge and age with increasing distance from that axis. New magma of basalt composition emerges at and near the axis because of decompression melting in the underlying Earth's mantle. Reaching the ridge, Naruto studied his log for a moment before pointing to where the spine should be and heading there with everyone following. The oceanic crust is also made up of rocks much younger than the Earth itself. Bet ya didn't know that most of the oceanic crust in the ocean basins is less than 200 million years old. The crust is actually always in a constant state of renewal at the ocean ridges. Moving away from the mid-ocean ridge, the ocean depths progressively increases. Not only that, the greatest depths are in ocean trenches. As the oceanic crust moves away from the ridge axis, the peridotite in the underlying mantle cools and becomes more rigid. The crust and the relatively rigid peridotite below it also make up the oceanic lithosphere. Upon reaching the spine, and Naruto went about tracing his map for a second before they began moving again, not seeing the shadows now following behind a ways. By slowly spreading the ridges like the mid-Atlantic, that the ridge generally have large, wide rift valleys, sometimes as big as 10 to 20 km, 6.2-12 mi, wide and very rugged terrain at the ridge crest that can have relief of up to 1,000 meters, 3,300 feet. By contrast, fast-spreading ridges like the East Pacific rise are narrow, sharp incisions surrounded by generally flat topography that slopes away from the ridge over many hundreds of miles. Knowing all of this, Dragon Jaw was able to. Hey, are you even listening to me? Naruto yelled, seeing Zoro chatting away with Luffy about some nonsense. And you're supposed to be watching our back. What did you think was going to happen, shitty whiskers? I mean, hell, was any of that even English? Sanji mumbled, causing a tick mark to appear on Naruto's forehead. Don't mind them, I was listening and I got to say, I'm sure surprised you know so much about the sea. Nami said, her curiosity piqued at knowledge surprising him. There was something he talked to her about other than money. Yeah, like I was said, these morons should pay more attention when you're talking. Sanji said, giving a thumbs up to his fellow blonde who wonder how he could manage to sweat drop underwater at the cook's antics. Anyway, keep going, Nami told him. Right, like I was saying, Dragon Jaw knew all this because he also studied ocean geologically as well, and so made a hideout underwater where he would be the most safe, using the ocean itself as a stronghold. Stopping to look down at his map once again, Naruto gave his surrounding a quick look around to see they seemed to match up to the map in his log. Turning to the group, he spoke. Okay, this is the place, so keep your eyes open for a cave opening. And Nami, look out, Naruto yelled, causing everyone to turn around and see a large lion shark right behind her. EHHHH. Nami cried, barely swimming out of the way in time from having her leg bitten off. Damn it, we let our guard down. Zoro growled, rush forward and cutting the shark in two. At the moment, a little over half a dozen other pop out of nowhere, rushing at the pirates. Fuck, everyone get ready. Naruto called out as one of the lion shark rush at him. Grabbing his sword by the sheath, Naruto smashed it into the gut of the shark, causing said shark to cough up blood. Naruto, that is not how you use a sword. Zoro yelled as he had been wanting to see what kind of swordsmanship the treasure hunter used, to see him using the blade like a goddamn bat, cutting down two more sharks. Something came to mind for him. Where the hell is Vivi and Nami? Closing parenthesis. Zoro thought before blocking another one. Meanwhile, Nami was at the moment swimming for her life as two more lion sharks gave chase. Shit. This is why I told Usopp to hurry up in making my new weapon. Nami using her staff to block one of them from biting her, the other one went around to get at her, but peacock snake. Vivi yell lashing out one of her strings wrapping around the shark that was running her Nami and pull, cutting up. Damn, if this had been on the ground I could have done more damage. But this is fine too. Vivi thought, moving away from the oversized fish's blood spray out, causing the one attacking Nami to turn away and bite into the other one. Nami, let's go, Vivi shouted as the two swim away from the fighting lion sharks. Meanwhile Sanji had just kicked a shank out of his way while looking for Nami and Vivi. Luffy on the other hand was not happy at the moment. This sucks, damn it. I can't fight at all, Luffy complained in his head before noticing something. Hey Sanji, look, Luffy said, pointing to a cave opening much to Sanji's surprise. Good job shitty captain. Hey everyone, I think we found the cave. Sanji yell as Naruto and Zoro finish off the last lion shark. Everyone swim over to them. Things had settled down and Naruto pull out his log to look at the map once more. Yeah, this is it. Okay everyone, follow me, Naruto said, taking the lead after swimming for a good 10 minutes before they reach an opening at last. Here we are, Naruto said, bursting out of the water. Everyone else soon follow as they got to dry land. Taking off his mask, Naruto did a quick head count to make sure everyone made it up. Hey guys, I think it's safe to say this is the place, Naruto said after he was done counting and knew everyone was there. Taking of theirs masks, Vivi was the first to look up and saw the two giant pair of metal doors with dragon marking on them. This is the hideout of Dragon Jaw Ginjo, Vivi whisper, walking up next to the treasure hunters, and everyone followed. Finally, I can move. There are two doorways, Luffy said in confusion as Naruto walked up to one and slowly opened it, making sure there was no traps on the other side. Seeing it was safe, Sanji did the same with the door on the right. All clear over here, Sanji called out to Naruto, who nodded back. Good. Everyone remember what I said about the treasure being split up into two sets? Well, this is where we'll be going off on our own, Naruto told them, pulling out a few sheets of paper and handed it to Nami. Here Nami, since you're the smartest one in your group, this should help you guys out some. I write down the grid coordinates you should follow as well as what traps that were in my log. But keep in mind the hunter before me never made it to the end, so be on the lookout for more, Naruto state. Nami look over everything and nodded. Thanks, for that I'll lower your entrance fee by 7%. Nami said half jokingly as Naruto just sighed but take on a playful smile. Whatever, do me a favor and die here so we can look for a less greedy navigator, Naruto mumbled as Zoro and Vivi walked next to him while Luffy, Nami, and Sanji got together at the door on the other side. Alright guys, is everyone ready for our first treasure hunt in the Grand Line? Luffy shouted, getting pumped up. Sure kid, Naruto said, simply crossing his arms with a smirk. If we're going to be real pirates, it's like Nami said, we need to have lots of treasure, Zoro added, gripping his swords matching Naruto's smirk. I got to admit I getting pretty pumped up now, Vivi said with a grin while bouncing on her feet. Yeah, we can't be penniless pirates forever, Nami said with a smile. Well, I guess this is another step to becoming infamous in the Grand Line, Sanji stated, lighting up a cigarette and ready to get moving. That right, now let's go, Luffy shouted as they stepped through the door to their next big adventure. Above the sea where the Straw Hats were ship-weighted, Usopp was sitting on the bed in his cabin, tinkering with his slingshot, making sure it was in good shape in case he was needed anytime soon, as Chopper leaned over the edge of the ship with what seemed like a sad look in his eyes. Hey Chopper, are you still moping around about not going? Usopp asked, hoping the little reindeer who just sighed while he kept looking out to see something clearly caught his attention. Nope, not really, just wondering what that flag means, Chopper said, pointing ahead of him, catching Usopp's attention, and got up to see what he was talking about, but the moment he left the cabin and saw what it was, Usopp dropped his screwdriver, and his mouth hung open in shock. I wonder if that one of those cruiser ship Dr. Kurha told me about, Chopper asked Usopp, but said person could feel his breathing become labored and stiff. The reaction was only momentary though, as he quickly ran to and grabbed Chopper and shaking him. That a freaking pirate ship, you moron, Usopp yelled, shocking Chopper. Really? Chopper yelled as just as he finished, a cannonball hit the water behind him, making a massive splash that soaked them to the funny bone. They just stood there and blinked for a moment, looking at where the cannon had hit. They're firing on us, the two lone straw hats said at the same time, blinking as they stare at the other ship for a moment for finally screaming. Ah, they're firing on us. Chopper, get the cannons. Return fire. Usopp shouted as the reindeer ran away, screaming to do just that. Underwater cave of Dragon Jaw Ginjo. Well, this is new, Sanji mutter as he, Luffy, and Nami low crawl under a storm of arrows flying right above their heads that had started firing as soon as they had entered the passageway. Remind me to take another 5% off of Naruto's entrance fee. Nami mumbled, glad he had given them a list of trap thereby warnings them ahead of time. Even if you say that, I still don't think he going to pay it. Luffy said, grinning much to Nami's dismay as Luffy stretches out his right arm out and reaches through to the other end, grabbing a beam pole. Hold on to me, guys, Luffy said as both grab an arm before Luffy let go of the ground, pulling them to the other side, and some managed to stop them from crashing into the wall. Okay, so where to next, Nami? Luffy asked, jumping to his feet as Nami and Sanji got up as well. Well, it seemed we're supposed to go through this door, but on the inside the door we just came through is going to lock and we'll have to get past the two large statues at the end. Nami said, a bit confused by that, but Sanji just gave a careless shrug. It might mean there are some statues with a door behind them or something like that, Sanji said as he walked up to the steel door and opening it, and seemed to no longer be in a cave but a long hallway with two statues of centaurs kneeling at the end and a door in the middle. Well, this seems simple enough, but let's be careful of any traps the list might not have, Nami said as the walk all the way inside, boom, a gate just slammed down behind them, startling the three pirates. Well, it did say the door was going to be locked behind us, Luffy said. Nami and Sanji could tell from the shit-eating grin on H's face that their captain was having the time of his life at the moment. Ba-boom, 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 huh. All three gasped, seeing the two centaur statues began moving as they slowly raise up to their feet and pull the stone swords from their backs, holding them at the ready. I think we just found out what it meant by us having to get past these two, Sanji muttered. Like two waking statues, centaurs was no big deal, but Nami on the other hand. Nami screamed and dropped the list in her hand, as her mouth hung open in shock. Well, let's do this, Luffy shouted, pump up as the centaurs charge at them, with Luffy spinning his arm back. Gumu Gumu no, Pistol, Naruto, Zoro, and Vivi. Look like they started on their end as well. Naruto mused at the rumble his team just heard as he, Zoro, and Vivi stood in front of two steel doors while Naruto held what looked like a giant stone ball that was easily 3 times his size with only one hand. Still, this thing really surprised me, it just started rolling down here out of no way, Zoro said, drawing one of his swords and with 2 slashes cut the boulder into 4 pieces, shocking Vivi. How can Nami-san stand working with these monsters? Vivi thought before another loud rumble was heard, making her start to worry. Hey Naruto-san, if things keep going like that, isn't there a chance we could cause a cave-in? Vivi asked as they continued onward, coming up to a steel door. Maybe. Guess we should hurry up and find the treasure rooms, Naruto replied, kicking the doors open, allowing them to walk in. On the other side of the doors, Naruto, Zoro, and Vivi found a long walkway with 2 river banks, one on each side of the walkway that likely lead out to sea. However, the walkway was so long that they couldn't see the end of it. Alright, let's keep our guard up here, no telling what traps might be waiting for us, Zoro said, fingering the hilt of his sword dangerously as Vivi gulped, following him, but made her peacock strings ready as she followed him. Naruto had been about to do the same but stopped when his foot stepped into something soft. Looking down, he noticed the ground where there should have only been hard rock there was a muddy spot. Kneeling down, Naruto touched the mud patch and pulled up quite a bit of it. This is soil liquefaction, Naruto muttered, not happy about this turn of events. Even if it's this far along, it should take days or even weeks before this place goes under, but just to be on the safe side I'd better keep an eye out for changes, Naruto thought, getting up and catching up to Zoro and Vivi. Yo, was something wrong? Zoro asked, noticing Naruto had stopped back there for some reason. The blonde just sighed. Nah, just keeping an eye out for troublesome things, nothing big, Naruto mumbled his reply as Vivi looked from side to side of the river banks. While I understand that this Dragon Jaw person built this place as his stronghold, I don't really see the need for these river banks, Vivi said to herself as they walk on. Then suddenly a giant head popped up, it has long whiskers and huge teeth. Fa! Yelled Vivi with tears in her eyes as Naruto and Zoro jumped back. Shit, what's that? A fish? Zoro asked in surprise, but then jump out of his way when it launched this and bit a chunk of the walkway open. It can bite through stone. Naruto gasped surprise by that as it rushed at him, turning his surprise expression to a smirk as he held his arm back glowing with blue light and slammed it into the Sea King's jaw and sending it flying into the cave wall. Bull eyes. Huh. Naruto gasped, seeing 7 more pop out of the river banks. There are too many of them to fight in this close space, run. Zoro yelled as the 3 raced down the walkway with the Sea Kings on their tails. Luffy, Sanji and Nami. What up with these statues? Luffy yelled, launching a bazooka and smashing one of the statue's centaurs into piece only to watch it reform. No matter how many times we break them, they just keep putting themselves back together. Luffy exclaimed, landing in front of Nami as Sanji jumped off the cave wall, feet touching the top of the cave as he was aiming at the other one. Collier, shoot. Sanji yelled, jumps high into the air and lands a powerful kick to the centaur's neck, beheading it. Apal. Sanji adds, spinning around and sent a downward kick, splitting the rest of the body in half before landing only to look back and growl at it, putting itself back together again. Naruto said that the treasure hunters before him that came here, 3 were killed, 2 were badly wounded and the lead hunt damn near die right. I'm starting to understand why. Sanji muttered. Both centaurs' statues began slowly walking to them, their swords. If you guy can't destroy them, then how are we going to get past here? Nami said, gripping her staff, wondering how they were going to get out this one as Luffy stared at them. Naruto. Huh. Luffy mumbled, looking at the statues they were facing. Flashback. This boring, and I want to eat already. Luffy exclaimed loudly, and not for the first time Naruto wanted to punch him as hard as he could with hockey-infused fist. You can eat after you finish this, now get back to work. Naruto growled, pointing at all the wooded pieces around them as Luffy frowned. This so dumb, we already got ship, why do I need to learn how to build a dingy anyway? Luffy flipping through the pages of the book he was reading on how to build small boats when Nami came out on deck. Hey Naruto, what up with those bags of yours? I can get into them at all. Nami stated, seemingly annoyed she was unable to get at the barrels inside. Naruto's lip twitch upward little. Quote exclamation mark. Don't so open about the fact that you're trying to rob me. Naruto yelled as Nami stared at him for a moment. Forget it, I'll just use one of Zoro's swords. Nami said, turning to go back in. Stop it, I'll fucking kill you. Naruto shouted, getting pissed off now until he noticed Luffy trying to edge away. And you, stay right there. Naruto yelled, feeling like this was a daycare rather than a pirate ship with a captain who's wanted dead or alive. Luffy pouted, staying where he was, and Naruto felt he would have to kill Nami later. Look Luffy, if you want to eat so badly then just finish up or. Naruto seethed for a moment when suddenly, a sinister idea came over him. On second thought, go ahead, you can eat, just not any meat. Naruto stated, getting to his feet and picking up the book on the floor. What? Why? Luffy yelled, looking like the world had just ended. Sorry, but until you get this done I'm telling Sanji to feed you only the green stuff. Naruto replied, about to walk off, but at that moment his book on building small boats was snatched out of his hand faster than he could see. Huh. Naruto looking up at Luffy, and his eyes started to twitch as he watched wooden blocks fly together at high speed while Luffy kept looking down at the book every few seconds before going back to work. Done. Luffy said out loudly, showing the perfectly made boat. Naruto's eyes was still twitching the whole time. What the hell is up with that retarded motivation? Naruto shout, time, his teeth like blades now. What? I did like you ask. Oh well, time to eat now. Luffy about to run off. What a damn minute. Naruto yell, stopping him in his tracks. Naruto take that moment to calm down little. Look Luffy, there was more to this than just building a boat, it called being prepared for emergency. Naruto told Luffy as he sat back down. Nana, what do you mean? Luffy asked, only to be poked in the head by Naruto, who kept his finger in the middle of Luffy's forehead. Listen kid, you're strong as hell. There's no arguing that, but sometime you need to use your head rather than your fist. Naruto stated, flicking Luffy in the head. Ah, but that's too much trouble, beside just using my fists has been working fine for me so far. Luffy counter and Naruto take a second to wonder if Ikarubachu had gotten a headache from trying to teach him this stuff as well. I wonder about that. Tell me, how useful was your fists when you were under attack back in Drum Kingdom and had to hold back because Nami was still sick and Sanji had gotten hurt? Naruto asked coldly and Luffy froze, his eyes widening as he swallowed hard, remembering how bad that had gone and only had gotten out of there by luck alone. Glad I finally have your full attention now. Look Luffy, you're like how I used to be, the kind of guy who goes head first into a fight and get back into a corner when things don't work out. Naruto said, looking dead at Luffy. It's even worse for you because you're the captain of this ship and have a crew to look after. Naruto went on while Luffy just kept quiet. That why I'm having you do this like this? Sure, it might not seem like it worth it now, but trust me, knowing small stuff like building a boat or having some level of navigator skills will help you out a lot in the long run, even if you have people for it already. Like when Nami got sick and none of us really knew what to do before we got Chopper. Luffy asked and Naruto grinned. There ya go. Now you're getting it. Having at least some skills in your crewmate's art of expertise will go a long way. Naruto as Luffy looked down and his hat shadowed his eye. Hey Naruto, back in a place called Logue Town I ran into a guy called Smoker and had a small fight. Luffy began, but Naruto, having already known who that was, could guess how it went. Let me guess, you lost, right? All your attacks went right through him, correct? Naruto asked and Luffy nodded. Luffy, you're going to run into a guy like that a lot in the Grand Line. We're the normal way of attacking them don't work. Naruto said as Luffy looked up at him. Then how do I beat em? Luffy asked as Naruto sighed. For guys like us there is a way to win, but it's a pain in the ass. Are you will to go through it? Hearing the question, Luffy nodded, willing to do whatever it take to protect his crew. Naruto looked at him seriously now. Good, now hear what you do. For me there are 5 simple steps that I use when I come across an enemy I can't hurt easy. Naruto begin. Flashback. Hey Sanji, stay with Nami for a moment, I'm going to try something. Luffy said, surprising them as he spread his leg out, putting hands on his knees and take a deep breath. Step 1. Calm down. I know you just want to punch the shit out of whatever in your way, but that clearly not working, so just calm down and take a good look at the one you're facing. Luffy, what are you going to do now? You know we can't beat them no matter how many times we break them. Nami call out, but Luffy just looking at the statue's centaurs as one did a sword slash at him, but Luffy just jump out of the way. Step 2. Analyze the one you're facing. When fighting someone that can't be hurt the normal way, you got to test out what works and what doesn't, understand why, while keeping out of reach. Gumu Gumu no. Gatling gun. Luffy yell, firing off a rapid barrage of strong punches repeatedly in a blurry at one of the statue's centaurs from the air and smashing it to pieces. There it goes again. Luffy thought, watching its put itself back together. Every time we break them they just reform like it was nothing. Luffy thought as he was overshadowed by the second one. Without missing a beat, Luffy did several flip out of the sword slash way before stretches his leg. Gumu Gumu no. Whip. Luffy yell, striking the statue in the back and cutting it in half, but he was done yet and raise his leg high into the air. Gumu Gumu no. Straight blade axe. Luffy yell, slamming the stretched out leg over statue and crushing it to bits. However, before he could even take a moment to recover, Luffy was forced to quickly bring his leg back and dash out of the way of a giant stone hover. Really, how the hell are these guys doing that? Luffy exclaimed while Sanji and Nami look on. What the hell is this? Luffy's not going all out and it's like he looking for something. Sanji wondered to himself, knowing this was out of character for him. What the heck was that? Luffy asked himself as he thought he saw something flash the last time Luffy crushed one of the statues. Gumu Gumu no. Gatling gun. Luffy yell, once again firing off a rapid barrage of strong punches and smashing the statue to pieces, keeping his eyes open this time as Luffy watched the bit and piece fly back together. Thing time he saw it, a glowing red rock in the midst of the rest of the statues. Step 3. If you see something out of place, experiment a little to see the reaction of what happens. Gumu Gumu no. Super claw grabbed. Luffy shouted, shooting his arm out and snatching the stone out of the air before it became a part of the statue again. The next thing to happen shock all of them as the statue fall apart right before their eyes, no longer moving at all. Luffy, what the hell did you just? Nami gasped as he landed right in front of them, with a pout on his face. That all it take. I didn't even get to use steps 4 and 5. Luffy whined, confusing Nami and Sanji to what he was talking about. Oi Luffy, what are you going on abo huh? Sanji never finished as he saw Luffy flick the glowing stone to Nami, who caught it in surprise. Hey Sanji, I'm going to smash that other statue up. When I do, there should be another one of those glowing rock inside. I think it's what's making them move, so when you see it, grab it before the statue fully form again. Luffy said, and once again Nami and Sanji were shocked at how Luffy was acting. It was like he was using his head for once. Okay, got it, Sanji replied, knowing they needed to get past here first but would ask about the sudden change later when things had calmed down. Yosh, let's do this, Luffy said loudly, spinning his arm behind him. Gumu Gumu no, Pistol, Naruto, Zoro, and Vivi. Vivi, look out, Santoryu, Onigiri. Zoro yelled, cutting down another one of the catfish-like sea kings that had just tried to bite down on Vivi, flipping trough the air. Naruto landed on top of one of the sea king's head. Come and get me, ya moron, Naruto called out to the ones next to him as it raced over and tried to bite down on Naruto, on for said blonde to flip out of the way at the last moment, letting it bite down on its friend, causing a fight to break out between the two as Naruto landed back on ground level. That'll keep em busy for a while, let's move, Naruto ordered as the three ran away, but suddenly a chill ran down Naruto's and Zoro's backs. Hold on Vivi, Zoro called out, grabbing her just in time as a giant axe slammed down right in front of them. What now? Vivi Cree watched multiple axes crush down in front of them on the remaining part of the path before going back up and coming down again repeatedly. What the hell? Naruto and Zoro yell, ROOOOOAAARRRR, before hearing a loud roar behind, only to see the Sea Kings once again giving chase. Well shit, the Straw Hat's ship, Chopper, aim that cannon a little more to the left, Usopp yelled to the little reindeer, who did as he was told and fire, hitting the left mass of the enemy ship, causing Usopp to cheer. Ha ha, with this, they can't reach us, Usopp shouted and enjoyed. Ha, 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 only to have it die on the spot at seeing three large metal spear heads pierce through the side of the ship. Usopp cried, realizing there was rope tie at the end of the spearheads connected to wheel pullers on the other ship, which they used to yank the merry-go to them, nearly knocking Usopp and Chopper off their feet as the two ships slam into one another. This is bad. Chopper, get ready, Usopp yelled as the enemy pirates charged into the merry-go with their swords raised. Their form was sloppy at best, their sword training no doubt consisting of waving them menacingly to intimidate people, until one of them tripped. What the hell are these metal things? The nameless pirate growled as Usopp looked on in horror at seeing they spotted the air tubes connected to the sea masks. Whatever it is, just break it. It's in the way, one of his friends said, startling Usopp and Chopper. No, if they do that, then Luffy and the others won't be able to come back up. Chopper going heavy point, but before he could even try to stop them. Quack, a loud quacking sound rang out as everyone to cabin doorway to see Karoo standing there with a look of shock on his face as he sweat drop at seeing all the unknown pirates on the ship. Karoo, stop them. If they broke those air tube, Vivi and the other will be in trouble, Usopp yelled to him, causing Karoo to snap to attention as he rushed over to the air tube and head-butted them away. Turn to Usopp and Chopper. Karoo looked both mad and confused, with a hint of being scary thrown in the middle. Quack, 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 Karoo began quacking at them. What the hell has been happening while I was sleeping? Is what he said, Chopper said, translating to Usopp, who nodded back. Ah well, you see we attack, and why the hell am I answering to a duck? And you were sleeping. How the hell did you sleep though, all those freaking explosions? Usopp shout back, sharp teeth and all showing, but before they could go on, a large shadow jumped behind Karoo, scaring him as the giant duck ran behind Usopp. Hello there mate, name's Captain Pappu. If ya don't mind, we'll be taking this ship along with all the money here as well, Pappu told them. He was an obese and round man, with a very round face, bulbous nose, a row of rounded teeth, and gray hair sticking unkempt on the sides and on top of his head. His arms and legs are very thin in proportion to his wide frame, and his fingers are very thick and short. All this made Pappu resemble a pig wearing pirate's captain clothing. Surround them, Pappu ordered, causing all his men to gather around Usopp, Chopper, and Karoo, who all gulped. Damn it, this is no time for us to be acting all scary. Usopp exclaimed, stealing him as he lowered his goggles ready to go. As all of this is going on, let's take a trip back to a Marine HQ in Logetown, where we see the bodies of Marine lying on the cold hallway floor, either dead or dying in pools of blood, and a cloaked person standing in the middle holding one Marine by the neck. Damn you. If Captain Smoker had been here, he would have stopped you by now. The Marine said, though his voice was hoarse from the choking as the person smiled at hearing the name, almost like hearing about the captain made him happy. So Smoker is a captain, not EH. Even if I've lost all love for Marines, it's good to know he doing well. I'll just bet Tashigi is still following him around like a lost puppy. Man, this really take me back. The person's word, who was clearly a woman, hit the Marine hard. Why you know Captain Smoker and Tashigi-san? He gasped in shock. Yes, in fact you could say I used to be old friends with them, but that beside the point. Lady replied, tightened her grip around his throat to the point he almost couldn't breathe at all. Now I'll ask once more, will you take me to the cell room where you keep your inmates? Lady asked, causing him to look up at her in hate as she lightened her hold just enough for him to speak. If I do, you will let me live, right? He questioned, getting a nod as she thankfully let him go. The Marine really didn't want to help her, but it was clear if he said no she would just kill him and keep looking on her own, so there was little point in trying to stop now that everyone beside him was dead. You have my word that as long as you don't try anything funny you will live to see tomorrow, she stated as he got up, rubbing his neck, and told her to follow him. Walking down the hallway, he tries his best to not look at him. Fallen comrades lie on the floor, covered in their own blood. Were we really this helpless without Tashigi-san and the captain? Damn it all. Not for the first time. He had to suppress the urge to turn around and tear her apart, but he knew that would just ask for himself to get killed. No, the best thing he could do was wait until she was gone and tell the higher-up what happened. Lucky there was a Vice Admiral called Stainless on his way here, so all he had to do was bear with for now and wait for a chance to get in contact with him. You'll find what you're looking for down here, the Marine said, opening a door that led to stairs going down below. Having him go first, the Marine headed on down, well keeping quiet and trying to think of just who she might be after. As far as he knew, he had heard of anyone matching her look, though with that cloak on she come be anyone. It'd take a few minutes, but they finally reached the bottom, finding a steel door waiting for them. The prison cell is behind there, he said, stopping right in front of the cell, and turned to her. Good, and where can I find those with a bounty passing into the millions? She asked, causing him to suppress growl. Just keep heading down the middle until you reach the end, you'll find another steel door. On the inside are the ones who have bounties of 1 million or more. We keep them in certain cells due to us having a low amount of kairoseki on hand, he replied, getting a smile out as she placed a left hand on his face. I can tell you really didn't want to do this, so you have my thanks. However, without realizing what was happening, she pushed her hand farther on his cheek, sending him flying into the wall. I'll keep my promise to let you live, but I don't need you awake anymore, so just sleep for a while, she raising her leg up and kicking the door in. Walking inside, all the inmate were at their cell room bars looking at the newcomer who just came in. Hey, who the hell is that? Don't know, just tell because of the cloak. Who care? Hey, you're not with the Marine, right? Let us out here. Yeah, help a brother out, would ya? They just kept on demanding to be let out, but the lady paid them no mind as she reached the end of the room and coming up to the second steel door just like she had been told about. Kicking the down like before, the lady saw the unlike room before it. The door were made of pure metal and not just bar, though her attention quickly went to what was at the end of the hallway, a large container filled with some form of pink liquid. Well, would you look at that, I don't even have to search for her, she exclaimed with a grin, heading for the tank and not caring for the inmate who yelled for them to be let out. Upon reaching the container, she threw her hood back and placed her hands on her hips, showing her full appearance. Her hair was baby blue and slicked back and would have shown her forehead if not for the fact she was wearing a pure back mask to cover everything from her forehead to her eyes, stopping just above her nose. Long striped leggings, evening gloves, tight and small shorts with a belt and boots. She seems to have no upper attire, revealing her bikini top uncovered. East Blue's only known Logia class fruit user. I've wanted to meet you, the lady said to the tanker, causing a few bubbles to appear before a woman's face form, looking at her with a smirk. Oh, my, she drawled. I didn't think I would have a visitor so soon. Wish I could tidy up a bit. The lady just smirk at the imprisoned Logia and cross her arms under her. I do hope you bought some appetizing food, I haven't had anything good to eat in weeks. Sorry to disappoint you, I didn't bring any sweets. But I'm sure we can head to the cafe and find you some if you like. She narrowed her eyes at the masked woman, sensing slight sarcasm. Well then, is there a reason you're here for then? The liquid woman asked. Oh, I was just in town to do some visiting when first heard the Marine caught themselves a rather nice catch for East Blue, wanted dead or alive for 7,800,000 Barris Honey Queen of the Trump siblings. Honey's smirk turned into a full-blow grin at this point. My captain could make great use out of you, the lady added as she stared dead at her. Is this an offer to join a new crew? Honey asked as the lady leaned her head back and her smirk darkened. Yes, well if you don't want to, I sure you'll have fun going wherever that Vice Admiral Stainless take you, who is heading here as we speak. She answered before punching a hole into the large container, letting the pink liquid spill out like water. Thank you, and if it's all the same I'll be taking you up on your offer. Honey said as her jelly substances like body started to take the form of a human until there was as an attractive, tall, slender woman with wavy blonde hair, which she ties into two pigtail buns standing where the liquid. But I still have yet to hear your name, Honey stated as the unknown lady gave her the cloak she had been wearing to cover Honey Queen body. How rude of me, you might call me Mirror. Mirror odd name ya got there. Any reason why? Honey asked, wrapping the cloak around her shoulders. The only answer she got was a smile before Mirror turned around. Come, we should get a move on, Mirror stated, walking away with Honey behind her. However, at the moment Honey saw her blue hair, something caught her eye. There's no telling when Vice Admiral Stainless will get here, and even together I'm not all the sure we can beat him, so let head to the. Mirror's words stop at feeling Honey's hand on her hair as she moved it out of the way to see a large scar on the left side of her back. That a rather nasty looking scratch, looks like it had been pretty deep too. Over your left lung even, how on earth did you survive it? Honey asked, having already noticed the gunshot wound earlier on her left but hadn't known it left such a mark on her. She would later admit that she found Mirror to be more than a bit creepy, but when she turned around and Honey saw that grin on her face, it really unnerved her, to say the very least. You could say I didn't, now let's go, Mirror replied, walking ahead as Honey stayed where she was for a moment, not sure what just happened. A chill had just ran a circuit on her spine, and for a few seconds there, every warning bell in her body went off, telling her to get the hell away from this woman. Okay. Note to self: avoid talking about that scar, Honey mumbled, catching up to her. It wasn't long before they left the prison room and heading back up top before Mirror began opening up every door she saw as if looking for something before stopping at one. This will do, Mirror stated, walking inside a room with Honey. The room itself looked to be one of the barracks room, but what Mirror had stopped in front of was a mirror. I know there a joke I can use somewhere in here, Honey said in a sarcastic manner before Mirror grabbed her by the hand and walk up to the mirror and placing a hand on it and pushing into it. Honey's eyes widen as a strange liquid slithers out of the mirror that was shiny and gold in its appearance, began to crawl its way onto Mirror, and before long cover both of them in the substances, then return back to the mirror with neither woman to be seen. Location unknown. In a room on board a ship out at sea, the mirror over a desk sudden began spilling out a liquid-like substances before return to normal, leaving Mirror and Honey in the room. Well, that was new. You wouldn't have happened to have eaten a devil fruit too, Honey asked as she followed her out the room to the deck arena. Nope, you could say a man I killed gave me these powers, Mirror stated, and Honey just smirked, not really caring that this lady just owned up to murder as they reached the front of the deck, seeing many people dress up in a cross-section of mystics and religious tribal shamans, and Indian fakirs. There was also a humanoid cat there as well. It didn't take long for them to notice the two lady. There you are, Mirror, one of the man with 3 long ponytails holding a board sword growling and looked pissed off. You take too long, damn it. And who's this? Some friend you brought for sightseeing? He sneered as the humanoid cat person walk up to him. Hey, calm down. Do keep in mind that our first mate you're talking to like that, the cat person told him, but that just seemed to piss him off even more. So what? What type of first mate goes off whenever she please and doesn't back at the time she said she would? I mean, we've been waiting 2 weeks for nothing when she said she'd only be gone for 3 days, he exclaimed while Mirror just looked at him amused. Enough. A voice said calmly, causing everyone to turn to see a man sitting on a large crate looking at cards, attached to many slim branches, each housing a card. I'm sure Mirror has a good reason as to why she took so long and who the young lady she brought with her is. The man stated. He was a tall guy, with black triangle symbols on his eyebrows, red eyes, and golden hair that reaches down to his hips. He also has a black cross tattooed at the base of his throat at the front of his neck. His attire includes a pure white coat with a ruffled neckline and sleeves. He also wears purple trousers tucked inside black boots with white laces on them and a dark ornament made of fur circling the lower part of his torso, with a lighter shade in the middle of it. He also has a pink sash tied around his waist, with a piece of jewelry hanging from it. Sorry, I really don't. I pretty much just lost track of time. Mirror laughed sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head as the man looked at her for a moment before sighing tiredly. I should have known. And the women? The man asked, but it was clear he really didn't care one way or another. Right. This, my dear captain, is Honey, Queen of the Trump siblings, who has a bounty of 7,800,000. Mirror replied, catching his attention as he looked up from his cards to the fellow blonde as the rest of the crew look on in shock. I thought she could join our crew to make up for me taking so long. Mirror told him with a smile, but the man from before had enough. You think you can just take off for 2 weeks to visit your home sea and bringing this bimbo back will make it all okay? He yelled, and by this time Honey, who had kept quiet until now, spoke up. Would just shut up already. I'm new and it's already clear to me you're just a lowly pawn with no real say in anything. Honey snickered under her breath, yet just loud enough for him to hear her, earning a dangerous glare from man. Why, you little... He roared, racing at her in anger and slashed his sword at Honey before anyone could stop him, but rather than cutting her down the middle, Honey stood where she was as they all gasped at her still standing, even though she had been split in two as pink liquid and not blood dripped out of her so-called wound. A Logia type EH. The captain said with an raised eye as Honey reform and Mirror smirk at the shock look on Honey's attacker's face before Honey raised her arm and Toro, lock. Honey yelled, throwing her arm at the man and gabbing him in a ball of pink liquid and taking joy in the fact that he couldn't breathe as everyone watched him slowly suffocated to death, until a sword slash hit it, somehow breaking the Toro lock, setting the man free, and surprising Honey at how easy he broke it. Let's stop there. You've made your point. The long blonde-haired captain said, getting up, and after putting away his blade he walked over to Mirror and Honey. Well, what do you think, Captain Hawkins? Mirror asked with smirk, already knowing the answer as he came to his fellow blonde and placed a hand softly on her cheek. She'll do just fine. Honey Queen was it. On special recommendation from my first mate, welcome to my Hawkins Pirates. At his words Honey smiled lasciviously at the man. Back with the Straw Hats ship. Heavy gong. Chopper yelled, cross-arming 3 pirates before ducking under a sword slash and turning around to punch the one that just tries to cut him in half in the face. Lead star, fire star, lead star, fire star, Usopp rubber band, lead star, fire star, lead star, fire star. Usopp screamed on Karoo back as they ran around the invading pirates, firing attack after attack and hitting with deadly accurately as the pirates fall one after another from each shot. Pappu looked on at the scene. His men were being taken out by just 3 people, well 2 really, which made this even more embarrassing. That enough of that. Time to take these punks out myself. Pappu muttered, rushing up to Chopper from behind but also catching Usopp's attention. Chopper, watch behind you, yelled, startling the human-like reindeer as he turned to see the charging captain with a large axe in hand. Whaaa, axe, Chopper cried, jumping out of the way just in time as the captain barely missed his slash. That's scary me. Are you trying to kill me? Chopper shouted at the fat captain. That the idea, mate. Tonight I'll be eating devil fruit deer chops for dinner. Pappu replied as he hefted his axe from the sheath over his shoulder and ran his finger across the blade. Naturally, this hit a nerve with Chopper. I'm a reindeer, and you ain't eating me, you fat ass pig. Chopper fired back, ready to send him flying. Good, Chopper a monster, so he can deal with the captain and I'll just take out the rest with Karoo. Usopp thought, readying his weapon. Alright Karoo, let's end this. Usopp ordered, going into badass mode as Karoo gave out a loud war cry before rushing off, and Usopp for some reason fell off his back. Karoo, wait, I fell off. Usopp yelled, causing Karoo to stop and turn to him, but for some reason seeing Usopp's face scary the giant duck and he went back to running away. Hey, get the hell back here. Usopp screamed as enemy pirates chase after the two. Papu on the other hand look at the scene, sweat dropping. How am I losing again? Luffy, Sanji and Nami. Hey Nami, here comes a few more, catch. Luffy yell with a grin as he throw 3 more red stones to Nami in midair, who blink in surprise. Okay, I got 'em. Nami yell back, catching the stones throw her way. Hearing a loud wheezing sound rushing her, she jumped back just as a giant stone arrow hit the ground where she was just at. Looking up, Nami frowned at seeing over a dozen giant Indian stone archers. Right after they managed to get past the last room into this one, the 3 were quickly attacked by more stone statues, this time in the form of Indian archers. Nami duck. Sanji's voice rang out as Nami dropped to the ground, nearing getting an arrow into her back. Seeing how close to death Nami was, Sanji like always got pissed off. From up top the walls, Sanji bounce off and slam his foot into the back of the statue, smashing it to pieces. Before landing in front of Nami, he managed to grab the red out of the pal pebbles. Hi Nami-san. Here are a few more. Sanji yelled with hearts in his eyes as he handed Nami 5 more stones, causing her to swear, drop. What am I now, a rock collator? Nami thought in dismay, adding the rock to the ever-growing amount in her bag. Still, this is taking too long. Can't you guys speed this up? Nami exclaimed. Looking around, Sanji did a quick count and found that there were about 13 left from the 25 they started out with. It not that easy, Nami-san. They're just too many of them for us to take out all at once. Sanji stated. At that moment 2 rubber arms shot to him from behind them, and one wrapped around each of the waist and pulled the screaming pair back to the entice of the room. Luffy, what the hell are you doing? Sanji yelled as he and Nami were brought over to their grinning captain. Come on, you guys were in the way. Luffy said, ignoring his question as he set them down behind him. The statues immediately turned their attention to the 3 that were now back into a corner. Damn it, now they're all aiming at us at once. Sanji growled, wondering why Luffy put their target in one spot to hit when Luffy began sucking in a lot of air. Gumu Gumu no Fusen. Luffy yelled, inflating himself rapidly, then twist his body around tightly before blowing the air out behind them while untwisting to fly in forward while spinning towards the enemies. Gumu Gumu no Storm. Nami and Sanji could only watch in awe as Luffy unleashed a constant barrage of powerful punches just like his Gatling, but because its was power greatly enhanced by the momentum of his launch and were enough to smash right through all of the remaining Indian archers. EHHHHHH. When the hell did he learn to do that? Nami yelled as she and Sanji watched Luffy keep it up even after all of them were nothing more than dust. I think you beat them already, Luffy. Sanji mumbled. It was a few more seconds before Luffy finally stopped his attack and raced back to them. I know, but I want to get all of these before they put themselves back together again. Luffy said, holding 2 handfuls of red rocks in his hands. Much to Nami and Sanji's shock, Luffy quickly gave them to Nami before blowing his own hands that were bright red. Shit, hitting those thing over and over like that really hurt. Luffy cried before a grin returned to his face. Oh well, this cave is really fun. I wonder what else we'll run into, ha ha ha. Luffy cackled with a big smile before running off and leaving a stupefied Nami and Sanji in their place. Sigh. He turned into more of a monster. They said with a dark cloud over their heads, they both running off to catch up. Naruto, Zoro, and Vivi. Finally. What a pain in the ass. Naruto growled as he and Zoro stood up top a pile of Dead Sea Kings, panting from being tired out. There is no way either of you are human. Vivi cried, believing she now had irrefutable proof that she had monsters acting as her bodyguards. Well, if you put it like that, Zoro said, looking bashful and trying not to smile. Stop it, you'll make us blush. Naruto added, grinning and a little red in the face as Vivi's sweat dropped at the 2. That wasn't a comp NT. And are normal people really happy when they're told they aren't human? Vivi shouted as they jump off the pile of beaten Sea Kings before looking up at the ceiling at multiple axes crushed down in front of them and sigh. Now how do we get past this? Zoro mumbled with a frown as the 3 stare up at the top where axes were coming down from. I could just jump up there and knock down that structure, but then we run the risk of bringing the cave down on our heads. Naruto stated with his arms crossed and his head tilt to the side. We could probably survive something like that. Zoro looked, crossing his arms and tilting his head to the side like Naruto. That true, but we'd have a hard time getting out of here. Naruto stated. We could still blast our way out of here. Zoro replied. That true, but I wonder if the others will be alright, bet they'll be pretty mad. Naruto stated. It alright, as long as they survive it alright. Zoro replied. That true, but, could you two monsters please stop talking like there aren't normal human in this crew? Vivi asked, sweat dropping and wishing they acted a bit more like they couldn't be killed. But can't normal humans survive something like a cave-in? Naruto and Zoro asked, looking like they were truly confused. No, they can't. Vivi screamed with anime tears falling down her face. Luffy, Sanji and Nami. They're nothing here. Luffy commented with a down expression, only seeing a large hull in front of them as Sanji walked next to Nami. Hey Nami, is there anything in the files on this room? He asked as Nami went through the paperwork Naruto handed her but came up with a frown. No, I guess that room was as far as they got, but I don't think we have much farther to go. Nami said. Looking around, she saw that the hallway was indeed long and wide. There was also torches on each side of the hallway. All in all, this no longer looked like a cave anymore. We don't know anything about this room, so let's take it slow and keep our eyes open. Nami told them as they begin at a slow pace while looking from side to side for anything that might attack them. Naruto, Zoro, and Vivi. Jumping into the air and slicing off the last drop-down axe, Zoro landed back on the ground and sheathed his swords with a sigh. There we're at the end. Zoro said as Vivi walked up to him quietly. No matter how many times I see their power, it still surprises me. Vivi thought, however, it was at this point she noticed that Naruto was still away behind them. Naruto-san, is something wrong? Vivi asked, and Zoro turned around to see him looking at one of the stick of the broken axes with a worry yet curious expression on his face. What up, you find something? Zoro spoke as the blonde of their team walked up to him still holding the so-called branch. Yeah, this isn't wood or metal, it's staghorn coral, or simply called stony coral. Naruto told them, leading to a raised eye from Zoro and a blank look from Vivi. I know what coral is, but staghorn coral, Vivi said, placing a hand under her chin in thought, waiting for him to explain. It coral that grows rapidly and is very abundantly in the reefs near East Blue Land. On my homeland it grew near the western coast. Naruto began. It's not so surprising they're strong enough to be used as beam, because everything seemed to be stronger in the Grand Line, but... Naruto paused, looking down at the coral. But what? Zoro asked, not liking the look on his face. Well, the bleaching may have started, however I don't think it should be taking this long for these things to die. Naruto replied. Zoro and Vivi both look at him in confusion this time. Seeing this, Naruto went on to explain. Bleaching is the loss of intracellular endosymbionts, which is symbiodinium, also known as zooxanthellae, through either expulsion or loss of algal pigmentation. Naruto stated, only to get blank looks and swear drops from his two teammates, and for the first time he wished Nami was here. Look, symbiodinium is what coral need to receive inorganic nutrients. The fact that they're all cut down means they can't get that and should have rotten away already. You two understand that, right? Naruto asked, receiving nods. Then Vivi spoke. Okay, but what's that got to do with anything? Vivi asked. Yeah, so they lasted a little longer than normal. What the problem? Zoro, as Naruto held the coral in both hands and snapped it in half. The problem is when they start bleaching, these things die in anywhere between 4 to 6 months later. In the Grand Line I can see them lasting a few years longer, but... Naruto stopped for a moment to look at the inside of the coral. Dragon Jaw Ginjo was said to have died over 90 years ago, so why is there coral that haven't been cut but a few months ago in a cave that was made over 90 years ago? Naruto asked, and both eyes widened at seeing what he was getting at. I get it. These traps should have fall apart a long time ago from the coral rotting away. Vivi exclaimed as Zoro growled. Someone been fixing this place up for the last 90 years. Zoro said in an irate tone, as Naruto threw the broken coral to the side. More or less, we should keep our guard up, since this means there's a very high chance we're not alone. Naruto muttered, reaching Vivi and Zoro. The three then finally stood in front of the double doors. and using his right hand he placed his index finger and the right and his middle finger on the left, then with a flick the door flew open, banging on the wall. "Alright, let go," Zoro said, and Naruto taking the lead while Vivi take up the rear in case anything attack from the front, and not a second they step out. Gumu Gumu no pistol. Kotelet. Spinning around, Naruto quickly used his left knee to block a hard kicks to the ribs, and pulling out the Wado, Zoro used the back side of the blade to block Luffy's punch which had been aimed at his head. "Oh wow. It is dumbass. And that fucking hurt," Naruto growled, using his leg to push Sanji away as Luffy landed on the ground, his shit-eating grin still pasted on his face. "Haha. Sorry about that, but looks like everyone's here." Luffy grinned as Nami sigh, walking up to them. "Sorry guys, but we thought you were some more of those stone statues that kept attacking us in the last two rooms we came from." Nami told them. "Stone statues, attack them." Naruto and Zoro thought, wondering what they went through. "Okay, I'm just glad everyone made it safe and sound," Vivi said behind Naruto and Zoro, and Sanji imminently gained hearts in his eyes. "Vivi-san, I'm so glad you managed to still be safe with these two morons on your team. I promise never to leave you alone again," Sanji sang while doing his weird dancing around Vivi, whose sweat drop at the cruise chef and getting tick mark on Zoro and Naruto's faces. "Just die already, you arrow cook," Naruto said in a bore tone, only for Sanji to appear right next to him. "What was that, you fucking whiskers?" Sanji but was then knocked down when Nami whacked him in the head with her staff. "Enough. If we all mat up like this, then that means we must be nearing the end." Nami spoke, bring their attention back to the matter at hand. Oh right. Well, hopefully that the last door room," Naruto said, looking ahead of them. There at the end of the room was two large double doors about 14 feet high, and on each side of it was a silver dragon statues. "I wonder if those are going to attack us next?" Luffy asked almost in a hopeful tone as Nami tense, feeling that was indeed a possibility. "I doubt it. They would have done so already if they were going to," Sanji said, trying to light up a cigarettes but couldn't due to them all being wet. "Oh, boring," Luffy exclaimed, disappointed. "Not sure what you're talking about, but we should be careful because there might be someone waiting for us on the other side," Vivi stated, causing Luffy, Nami, and Sanji's heads to snap to her. "Huh, what the heck are you talking about?" Nami gasped in shock, but Zoro was the one to answer. "The room we just came out of had a shitload of trap, and from what Naruto saw they was recently fixed, meaning someone been down here working on them," Zoro stated, getting a groan out of Nami. "Of course there is, why is kind of stuff always happens to us?" Nami mumbled bitterly. She may have gotten used to things like this happening but clearly still didn't like it. "Well, we're already here, so let's get going," Luffy said, happily running up to the door and kicking it open. However, on the inside it wasn't what they were looking for. "What the hell is this?" Sanji muttered, a what the fuck expression on his face, which was mirrored by Naruto, Luffy, and Zoro. Slowly walking in, they saw boxes of crates with random tools lying around. There was also bone of fish and sea kings here and there as well. All in all, it really didn't look like a place to hold treasure at. "Oh, ho, ho, ho. Look like some strong ones finally came here," a voice called out, causing everyone to look ahead of them and see a short and stumpy man who was more than a foot shorter than each of the Straw Hat members, with long, cuter hair on the sides of his head, but is totally bald on top. He has extremely long pointy ears, narrow eyes and an upturned nose, a sloping wrinkled forehead, pronounced cheekbones high up on his face with an extremely large cleft chin. His yellow eyes turned to them from the cup of fish he was eating with a creepy glow. All he was wearing was blue shirt and black shorts. "I welcome you to my cave," he said in a low tone, causing Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Vivi hairs to stand right up. But Naruto and Luffy, "Ha ha 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 ha, what the hell is that? Some kind of mole man? He looks so fucking retarded," Naruto suddenly yelled as he burst out laugh. The other kind of just sweat drop at their crewmate as he kept laughing. However, to everyone's surprise, the short man just chuckled as well. "Well, I guess such a thing can't be helped. After all, I've researched and experiments on my body so much that I ended up in this awful state," he replied, getting a look out of Nami. "Research and experiments? So what is he, scientist or something?" Nami thought as Luffy spoke up for the first time. "Awful. No way. I think you look cool. Hey, want to join my Stop you fool. Zoro and Sanji yell, kicking him in the head much to the other's relief. Well, whatever. As you can see, we have some really strong guys here, so you'd better tell where the treasure at or we'll get rough. Nami said, taking command, but Naruto then stood in front of her. Nami, Vivi, you two had best get back for a moment. Naruto grinned, holding his sword, much to her confusion as Zoro, Sanji, and even Luffy, who had gotten to his back feet, step up next to him. Whoa, hey, wait a minute, there no need to get violent, he just a old man. Vivi yell as to her it didn't feel right attack someone so weak looking. And how did you manage to survive in Baroque works for as long as you did? Zoro mutter, getting a winch out of Vivi and a growl out of Sanji. What the Marimo mean is look at his eyes, this man's eyes are of those of a bloodthirsty murderer. Sanji told her, causing Vivi and Nami jump a bit in shock. Now that you mention it, it does feel like this guy's been inching to kill us ever since we saw him. Luffy grinned. This guy, noticed that but still asked him to join our crew. Nami, Sanji, and Vivi thought, sweat dropping. Ha ha ha, my, you people are good. Now as for my treasure, it all over there, he said, pointing to his left. Following his hand, Nami's eyes light up at seeing 3 large treasure cases. Wow, thank, you really are a nice guy, Luffy said, turning to walk over there, but Naruto had grabbed him by the ear, causing the pirate captain to cry out in pain. Wait, how are those yours? Shouldn't this cave and everything in it belong to a long since dead pirate by the name of Dragon Jaw Ginjo? Naruto asked, and the atmosphere seemed to tense as the old gray man grin take on a darker tone, and Vivi and Nami gulp. They're right, something not right with this guy. Nami thought. So there are people who still remember that old name mine. How flattering. He replied, causing Zoro to raise an eyebrow. You're Ginjo. Sorry, but I find it hard to believe you were a pirate captain at any point in your life. Zoro stated, only to get a smirk in return. Well, I suppose that can't be helped either, but let me ask you this. Do you know why I was called Dragon Jaw? He asked, surprising them by taking his shirt, showing a lot of some would call puppy fat. This is why. The last part was yell out as the Straw Hats stare in shock of his face expanding. His ears grow sharp to near elf-like ears. His arms grow long and thin, tipped with large hands with long fingers. His legs take on a more animal-like structure, but were just as thin. As for his head, now that where things got bad, his head grew and grew until it was 4 times bigger than before, being much longer than his now insects-like skeleton body, and his jawline got huge, causing his mouth to fall open and show a row of sharp teeth. His body had taken an emaciated, almost skeletal-like appearance. His bones can be seen through his gray skin. His decaying, starved appearance was offset by the overgrown head that was 5 times their size, and his long stick-like arms and leg pushing him about 7 feet off the ground. The hell? Naruto eyes and others widen in shock at the sight before them. His true form looked disgusting, and all the Straw Hats thought so. You still doubt my claim, If so, then let me put them to rest. Ginjo yell, opening his mouth wide, and then, to their surprise, leap at them with impossible speed and nearly ate them all in one bite, but everyone managed to jump out of the way in time. Naruto, I thought you said this guy was dead. Zoro shouted, carry Nami on his shoulder with Naruto next to him on the other. Said Luffy had grabbed Vivi and threw her on his back as he and Sanji had jumped to the other side on the room. Yeah, I thought he was dead too, but seemed that bit of info I had was wrong. Naruto replied before he and Zoro were forced to dodge once again as Ginjo used his thin leg to rush at them, and to their shock his teeth bite into the ground only to put large chunk of said ground. What the fuck? Is he some kind of devil fruit user? Nami cried as Ginjo turned to them. Not at all, this is simple the power of one who has great control of Seimei Kiken. Ginjo stated, not seeing Luffy appear over him. Gumu Gumu no. Stamp. He called, kicking Ginjo in the back and slamming his skeletal-like body into the ground only to watch in horror as he craned his neck 180-degree around it, and to it even more shock said neck actually stretched at his, giving Luffy only enough time to throw Vivi to sand his as the upper part of his body was eaten. Luffy! Vivi cried. Naruto acting fast clasped his hands together, leap into the air and hammed Ginjo in the head, causing him to growl out in pain, thereby releasing Luffy, who gasped for air. This guy's breath really smells bad. Luffy exclaimed, landing next to Nami as Naruto did a flip in the air and landed right by him, Zoro, not one to be left out, quickly made it to their side. What the hell is up with his body and that biting power? Even Arlong wasn't this bad. Nami yelped, getting off Zoro's back. That one of the powers of Seimei Kiken, it give one an abnormal amount of control over their bodies and let them morph it in ways that help them in battle. In this case he used it on his jaw. Naruto told them, rubbing his chin and causing Zoro and Vivi to look at him with blank expression. Is there anything you don't know, you human dictionary? Zoro muttered, getting a tick mark on Naruto's head. I only know about it because my mother uses a similar ability called biofeedback. Naruto stated. Ginjo hearing this grinned, though one couldn't really tell how his head. Oh, so you know that much? Then let me show you a new way I've devised in using the Seimei Kiken. Ginjo roared, raising his left hand, and two dots of light appear on his index and middle finger and fire them at the door they just came in from. What did he just do? Zoro asked, getting the feeling that things were about to get worse. Ba-boom. The loud sound of stomping reached them, shaking the cave-in and sending chills down Luffy, Nami, and Sanji's backs. Hey, please tell me that not. Nami began, with tears running down her face. Sorry Nami-chan, but there were statues right outside the door. Sanji said. Ba-boom. Hearing a loud banging outside he really wish he had smashed them up when he had the chance. Naruto, Vivi, and Zoro all looked confused as to what the three are talking about. Oh boy, here again. Luffy cheered loudly. Boom. A crashing sound broke into the air as the doorway they just came from was burst into. Turn around. Sanji and Nami groan at seeing the dragon statues come crashing into the room. Naruto, Vivi, and Zoro look as though they were about to pop out of their head. Yep, here we go again. Nami and Sanji. Rumble. Arm point. Chopper growl, biting down on an orange jawbreaker looking ball, causing his body to morph. His biceps, triceps, and shoulders become extremely muscular in a human-esque form, and he retains his hooves. Captain Pappu looked pretty surprised by this. You're in odd zone type. Never seen one that had more than 3 form. Pappu readying his sword and axe as Chopper put his hooves together on the right side of his body. Now take this Kokuti Roseo. Chopper yelled, launching himself at the other pirate. Pappu tried to use his sword and axe as a shield, but the punch had such a forceful blow behind it that his hoof smashed them into pieces, hitting the man in the gut and leaving an imprint in his victim that looks like a soccer pedal before sending the Pappu flying across the ship and into the sea. Take. Pant. That. Chopper exclaimed, trying to catch his breath, but was glad it was over. Gah. Usopp. However, he just then realized Usopp still needed his help and turned around to help, only to sweat drop at what he saw. Pile of enemy pirates lying on the ground, beaten to a pulp or smoking. And standing in the middle of it all was Usopp and Karoo, who had somehow gotten back on Karoo, breathing so hard they looked like they might have a heart attack. Who else want some? Usopp shouted, shaking with his slingshot at the ready. Wow. He beat them all by himself. Chopper thought with stars in his eyes. Great job, Usopp. We won. Chopper cheered, causing Usopp to look at him then around them to see that it was indeed over, and he managed a shakily smile. Of course, we won. I'm the great Captain. USO. PP. After saying that, he passed out, falling off of Karoo, shocking both of them. Oi, Usopp, what happened? Hey Usopp. Straw Hats vs Dragon Jaw Ginjo. Whoa. Naruto gasped, dashing backwards out of the way as the stone dragon bit down at the place he was just at while holding Nami on his right shoulder. This guy got some funky powers. Naruto grinned, doing several back dash to put some space between them. Zoro seeing an opening, jump above, then dragon attacking Naruto and Nami with his swords at the ready, Santori. Onigiri, and slicing it to piece, but to his dismay it quickly began putting itself back together. Annoying is more like it. No matter how many times we beat these things, they keep reforming. Zoro grunted as Sanji and landed behind him. If you want to keep that from happening, then go after the red stone that inside their body. Sanji muttered, then race off at Ginjo, who was being held in place by Luffy, who made his fingers into a net. Apal shoot. Sanji yelled, jumping into the air, then brings his heel down on the Ginjo shoulder, crushing him into the ground. Thanks Sanji. Gumu Gumu pistol. Luffy yelled, his fist slamming into Ginjo face, sending him flying into the stone wall, causing the whole cave to shake from the attack. This is bad. If we keep this up, we'll end up bring this place down on our heads. Sanji thought in dismay until the sound of a snick behind him made him crouch slightly into a battle stand only for his face to turn into confusion. Zoro, what the hell are you doing just standing around? Sanji yelled, but then a loud crash caught his attention. Looking at what Zoro was staring at, Sanji's eyes widened at seeing Naruto in midair dodging the two stone dragon move to eat him and Nami. It weird, but ever since this fight started they've been going after Naruto contentiously. Zoro stated as Luffy landed next them. Really? Because I could have swear they had attacked Nami first, then when Naruto saved her they started attacking him. Luffy said, grinning like the whole thing was funny. Zoro and Sanji quickly snapped their heads to him as Luffy pointed ahead of him. In fact, if you look closer, aren't all their attacks are aimed at Naruto's right, which is the shoulder Nami is on. Luffy pointed out. Naruto for his part, he had just punched one of the statue in the head, smashing it to bite, but then had to lean to the left as the second one attack again. Those things are after Nami. Sanji growled, about to launch, but all three had to dodge out of the way of Ginjo head came crashing into the ground. Naruto saw this as he landed. So you found out, Ginjo said, pulling his face and giving a nasty grin to Nami that had her skin crawling. Why the hell is he after me? Nami cried, holding into Naruto for dear life. Because you girl have taken something that belonged to me. He roared. Naruto and Zoro then look at her with a deadpan expression, causing her to get anger at the two. What with that? What did you steal now? Look. I didn't take jack shit from him yet. Nami shouted at Naruto, who grinned at the girl before reeling his palm back. If you say so, Crimson Devil style. Open palm thrust. Naruto attacked, slamming his palm into the face of the stone dragon and crushing. Ha, it doesn't matter how many times you break them, they will reform. And once I get the pieces of my soul that girl has, I will be able to make ever more. She cackled. Nami was confused for a moment, then gasped and looked down at the bag holding the red rock. It the red stones we take from the other room, he must had put his soul into them like he did just now. Nami called out to everyone, so that how it work. Then if he get that bag. Sanji thought, looking around the room they were in, and felt a chill run down his back at all the statue place at the walls. We're so screw if he get that bag from you, Naruto said, notice them too and race over to Luffy and the others. Luffy, Sanji, leave that guy to me and Zoro. Just look after Nami and deal with these stone dragon while we take care of him. Naruto yelled, throwing Nami to Sanji much to her dismay. You got a plan? Zoro asked as Naruto was about to reach him. Yeah, the longer this fight lasts the more dangerous it will be for us. I'll hold him down and you cut his head off. Naruto told, doing an turn and heading for Ginjo, who opened his mouth and rushed at the blonde. At the last second Naruto sidestepped before he was eaten and gave a strong to open ribs, knocking him away. Why you? Ginjo roared as Naruto grabbed his right wrist and held the palm of said wrist at the man. Suddenly a blue energy-like chain shot out of his open palm, wrapping around, stopping him from moving. Ah! Naruto yelling, pulling Ginjo into the air. What the hell? Sanji gasped, seeing Naruto's chain. Is he a devil fruit users? Nami asked, just as surprised, and seeing that had the only answer. No way. If he was, he'd be a hammer in the water like me. Luffy counter as Zoro jumped at the open Ginjo. Santori. Zoro began but paused as Ginjo relaxed and looked contained. Thank you, Yuki. Yuzume. Zoro yelled, lunging forward and cutting his head off. Everyone paused, watching the head and body hit the ground, and Zoro soon follow. He thanked us for killing him. Nami said, unable to understand such a thing. Luffy and Sanji were looking at the lifeless head with the same expression. Naruto and Zoro weren't sure of to make of what happened either. Could it be? He was just waiting to die the whole time. Vivi said, moving from behind a rock she was hiding behind. At first Zoro had ordered both of them to hide and leaving the fighting to him and the other, but since Nami was being target, that hadn't worked out. Seemed that way, but why? Naruto asked, but none of them had an answer. Going merry. After returning all the defected enemy pirates to their ship and sending said ship away, Chopper, who had finally woke Usopp up, was fixing the damaged part to the as best he could, while Usopp was putting away all the weapons they had taken from Pappu and his crew in a chest in case they needed to use them later on. Usopp. Chopper stopped what he was doing and ran to edge of the boat to see Zoro and Vivi sticking their heads out the water. This was soon followed by Luffy, on Sanji's back, Nami and lastly Naruto. Don't just look, throw us a line. Usopp. They're back. Chopper yell excited threw down a rope ladder. Usopp, who had just finished putting the weapons away, came out to seeing Chopper helping Nami up with Zoro and Vivi already drying off. "Ah, you guys are back, how it go?" Usopp asked, walking up to Zoro. "Not bad for our first hunt. Ran into a few problems but nothing we couldn't handle," Zoro replied as Vivi looked around at the ship. What happened here? Look like a fight went on." Vivi wondered, seeing slashes on the deck and cabin walls. Usopp smirk and look rather smug. "Well, while you guys were down there playing around, the ship was attacked and I had to fight off some enemy pirates." Zoro and Vivi just look at one another, not sure to believe, but when Usopp began telling the story, inflating it a bit to make himself look better, they figure he was just making it up and turned to see Chopper helping up Sanji and Luffy. "Okay Naruto, you're next." Chopper called. Naruto grunted, then to their surprise stood up on the water. "What the hell, there no way that guy human." Sanji mutter as Naruto jump up on the ship holding 3 chains and pulling 3 treasure cases wrapped around them on the ship. Landing on deck, Zoro caught 2 of them and Sanji had the last one. Usopp jaw drop at seeing the chains coming out of Naruto's hand while Nami frown. "I still say you've got to have eaten a devil fruit," Nami stated as Naruto stood up. "I would be able to swim if I did, beside I really don't like using this power if I don't have to," Naruto replied, unhooking the chain. Nami and the other looked confused at him liking the useful ability. The energy chain went back into his hand and the entire arm seemed to go limp. "After their use, not matter if it was hours or seconds, the arm that I use can't be used anymore for the next 72 hours. The whole crew was shocked by this as they hadn't known that power came with such a drawback. Walking to him, Nami picked up his right arm and noticed there was no feeling to it at all. He really can't move it. Nami thought, feeling a bit sorry that he had such a power, but it came with a horrible after effect. "Well, that sucked for you, but we got the treasure, so we pretty had a good day altogether," Sanji said. Normally he had a bad remark about any drawback Zoro and Naruto had, but that didn't mean he even went after the ones that caused them real problem. That was not a line he was willing to cross. "Right, so let's check out what we got," Naruto said as Zoro and Sanji set the chests down and began opening them up. Hawkins pirates. Back at the ship, Mirror had taken Honey too. She sat on the edge of the ship looking out at sea. Captain Hawkins had thrown a welcoming party down below for Honey, who was enjoying herself. She had been there as well but needs some time along. The reason she had gone back home was to try and find an old friend. But found out he had gone to sea. She looked for him, but not matter how close she got, he was always just out of her reach. Nothing new there. Mirror thought sadly, wondering what he would think when they met again. "Bet he'll be so surprised to see me alive," she chuckled, remembering how she and her best friend Tashigi as kids used to annoy him whenever they could. Tears began to fall from her mask as she remembered a time when Smoker was yelling at him for slacking off on his training. Why did things have to end like they did? Mirror thought, now becoming anger remembering how her death came, but quickly calmed down them sigh. "Tashigi, Smoker, and Naruto, I want to see you all again so much," Mirror whisper into the night. Going merry. It was around 12 at night, and the crew was celebrating their first successful treasure hunt. Usopp and Sanji, the latter with his tongue hanging out, was playing some bongo drums, and was doing a bad job of it, as Nami, Vivi, and Chopper dance around cover in jewels while Luffy sat off to the side laughing at the sight. "Look like they're having fun. Another drink?" Naruto asked, sitting next to Zoro, who held out his mug, the two a few feet from the crew watching them act like fool. "Sure. Sigh. Jewels worth God knows how much and they're playing with them like toys." Zoro grunt, but Naruto just chuckle. "Well, until we get to an exchange point they're not much use for anything else. So this is fine," Naruto said, pouring him a drink and then drunk from the bottle. The treasure chest were full of jewels rather than bears, so they had to wait to cash them in, but seeing the crew having a good time, Naruto really didn't care. "TCH, idiocy is too rampant in this crew," Zoro muttered with a tired smile. "But that would make this crew the best, right? Right. Naruto grinned, playing elbowing him. Zoro just chuckled at how well everyone fit together here. As the night went on, they all looked forward to the next day and to when they reach Alabasta. "What is this?" Naruto whispered, seemingly standing in the sky and watching a woman who was taken to an abandoned field outside his old village. Konoha. She was bounded to stones with what he was sure was sealing markers all over her body. Naruto eyes widen in horror at seeing red chakra being drawn out of her body until it forms something he hadn't seen in a long time, the nine-tailed fox. It was this night, a voice said behind him. Naruto quickly turned around to see the same red-hair woman he had dreamed about for the last 2 years. The night that I die, she said as Naruto stared at her for a moment, then asked the same question he always asked in this dream. I don't get it, who are you? How did this all happen? And, Naruto then pointed down at the towering demon fox. Why was the Kyuubi inside you? He yelled, but she just smiled sadly and placed a hand on his cheek. At least you live, my. Ah. Naruto jumped, waking up breathing hard. Calming down, he stood up and sighed. It was the same dream he started having when he turned 23, though it only came every once in a while. But it was the same dream with the same lady always there. It was the first dream he had that led him to finding out about the chakra chains. What a drag. Naruto yawned, only seeing Zoro still asleep. This wasn't a surprise since they always got up last. Walking out of the cabin and he saw everyone moving around. Naruto-san, you're awake. Vivi called, turning to her as she waved him over, then pointed to the land mass coming into view. We're here, Alabasta. She said, happy to see her home again. Naruto leaned on the banister of the ship and looked at the incoming land. Vivi was pleased at seeing him be able to use his left arm and hope he didn't have to use those chains of his again if they cripple him like that. Good, but we should be careful since that Mr. Two Guy saw most of you guys. Naruto said, thinking back to how he had hunted for food underwater, and when he came back they told him they had ran into Mr. Two. Mio www. Food. Luffy yelled, catching everyone's attention as they turned and saw a giant sea cat. Chopper and Usopp looked like they were about to have a heart attack as got ready to attack. Just in time, we run out of food. Luffy shouted, about to attack but was hit over the head by Vivi using a pipe. You can't. Sea cats are sacred animals in Alabasta. Vivi yelled. Sensing the danger, the sea cat dived back under the water and Luffy cried at it getting away. But now we don't have anything to eat. Luffy whined as Naruto walked up to him. What nonsense are you talking about? I just caught us a sea king yesterday from underwater and... Hey, what ate all the leftover sea king in the storage room? Sanji shouted, causing Naruto to pause and look at Luffy with shadow cover his eyes. Luffy looked away, sweat dropping and slowly backing up from the treasure hunter. Are you fucking shitting me? I spent a whole hour looking for that thing, damn it. Naruto roared, slamming his fist into Luffy's face and sending flying to the lookout mess. Stay up there until we reach land. Dumbass. Naruto shouted as Vivi tried to calm him. Zoro wake up at that point and walk out the cabin to see Naruto yelling at the lookout mess all types of profanity as Vivi did her best to calm the man down. What happened to him? Zoro asked Nami walking by. She sighed at his question. Luffy ate all our food, again. Zoro groaned at the answer. But on a high note, we ran into a sea king that is sacred animals in Alabasta, so that was proof of how close we are. Nami stayed but then noticed Zoro looking over her shoulder. Well, I bet those things behind us, or even more proof we're close to Alabasta. Zoro causing her to raise an eyebrow and turn around, then gasp along with the others who noticed the giant fleet of Barkworks ships. Look at all those ships, when did they? Hey. They all have Barkworks size on them. Usopp screamed out loud. All the members are coming together. Those are probably the billions, servants of the officers' agents. 200 of them will be tough. And these are different from the 100 elite bounty hunters Baroque Works hired for Whiskey Peak. All right. Let's shoot him with the cannon now. Usopp declared, trying to act tough though he couldn't stop shaking from fear. Calm down, Usopp. We gain nothing from taking out small fries other than letting the enemy know we're here. Naruto told, leaning on the banister looking at the ships. Even if you say that, we got to take them out at some point, right? Usopp cried. True, but not now. We should focus on making it to the land first. Nami stated. Yeah, all is lost if we lose sight of our true objective. Sanji added. Zoro grinned, looking at the ships. The Shichibukai. Taking out his pawns can come at a later date. Zoro said. All agree that now was not the time to do battle. Right, but before anything else we need to eat first. Luffy said, appear behind them. Naruto's eye twitched. I thought I told you to not to come down until we reach land. Naruto roared, rearing his fist back to send the captain flying. Block. But Nami stopped it by hitting Naruto with a book on the head. Knock it off, muscles, we're nearing land, so it's time, Nami said, causing him to blink in confusion. A little while later, the Straw Hats tying bandages around their left arms, though for Naruto he had to put it on the upper part of his arm since he refused to take off his left glove. Our enemies have plenty of mysteries, so tie them on tight, Zoro told them, fixing his own bandage. This was a good idea, Nami, with these on we'll have the upper hand, Naruto said, pulling the bandage tight with his teeth. But does he really look like us so much that we need to wear these things when he does his main fruit thing? Sanji asked, finishing his own. He doesn't just look like us, he is us. Too bad you and Naruto weren't there, you should have seen. Usopp said, still a little geek out about it. I'm not interested in Okamas, Sanji replied, lighting one up. But we even dance, ya know, Usopp added. Like that make it more interesting, Naruto thought, sighing while helping the Duck-Karu out by tying his bandage for him. Now that we know he among the enemy, we can't allow any careless actions, Zoro stated, banging his fist on the bandage. Yeah, there are bound to be many battles waiting for us, but we should on focus taking out the top fighters, if need be run away from the small frays for now, only take them out if they get in your way, Naruto said to them, and Nami smirk. Look at you, and here I thought you only got serious doing big treasure hunts, Nami said, then giggle when he started rubbing his fist against her head. What was that? You want to get hurt? And don't think I haven't noticed you still trying to get into my bag, I'll kill you, you money-grabbing brat, Naruto growled playfully, trying to grind her head in. Vivi could help but laugh a little at the brother-sister type of relationship they form so easily. We're coming up to the harbor, so cut out the fooling around, Zoro said, seeing they were not that far from land. Let's stop in that inlet to the west. We have to hide the ship, Vivi said as Luffy stood up at that point and held out his arm. Okay, whatever happens from now, this left arm, Luffy started as everyone put their arm together and smirk, is proof of our friendship. Now let's get onto dry land. To a restaurant, then Alabasta, Luffy cheer, getting sweat drops from his crew. Shut up, you idiot, Alabasta. So what should we do now? Nanoha is a large town and it will be very hard to search for Luffy-san, Vivi stated, worrying about the captain. No worries, we'll just look for the nosiest spot in town and he'll be there, Sanji told her. That all fine and dandy, but in the meantime he might cause rusks on his own and that will draw attention to us, Naruto commented with a sigh. The moment they got on dry land, Luffy had blasted off looking for food, which would have been fine if they weren't trying to keep a low profile. Viv suddenly caught sight of something that shocked her. Everyone looked at Mr. Three's ship, Vivi cried, pointing to the large ship not that far from them. Hold on, you mean he's not dead? Usopp muttered, not happy about this. That ship can only move through the power of the Doru fruit, Vivi replied, and Naruto frowned at her answer before picking up his sword and placing it at his waist. This is getting troublesome already. You guys should work on finding us some clothing to better hide ourselves with. I'll go track down our happy-go-lucky captain and meet ya back here, Naruto said, and before anyone could say anything he knee down then dash off into the sky. What the hell, in the end he's just doing whatever he waits, Nami groaned, but Zoro looked on, having a different feeling about Naruto taking command like that. Landing in the middle of town caused quite a few people to look at him oddly and a little scare, so much for not making a fuss, Naruto thought dryly, standing up. Well, better find that moron of a captain and is that a gold exchange point? Naruto shouted, throwing his hands in the air in surprise, startling everyone around him before racing inside. Meanwhile, a man named Portgas D. Ace had astonished many spectators that a commander of the Whitebeard pirates is there and was currently sitting in a restaurant smirking at a glaring smoker. Man of all the luck I run into this stick in the mud, Ace thought, looking at Smoker. So, what should I do? Ace asked with a cockeyed brow, watching Smoker blow smoke from his cigars and ready should he attack. Sit tight and let me arrest you, Smoker said simply. Rejected. Sorry, but no can do, Ace replied easily. Smoker wasn't surprised by this and just stuck his hands in his pocket. I'm looking for a different pirate, and I'm not really interested in you, Smoker told him. Ah, what a letdown. How about letting me go then? Ace asked with a smug grin, already knowing the answer. I can't do that, as long as I'm a marine and you're a pirate, Smoker replied, turning his arm to Smoke. What a dumb reason, you need to chill out. Ace remarked, getting ready. Rocket. A loud voice yelled before someone slammed into Smoker's back. Ace's eyes pop out at seeing Smoker being sent flying at him, bashing into one another and sent them crushing into the back wall and out of the restaurant. Woo hoo hoo. Luffy cheered, jumping into a seat. A restaurant. I'm starving. He laughed, grabbing some silverware and looking at the store owner. Hey, guy, food, food, food. Luffy cheered over and over again as the man had a huge amount of sweat pouring down his head. Sure, but kid, you should run away. Gold exchange point. What do you mean you're low on funds? Naruto banged his hands on the counter, shouting to the vendor who sighed at the man. I'm sorry, but the country is in a tough spot right now. Anything higher than 1 million berry and I might pretty much have to close down until more funds come in, he stated, not knowing when that would even happen. Naruto's head dropped in despair at hearing this. I see, well, I'll be going then, Naruto said lowly. The man couldn't help but feel at the defected look on his face, and quickly a thought he hit. Hey, I might know where you can turn in a large sum of gold at. Naruto stopped when he had that and turned back to the vendor. Rain Dinner's Casino, it owned by Crocodile, but if you head there you can turn in a large sum of gold for berry. Naruto raised an eyebrow at hearing the Shichibukai's name, but gave his thanks and walked out of the exchange place. So the warlord got his own casino, huh? Well, I suppose it won't hurt using it before taking him out, Naruto said to himself, but stopped as a thought hit him. Wait a minute, why was I here again? Naruto mumbled, trying to remember the reason for him being there. I forgot. Oh well. I wonder if there's a place that sells ramen around here. Naruto mumbled with his hands before walking off. Hey, has anyone seen Captain Smoker? Naruto frozen when he heard that voice, slowly turning to his left. Naruto's eyes widened at seeing someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Tashigi-chan. Tashigi paused at hearing her name and turned to see who said it, but dropped the towels she was holding and gasped. Naruto Onisan, she whispered, shocked to see him in this place. Both just stare at one another without saying a word as the Marines stare in confusion as to who he was and how he knew Tashigi. What are you, Tashigi? That straw hat, stop him. Smoker yelled, catching their attention. Ah, that right, I'm here to bring Luffy back. Naruto thought as he now remembered the reason he was there, but sweat at seeing Luffy being chased by Smoker. He just had to find the most troublesome guy to chase after him. Naruto mumbled, but then was startled when Tashigi rushed past him at Luffy. Shit. Naruto growled. Right, stop right there, straw hat. Tashigi yelled, pulling out her sword and slashing at Luffy. Said person saw the attack coming and was about to dodge easily, but grinned when her arm was caught by one of his crewmates. Naruto. Luffy cheered as Naruto held Tashigi back and didn't notice Smoker stop in his tracks, shocked to see the blonde there. You just had to go and cause trouble, Luffy. Naruto groaned, looking at the younger man in front of him. Luffy was about to crack a joke but stopped when he noticed that his crew's laid-back treasure hunter had an expressionless look on his face. Is something wrong? Luffy asked, but then heard a step and looked behind him to see Smoker staring at not him but Naruto. What are you doing here, Naruto, and why are you helping a pirate? Smoker growled. Even to someone like Luffy it was clear as day Naruto and Smoker knew each other. Luffy, it best you head back to the crew, I'll catch up after dealing with these guys, Naruto told him. Luffy felt that same vibe when Zoro wanted to face off against Tashigi back then in Rogue Town and knew it was best to leave him to take on his own problems. Sure, I'll tell the others to wait for you, Luffy replied before jumping to the top of a building. Smoker was very tempted to chase after him, but seeing Naruto standing in front of him protecting a pirate, felt that he needed to address this matter before it got out of hand. Naruto, Onisan, why did you help a pirate get away? Tashigi asked, shaken by this. Naruto looked at her, then back to Smoker, who too was waiting for an answer. Well, I joined the Straw Hat crew. As simply as that, Naruto stated, shrugging as if it was no big deal. Tashigi's jaw dropped in horror, and this caused all Marine to jump on guard. Naruto, Smoker said slowly, bringing Naruto's attention back to him. The two stare at one another for a very long moment before Smoker finally spoke again. Is this your way of getting back at the Marines? Smoker asked, confusing all of his men but Tashigi, who felt her heart drop thinking that must be it. Naruto however just roll his eyes at the question, not even seeing it as a joke. Hardly, things just end up this way, beside I'm not the kind of guy who would do something so petty as to join a pirate crew for revenge. Naruto replied, thinking that to do such a thing would make him feel the same as an old friend of his. Smoker simply kept staring at the blonde. He could hear the truth in his voice but still had his doubts. I see, but I can't help but feel like you're doing this still have something to do with my failure to save Kosumi from the, bam. Everyone stare in shock at seeing Smoker get sent flying into a building with a loud crash. What? Tashigi gasped. She wasn't surprised like the others by Naruto being able to hit Smoker. No, she knew Naruto was capable of hockey. It was that Naruto would actually hit him that surprised her. A man whose job is to protect the murders of a child has no right to say her name, Naruto stated, still holding his fist out from hitting Smoker. Tashigi and the Marines couldn't even move after what they saw to stun to attack. Naruto Onisan is my enemy now, Tashigi whisper. Back with the crew. How long do ya think it going to take for Naruto to get that moron back here? Nami asked, wearing a dancer-like outfit which Sanji had bought her and Vivi. This outfit consisted of a blue and purple halter top with a pink shroud and a long white skirt with the top part blue. Well, as long as he stay focused it shouldn't be too long. Zoro said, biting into a piece of meat. He was wearing an orange keffiyeh with a gold chain on his head, a long-sleeved white coat with black lines all over it, and the bottom of his black trousers were torn above his ankles with his boots on. Yeah, but the guy can be just as flaky as Luffy sometimes. Nami mumbled, knowing how he acted. After sending Sanji to get them some food and clothing to hide themselves, they were waiting for the two to come back. Yeah, we should just leave those two morons here and head on. You don't need any other man then, Sanji said, looking at Nami and Vivi with hearts in his eyes, latter of whom had outfit just like Nami one. I wonder what more useful, the treasure hunter who knows what he doing or the lovesick handicapped cook who only uses to chase after women. Zoro said, sipping on some beer. What you'd say, you green hair? Sanji roared, standing behind Zoro ready to attack, until Luffy dropped down right on top of him. Hey guys, I'm back, Luffy shouted, grinning like he lost his mind, but then noticed something was under his feet and sweat drop at seeing Sanji. Idiot, you need to stop running off on your own, Nami yelled, whacking Luffy on the head with a stick. Sorry, but I had to get something to eat when, Luffy. A new voice call. Everyone looked up to see a guy who looked remarkably like Luffy but was more serious looking than Luffy and slightly taller, with a more muscular body and childish freckles on his face. The Whitebeard symbol was tattooed on his back. It had a purple bones formed in a cross behind a purple skull with a white mustache. He wore black boots, black knee-length shorts with an eyelet-studded orange belt, and a blue pouch belted around his left leg. Ace, Luffy cried in shock at seeing him but was happy all the same. Yo little bro, long time no see, Ace said, smiling at his happy-go-lucky brother. Everyone jaw dropped at hearing this. Little bro, they all shouted at once. Ace grinned a little at their surprised faces but then glanced over to see a crowd forming. Let's talk later after we've made it to a place out of earshot, Ace offered. Luffy easily agreed, ordering everyone back to the ship, but as this was going on, Sanji slowly raised his hand up. Luffy, can you please get off me? Elsewhere. Lying on the floor of a building, Smoker looked up at the ceiling with a dark expression while rubbing his jaw. That punk, he hasn't changed at all, Smoker muttered, sitting up. It can't be helped, this time I'll force him to join the Marines. Down on the ground level, Tashigi's blade clashed with Naruto's as the two battle it out. Naruto with for a head swing, but Tashigi ducked under and went for a slash to the torso that Naruto blocked. You've gotten better, Tashigi, Naruto commented, and she hated how he was still acting. She was that little girl he used to pick on when they were younger. And you're still the same, always making trouble for Captain Smoker, but I'm a Marine now and I'm taking you in. Tashigi fired back, taking one hand off her blade. Naruto's eyes widened at her, making a clue shape with it, Crimson Devil style. Jackknife. Naruto barely got his head out of the way but still got 3 scratches on his face. That right, Ikaruyabachu did show you a bit of the devil style. Looks like you're finally able to use it in combat now, Naruto commented as Tashigi went for another attack strike, but Naruto caught it with his own jackknife, then pulled his sword arm back to elbow her with, causing Tashigi to winch in pain before hopping away. You've most certainly got better, but you're still a ways away from being able to battle with me evenly, Naruto said, shouldering his blade and getting a glare from his old friend. White out. Naruto's eyes widen at hearing that command and jump out of the way from clouds of smoke trying to engulf him, then wryly look on his smoker land in the spot he was at. Naruto, I've let you run free for a little too long, Smoker stated, reforming his arm as Naruto crossed his own while Tashigi readied herself. Oh really? And what do you plan on doing about? Naruto asked in a bore voice as Smoker pulled his jeet off his back and glare at Naruto. Straw Hat will have to wait. I'll taking you back to Rogue Town and throwing your ass into the academy before you get into any more trouble. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. TCH, fighting Smoker right now would only cause more trouble, and I'm not that sure I can beat him with Tashigi and so many others around. I'd better suck it up and take my leave, Naruto thought, putting away his sword. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that, Naruto said, rearing his arm back as he made it into a chopping pose, Crimson Devil style. Red Demon Slash. Naruto roar, using a knife hand-like strike on the ground, slashing it and kick up a small dust cloud, blinding everyone. Oh no you don't, damn it. Smoker howled, transforming his arms to smoke and using that to blow away all the dust, only to growl when he saw that Naruto was gone. Quickly everyone search for him, but do not engage. Inform me or Captain Smoker if you find him at once, Tashigi order, shattering the marines about as Smoker walk up her. Tashigi look at Smoker then away in dismay. I should have seen this coming. I really should have made him join back at Rogue Town, Smoker said, putting his weapon back in please as Tashigi turned away. I hate them, those people we have to protect. I hate them so much, they ruin everything, Tashigi whisper, looking at the sky, and Smoker could agree more. I know Tashigi, I know. With the rest of the Straw Hats having moved back to the ship, Vivi stood on the beach with Kuru, telling of his task to get a letter to her father as fast as possible. Up on the ship, the rest of the crew just look on in shock at seeing Luffy's brother. No only did they find out he was stronger than Luffy when they were younger and he had no devil fruit, but also he was the second commander of the Whitebeard division. So Luffy, how about it? Will you and your crew join the Whitebeard pirates? Ace asked, surprising the rest of the crew. No way, Luffy immediately replied, causing Ace to chuckle. Ahahaha, that what I thought, still I had to ask. Ace laughed as Usopp tattoo on his back. So that mark is real? Usopp asked, stunned that he was a real Whitebeard pirate. Yep, it my pride and joy. Whitebeard is the greatest pirate ever. I want to make him pirate Luffy, not you, Ace said, being truthful. That okay, I'll just fight him, Luffy said, easily, getting another chuckle from Ace at how blunt his brother was being. If you want, come inside. I'll make us some tea, then you can tell Luffy whatever you want, Sanji offer, but Ace shake his head no. Oh no, don't worry about me, this will only take a second, he said, tossing Luffy a piece of paper. Huh, he said, unfolding it. Keep it always, that paper will let us meet again, Ace stated. Wow, Luffy said as Ace turned to the rest of the crew. Sorry guys, having a dumb little brother make the order one worry, and I know has caused you people all kinds of trouble, but please take care of him, Ace said, leaving the others screech less at his words. Giving them a smile, he flip on the smell boat below. What, you're leaving already? Luffy asked, surprised and disappointed. Yeah, I only came to give you that. There a man I'm after right now that been calling himself Blackbeard, Ace stayed, getting his ship ready. I used to be in the Whitebeard pirates, in my division in face, but then he went and killed one of our crewmates. Since he was under me, it my job to take him down, Ace told Luffy. If it wasn't for that I wouldn't even be in this part of the sea, Ace said, but then look at Luffy with a big smile. Luffy, the next time we meet it will be at the Pirate Summit, come to the top, Luffy. Luffy's grin got even bigger as Ace's feet light on fire, sending his smell boat blasting off. No way, how could someone so sensible be Luffy's brother? Nami wondered, truly shocked by this. Yeah, I was sure he'd be just as irresponsible as Luffy, Usopp agreed as everyone voiced what they thought of Ace until Nami realized something important just now. Hey guys, I know we were in a hurry so never got a chance to ask, but whatever happened to Naruto? Back at Nanoha, As the people of the town went about their daily lives, a woman walked out of a coffee shop in a skimpy cowgirl outfit consisting of a purple corset exposing much of her cleavage and matching miniskirt, both with white ornaments hanging from them, and a white fur-lined coat paired with a white cowboy hat and white high-heeled boots. She was holding a newspaper and some files before her dendenmushi ring. Looking around to make sure no one was paying her any attention, she pull out the receiver and answer it. "This is Miss All Sunday," she whisper. "This is Geronimo, of the Billions. We spotted Monkey D. Luffy and Portgas D. Ace, but someone helped them get away, so we lost sight of the two. What should we do now?" "Give chase?" he asked. Miss All Sunday was surprised to hear this, as she had thought Mr. 3 had finished them off, but smile at them being alive. "No, return to your post and tell no one of this. I'll inform Mr. 0 about this myself, but if others find out, I'll have you kill on the spot." Miss All Sunday heard him gulp at the threat. Normally she left such things to Mr. 0, but she couldn't risk him finding out about this just yet. Why yes madam, I and the others will keep our mouths shut," he squeaked before hanging up. Miss All Sunday seemed to be in a better mood now and put the receiver back in her pocket before opening the newspaper back up. She turned to head for her ride only to bump into someone, nearly knocking her down. Sorry miss, are you all right?" Looking up, Miss All Sunday saw it was a tall man wearing a black coat that came down to his ankles with a hood that he had on covering his hair. She could see his blue eyes, and if she didn't know any better, whisker-like marks on his face. "Oh crap, I knocked your stuff down," he said, kneeling down to pick it up. Miss All Sunday quickly followed and pick up the files. She was sure he was nobody important, but it still didn't help to have them seen by unknown eyes. "Thank you, and it fine. I guess neither of us were looking to where we were going," she said, standing up with the files as he put back together her newspaper. "Here you go, sorry again," he said, handing her the paper. As she take it, she saw a piece of blonde hair sticking out of his hood. "Like I said, it no problem really," Miss All Sunday replied, trying to get him to relax a little. "Thanks, now it back to finding my way to the Rain Dinners Casino," he said, walking past her, causing Miss All Sunday to blink in shore. "You're heading to the Rain Dinners Casino?" Miss All Sunday asked as he turned to her. "Yeah, you know where it is?" he asked back, making her wonder if he was being for real, but then it hit her that he might not be around from here. "Yeah, you could say I work there. If you want, I'll give you a ride," she offered, causing the man to grin at the lady. "Really, that'd be great," he exclaimed, causing to giggle. "Well, follow me then. I got a ride wanting for us," she said, walking off with him on her heels. "Thanks again, I really appreciate it. I'm Naruto, by the way, and you?" he asked, holding his hand out. She smile and shake it. "Again, it no problem, and you can call me Miss All Sunday," she replied. Naruto smiled and nodded, but then frozen in place as he ran the name in his head over and over again. "Call you? What now? You dumbass," Nami yells, whacking Luffy on top of the head with her new weapon she just got from Usopp, who she had already beat up for making her a party toy. "Ow, Nami, that hurt," Luffy cried, holding his head. Zoro and Vivi's sweat drop as both wonder how she was able to hurt a rubber man with a whack on the head. "It was supposed to. How could you leave behind our freaking treasure hunter?" Nami roar, feeling tick off as with Naruto gone they had no way to get into the duffel bags holding all their fun. "I said I was sorry, beside it seemed like Naruto knew Smokey or something. Anyway, he's strong, so I'm sure he'll be fine," Luffy replied, on guard now in case Nami tried to hit him again. "That not the point. Now how are we supposed to meet back up with him?" Nami groaned, trying to get some reasoning into her captain's head. "Enough, Nami, he gone and it can't be helped now," Zoro said, trying to calm her as Sanji spin up to Nami. "Yeah, and beside, why do we need that whisker face when you got me, your prince?" Sanji exclaimed with hearts in his eyes, but Nami just gave him a blank look. "I don't need a broke prince, give me a treasure hunter over a cook any day," Nami replied, causing Sanji to go ash white and drop to his knee in despair as Usopp and Zoro laughed their asses off at him. "Guys, please calm down for a moment, we still have to think of a way to get Naruto-san back," Vivi said, trying to get everyone to focus on the matter at hand. "It fine, I guess, that moron will find his way back on his own," Nami said, brushing it off, causing Luffy to jump to his feet in anger. "If it was fine, then why did you hit me?" Luffy roared, but Nami paid him no mind in favor of checking out the weapon, which she was still getting used to, making Luffy even more mad. Vivi just watched the group that was helping her and sighed their antics, knowing this would be a long trip. Back with Naruto and Miss Sunday, they had just reached her ride, which was a cart being pulled by a giant turtle with a dark brown shell and a grayish-green underbelly and a depressed and bored look on his face. "This here is Banshee. He'll be taking us to a place called the Spider's Cafe first to pick up a few people, then we'll be heading to Rain Base, and from there you can get to the Rain Dinners Casino." Miss Sunday stated to Naruto, who had a forced smile on his face, "How the hell did I get into this mess?" Naruto wondered in thought as he was now faced with the second in command of the Baroque works. He needed to ditch her fast before she caught on to who he was with. "Yeah, this is great and all, but..." Naruto was cut off when her Den Den Mushi went off and she told him to wait a moment. "Hello," Miss Sunday said in a whisper after walking a feet from Naruto. "Miss Sunday, I've been waiting on your report." Crocodile spoke, causing said person to look behind her to make sure Naruto was still where he was at before speaking. "Sorry for the wait, but after searching the arena I found no clue on the troublemakers." Miss Sunday replied and could hear him growl, "Is that not what he waiting to hear? First Mr. One, now you, whoever these people are, they're good at hiding themselves." Crocodile stated annoyed, and she had to agree. A little over 2 months ago a group of people dock at Nanoha and have been causing trouble by attack buildings and trying to recruit people to join them in their cause, not that anyone knew what that was. Mr. One had been called in to take care of the problem but couldn't catch sight of them. It got to the point that Crocodile had Miss Sunday look into the matter, but she was getting the same results. "At any point I'm heading to pick up the rest of the number agents for now. We'll talk more." Miss Sunday paused when 4 shadows suddenly jumped down before her and Naruto. "On second thought, I think I just found them," she said, hanging up as Naruto looked startled at the 4 cloak member. Black cloaks with white pants showing, each had a sword by his side, and while the hoods kept Naruto and Miss Sunday from seeing their faces. "And how can I help you fine gentlemen?" Robin asked, smiling while readying herself. Naruto raised an eyebrow when they stood up and he noticed the marigold symbol was on their right leg. Why is the flower of despair on their leg? These guy couldn't be from that insane cult, right? Naruto thought. "Miss All Sunday. No, Nico Robin, we offer you this one chance to join us and help create a true world. Join us and be a part of it. Say no and you will die here." The smile left her face when they said her real name and wondered just who these people were. Naruto on the other hand frowned deeply at having seen this methods before. "As nice as that sounds, I think I'll pass, thank you," Robin replied. Then without warning all 4 pull out large broadswords and raced to her, who was shocked at the sudden attack. 2 separated from the pack, with one attacking from the left and the other attacking from the right. The one who spoke kept up his attack from the front and the last one attack from above. "Fast," Robin whispered, crossing her arms, but before she could do anything they suddenly sped up and reached her before she could act. With all 4 blades coming down at her, Robin knew she had let her guard down and wouldn't be able to come out of this unharmed when suddenly all of their blades stopped just before hitting her. "What?" The leader of the group gasped as Naruto had appeared in front of Robin, catching the side attack with his hands, slamming his foot down on the leader's blade and catching the air attack with his teeth. "What are you?" he cried before Naruto bite down on the sword, crashing it in his jaw, shocking them and dropping the man on his butt. Even Robin take a step back at seeing such a thing. "So after Paloshi Palace was burned to the ground and you punks were expelled from East Blue, you went to the Grand Line and started causing trouble?" Naruto asked with a savage grin, startling them at the knowledge he knew who they were. But then Naruto heard a certain click and kicked the man away, using the one in his right hand to smash into the one on the ground, sending back and through the last 2. "Brace yourself," Naruto yelled, shielding his face. Robin followed suit, as to her horror all 4 exploded. Even Robin couldn't keep a straight face at seeing this, no matter how hard she tried. "What just happened?" Robin asked as a trail of sweat ran down Naruto's face. "Tch, these guys, using tactics by acting like suicide bombers, can't help but think they might have been better off dead," Naruto muttered, not noticing the smirking Robin behind him. "It seems you're very familiar with these people, she asked, causing Naruto to tense, but then sweat drop as a thought just hit him. Why did I just help her out when she my enemy? Naruto wondered, realizing that had been a perfect chance to run away, but he blow it. Yeah, I'm from East Blue, so I know about what happened when those guys were there 5 years ago. Naruto replied sheepishly as Robin walked closer to him and Naruto tried not to back up. Oh, I see, but I got to say, for someone from East Blue you're pretty skilled in combat. Robin stated with a raised eyebrow. Way to keep a low profile, Naruto. He groaned in his head. The whole reason Naruto had gone and brought this long coat was so that he could hide his apparent, but it seems Naruto can't help but stand out. Well, we can talk more, on our way to the Spider's Cafe. Robin said, pointing to her ride Banshee, and Naruto tried not to sigh. If he tried to leave now he'd be taking a chance at plowing their cover. Naruto knew the risk of them finding out he was with the Straw Hats was too great and decided to just play along for now and hope he'd find a way to escape from this lady as soon as possible. Leaning on the banister, Luffy looked out at the calm sea as the seagulls flew by with a blank look on his face, only blinking and not moving a muscle. The rest of the crew was getting ready for when they reach land again, but Luffy for once was being unhyperactive and just staring at the sea. This isn't normal. So how much longer till we get to Yuba? Nami asked, sewing the paper Luffy got from Ace to his hat. About an hour, so everyone should get ready, and put on clothing that protects against heat. Vivi stated, but then glanced at Luffy, who hadn't moved from his spot on the mast. Hey, we just rounded the side of the island. Chopper yelled, only for Vivi to explain that this was the bank of the river of Sandora and then how they would be getting to Yuba to find the leader of the rebellion. As this was going on, everyone was glancing over to Luffy, who was still in statue mode. All right, that it, Sanji muttered, walking over to Luffy and looking out at C2. What's so damn fascinating that you're this damn quiet? Sanji said. He had been enjoying the peace, as Luffy not causing trouble was a good thing, but at the same time it wasn't, as whenever he got like this it meant something was wrong. Well, it just something out there have been following us but hasn't done anything but stare at us, so I enter a staring contest with. I won't lose, Luffy declared, causing his crew to wonder if he finally went mental. What are you talking about? Sanji asked, looking at the sea but saw nothing. Wait, what? Sanji had to take that back as he just now noticed a shadow under the water and saw it was actually not that far from them. Something following us under the water. Sanji called out, startling the others. Zoro, Vivi, and Nami were quick to come to his side. What is it? Nami asked, easily spotting the shadow in the water. Not sure. Luffy, how long has this thing been following us? Luffy tilted his head for a moment at the question. Like 10 minutes, I think. Luffy answered. It been following us for that long, so maybe it might be harmless. Nami spoke. I don't know, I'm getting some pretty bad vibes from it, and we've never been the most luck when it came into these things. Zoro stated. However, as they talked, none of them noticed the frightened look on Vivi's face. We need to run away. Vivi whispered. Zoro, Vivi, Nami and Sanji turned to her at once. What did you say? Nami asked, but then was put off when Vivi began to slowly back away. There is only one type of sea king, the first know of that, pointlessly, stalking it prey before attacking. Madonesu kings, Vivi told them, putting everyone on guard. They're sea kings that have eaten red stones, and lost their sanity. Vivi finished, having freaked the whole crew out. They know only how to fight and kill now, and they continue to fight and kill until they are destroyed. As if on cue, a massive sea king emerged out of the water. It must have been 3 times the size of any sea king they've seen up until now, serpent-like in appearance. It is white, with black spots and fins on its head and sides. It is huge, with lot of sharp, pointed teeth, 2 large eyes, a big fork-like tongue, and flat nostrils. Even after saying all of this, only 2 things stood out the most, the second being that its eyes look very much like Naruto's when they turn red, and the second. What the hell is this thing? It reeks of malice and evil intent. Zoro muttered, gripping his swords. How the hell can we even tell that it's evil or not? Nami whispered, more than a bit freak out. Even she could feel a evil aura around it, and Nami hadn't a clue as to how. Luffy at that moment flipped off his seat and landed next to Zoro and Sanji, all 3 more tense than ever. Here it comes, Luffy warned. Grr. Without any pause it lunged at them. Acting fast, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro jump at the monster. Gumu Gumu no Pistol, Santoryu, Onigiri, Mudden shot. All 3 attacks hit it, blasting the monster back for a moment, but it shake it off and lunged at the going merry once again, ramming, knocking everyone off their feet. What the hell? It take all those attacks and didn't get a scratch. Usopp cried as he and Chopper were through into the wall of the ship's cabin. Damn it, here it comes again. Zoro growl at the charging Sea King. Gumu Gumu no. Fusion. Luffy yell jumping into the air and inflating himself like a balloon. The Sea King ram into his inflated body but was bounced back and forcing Luffy's enlarged body onto the Mary, nearly knocking it over. Hya. Nami's scream caught everyone's when the force of Luffy's body hitting the ship knocked her into the sea. Nami, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp, and Vivi shouted, but before anyone them could help her, the Sea King bit down on the side of the ship and pushing the ship away from where Nami fell. Damn it, Nami, Sanji yelled jumping at the Sea King and kicking hard in the head making the thing let go, however it tail smack in through the roof of the cabinet, Sanji-san. Vivi cried about to rush to help him but much to her horror the Sea King turned its sights on her and lunged at the princess with its teeth bare widen. Vivi close her eyes waiting for the end to come. A loud sound was heard. Chopper and Usopp look up to see none other than Luffy standing in front of her holding the Sea King by the jaws. Grr. The Madonesu King roared at Luffy but then it stopped at seeing the boy glaring at him. Back off now, Luffy said in a very cold tone. Rushing out of the cabinet, Sanji paused to see Luffy holding the Sea King back from Vivi, and if he didn't know any better he swear it was sweat dropping at Luffy in fear. It reared its head back while still staring down at Luffy, shaking slightly, then dive underwater as if wanting to get as far as it could from the young captain. What the hell was that? Sanji whispered, stunned by what just happened. Vivi had fell on her butt and look up to Luffy, shocked that he somehow scared the Madonesu King away. Luffy, just what are you? Vivi wonder even more now as said person just huff. What the heck did you just do? Usopp asked, still shaking from the attack. I told him to back off. Luffy answered simply while looking like it was no big deal. Everyone's sweat drop. Actually that not what he meant. He was asking no, that not important right now. We have to go back for Nami. Sanji screamed, racing to the end of the ship and looking around for B didn't see the girl anywhere above the water. Sanji, do you see her anywhere? Luffy asked, running up to him with Usopp and Vivi looking as well, but none of them even caught sight of the girl. No, she might but hurt, we have to go save her. Sanji shouted, taking his shoes off, as did Vivi and Usopp, but it was at that point Chopper, who have been quietly looking around, spoke up for the first time. Guys. Chopper called, bringing their attention to him. Where's Zoro? Meanwhile Nami at the moment was not enjoying life. See, after she got knocked into the water she planned to just swim back to the surface and back to the ship, but ran into a problem, and the problem was current being kept from eating by her new staff. A tiger shark about 3 times bigger than her was being held back by the staff, but just barely. I'm running out of air, Nami thought as she managed to finally knee the shark in the jaw, forcing him to let go, and the girl began swimming for her life. I need to lose this thing and get to the surface, she cried in her head, about to swim upward but paused when another one came from her front. Nami turned to swim away but saw the other one rushing. I'm done for 4. She thought in fear as both were coming at her at high speed with their mouths open. However, right as they reach her, Zoro appear behind her out of nowhere, blocking both of them with his swords. GG Oro. Nami gargle as more sea water enter her mouth. Not good. I need air, she thought, noticing dots in her vision, and she was getting dizzy now. Better make this quick. Zoro growl, cutting both of the tiger sharks in half, then turned to Nami, but his eyes widen at this, the girl's own eyes half close and looked to be on the verge of passing out. Nami. Zoro thought, frantically grabbing her, but then a chill hit him and looked to see more shark heading his way from above. Great. They must have come because of the blood from the first 2. Zoro thought dryly, putting Nami on his shoulder and swimming downward. Normally he just cut them down, but there were half a dozen of them and Zoro couldn't risk fighting that many with Nami in this shape. A cave. Zoro though seeing a in the stone mass and swim toward it at top speed with the sharks hot on his tail. Entering it, Zoro kicked the entice of it with all his might, causing rock to fall and cover the way in. Seeing that they couldn't come after him, Zoro take Nami off his shoulder to look at her and was dismayed to find that she had indeed passed out. I need to find same air before I pass out too, Zoro thought, and began swimming down to the as fast as he could. Back at the Mary, Luffy and Chopper waited for Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi to come up in worry. Both Nami and Zoro were still missing and no sight of them had been found so far. There they are, Chopper called, seeing Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi coming up for air. What happened? Did you find them? Luffy asked hopeful but was met with a grim look from Sanji. No. But we did find some cut-up sharks. Sanji said darkly, pulling the fin of one he was carrying in his right hand. This is certainly Zoro's handiwork. Usopp added, holding the other one Zoro cut down in his hands. Shitty sharks attacking Nami and that green hair, I'll make a 5-star dash out of their asses. Sanji muttered as Vivi spoke. Zoro must have jumped in after Nami fell and protected her from these things, but we saw more, so the two must have fled. They could be anywhere by now. Vivi stated as three swim to the ship. Making it a broad, set the sharks off to the side and began drying off. So what happens now? Do we go back in? Usopp asked, drying down with a towel. No, we should head for land. Vivi answered, surprising him. But what about Zoro and Nami? He asked, but Sanji was the one to speak. That shitty Marimo may be useless for a lot of things, but he can be trusted to look after Nami until we find them. Sanji said, sight lighting a cigarette. That right, beside the ship has been damaged, and if that Madonesu king return we may be in trouble. Vivi added, pointing to the part that had been bitten off by the Sea King. None of them liked the idea of leaving their friends behind, but knew she was right. They just hoped Nami and Zoro would be okay. As the rest of the Straw Hat made their way to dry land, sometime later Nami was finally coming to. Blinking her eyes open, Nami groaned a little before noticing she was being carried and looked to the side to see Zoro's face. Zoro! Nami gasped, catching his attention, causing him to stop walking. Ah, Nami, you're awake. Zoro said, taking her off his shoulder and sit her on her feet. Nami wobbled a little from being dizzy but was otherwise still fine. What going on? Where are we? Nami asked, looking around the cave they were in. It wasn't that big, near did she see any exits. Looking behind Zoro, Nami did see a hole in the ground and wonder where that came from since it looked recently made. Well, after you got knocked off the ship I jumped in the water after you, but that damn Sea King hit you with its tail, sending you deeper and farther away. By the time I caught up you were being attacked by the shark and I had to save you. Oh, well thanks, Nami said, looking away with a blush. Zoro still saw this but didn't think much of it. Yeah, well anyway, after I rescue you more sharks show up, so I made a run, or swim, for it to a nearby cave. Zoro added. You passed out, so I needed to find you some air soon. There was too many sharks nearby for me to go up, went out cold, so I had to head for this cave and hope there was an opening inside. Zoro ended, groaned at his stupid action. She didn't really know what happened, but there had to be a better way to get away than that. Well, that's just great. So what are we supposed to do now? Nami asked, but then paused when he pointed up. Following his view she saw the ceiling. What are you, Kya? Nami cried when Zoro suddenly picked her up under his arm. We're going up, he said simply, then jump up with all his power and punch through the ceiling, landing in another part of the cave. Before Nami could even say anything, Zoro lunged upward again and smashed through the top. Light shine blinding them for a moment, but when their eyes opened, Nami was relieved to see the Zoro land on the ground and set Nami down. Finally, that was the fifth freaking one I smashed through, Zoro said to himself, setting Nami down, who was still a little shaken by what just happened, but then spotted her new staff in Zoro's left hand. Before Zoro even knew what was happening, she snatched it from him, then bashed him on the head with it. Nami, what the hell was that for? Zoro roared with blood dripping down his face. That for not giving me a heads up. And what do you mean fifth one? Are telling me you did that crap twice already while I was passed out? Nami shouted back in anger. Yeah, I did, so what? Beside, if you don't like it then don't need to be saved to begin. Zoro shouted back. Wah. But then was hit on the head again. Why are you complaining? You don't got a lot of strong points but saving me. Nami shouted back, causing a tick to appear on Zoro's forehead. Why you? It ain't my job to babysit your helpless ass. Zoro yelled back, and this really pissed Nami off. Bam. OWWW. Stop hitting me, damn it. Night time. The remaining Straw Hats had made it to Yuba, and after being given a backstory on how Vivi knew Koza, the rebel leader, Toto, Koza's father, asked them to come to one of his inns and sit down as there was something they needed to know. So Toto, what is it you wanted to tell us? Vivi asked the man, and it disheartened her to see him in such a state. He used to be a relatively fat but healthy-looking old man. However, due to the 3-year drought brought about by Crocodile's scheme, Toto's body had completely shriveled up from thirst and starvation to a point that he no longer resembled his former self. "Well, Vivi," the elderly-looking man began, "even though it only been little more than a year since you left, there are a few things that happen in the world you must know about." Vivi stiffened at this as she wasn't sure if this was good news or not. "Now I'm sure he know about the red stones." Toto asked. Vivi nodded, but the others looked clueless. What are red stones?" Luffy as with his head tilt, Vivi was the one to answer. "It's a rare rock that emit a sort of evil-like aura. Remember the Sea King that attacked us? Well, it became like that because of eating one of these stones." Vivi told him. Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper all looked shocked at the fact that a small stone like this had made such a big monster. "That right, the Navy mainly used them as a new power source, but recently a new use has been discovered. Watch," Toto said, holding it in his hand. They noticed it glowing red before he stood in front of a large rock 3 times his size, then slammed his fist into it, smashing the rock to bits. They all gasped, unable to believe how strong he was. Granted, Luffy and Sanji could do the same, but for someone this weak looking to be so strong was impressive to say the least. "Now I know what you're thinking, but I assure you I'm not very strong," Toto told them, causing much confusion until Vivi spoke. "Toto, was that the red stone? How?" Vivi asked, and everyone's eyes were on the old man who looked down at the stone. "Almost 13 years ago, the Navy discovered a power source that has been called the Red Stones, and less than 2 years ago it was found that these stones can be used in battle. Elsewhere, in a place unknown house, several men in white cloaks stood in a tense meeting as they thought of what happened early. They had sent 4 of their men to either try and get Nico Robin to join them or have her killed, but recently learned they had all been killed. They hadn't known what happened in the fight that followed, only that Robin was still alive. That was a problem. "I looks like we'll have to go to our backup plan now," one of them said, thinking about how messed up things had become by their failed assassination attempt. "I guess we don't have much choice, huh? I'd have liked to avoid this, but if she won't join us, then Nico Robin must die, even if we have to destroy the whole city of Rainbase," another said before bring out a crate from behind him. "We have not choice but to use the weapon given to us by that mad psychopath." He continued, opening the box and reveal a glass tube filled with light, transparent pink liquid and rugby football oval-shaped stone. "With this, all of Rainbase will vanish, along with the only one who can find the ancient weapons." He spoke, gaining loud cheers from his comrades, but as they made their final plans, none of them noticed the pair listing in from the outside, one a man with green hair and other a girl with orange hair. "Grease, do we have the worst luck or what? We finally find a house to rest at, and there are a group of people here talking about destroying a whole city. Nami grumbled, and she just wanted to sleep, but that didn't seem like it would happen anytime soon." "Yeah, I know what you mean, but we can't just overlook these guys. What they're walking about could cause even more chaos for Crocodile to use," Zoro pointed out, and Nami gulped, not wanting to fight but knew he was right. "So what are we going to do then?" Nami asked Zoro, who gripped the Wado Ikimonji. "It can't be helped, we'll have to take them out." It was night time and most of the Straw Hats were sleeping now. Only Vivi and Luffy remained awake. Vivi was lying in her bed looking at the stone that Toto had given her in wonder, that was now tied to a power jeweler chain around her neck. After showing her how to use it, he quickly insisted that she take it with her, believing she would be able to make better use of the stone than he would, but warned her the stone's power were not unlimited and that once she used it up, that stone would turn into something like glass, then shatter. "Still, what is this thing?" Vivi whispered when Toto had shown her how to use the stone herself and then practice a bit. She could feel the surge of power run through her body, but it felt evil. Like she was using the power of the devil himself. Sticking it back in her top, Vivi turned over in her bed to look out the window at Luffy, who was still helping Toto dig right now, and that brought up another matter. The missing crewmates. They had lost Naruto at Nanoha when he went looking for Luffy, then Zoro and Nami were lost next after they go knock over Broad from being attacked by Madonesu King. Vivi knew that Naruto was strong and could take care of himself, and Zoro was just as strong and would look after Nami, but that didn't stop her from worrying. As Vivi thought about her missing comrades, several miles from them Zoro was walking through the desert while carrying Nami on his back, who claimed she was about to pass out, though he pretty much knew this was a lie and she just didn't feel like walking but carry her anyway lest she try to put him back into debt with her. Zoro wasn't sure how she would do it, but knew that Nami would find a way to do it. "Hey Zoro, I see a house with lights on not too far from us," Nami said from her place on his back. Looking ahead, Zoro saw it too, but something about that place was giving him a bad feeling. "Fine, let's head there, but be on guard for now," Zoro replied, speeding up his run. It took them less than a minute before they reached the house. Slowly moving up to the window, they looked in and saw several people there talking. Keeping quiet for now, the two listened to everything they said but didn't like any of it. "Grease, do we have the worst luck or what? We finally find a house to rest at and there are a group of people here talking about destroying a whole city." Nami grumbled, and she just wanted to sleep, but that didn't seem like it would happen anytime soon. "Yeah, I know what you mean, but we can't just overlook these guys. What they're talking about could cause even more chaos for Crocodile to use," Zoro pointed out, and Nami gulped, not wanting to fight but knew he was right. "So what are we going to do then?" Nami asked Zoro, who gripped the Wado Ikimonji. "It can't be helped, we'll have to take them out," Zoro muttered. On the inside, the White Cloak men were making their plan to destroy Rainbow Base, not knowing of what was to come. "We should use the Den Den Mushi to contact our force. They're waiting for us. Soon the whole country will know of us and the new world order that is to come," the leader said. Snicked. A blade suddenly cut through the wall to all of their shock. "Your new world order? Sorry, but this country won't know of that," a voice said, standing in the dust, causing them to tense and pull out their blades. The dust cleared to show Zoro with two swords at the ready and Nami behind him holding her new staff. "But if it how you die we're talking about, we'll be sure to tell them how it went." As the night dragged on, Naruto could be found still sitting in Banshee next to Robin. "Now I know I might not have the best luck in the world, but come on," Naruto groaned in his head, while Robin, who smiled at his discomfort, she was doing her best to not giggle as his eyes kept darting to the other passengers on board. "Come now, I told you to calm down. While they might look like an imposing bunch, I assure you they have no reason to harm you," Robin said to Naruto, who forced himself not to sink into his seat more. "Lady, if you only knew," Naruto thought dryly. The they Robin spoke of was the top members of Baroque Works. Mr. 4 and his partner, Miss Merry Christmas, Mr. 2 who Luffy and the others had met but not Naruto and Sanji, and Mr. 1 and his partner, Miss Doublefinger.
There was no doubt in Naruto's mind that his connection to the Straw Hat was still unknown to them, but that didn't mean he liked the idea of being surrounded by six of Baroque Works' most power fighters. When Robin said she had others to pick, he didn't think it'd be them, but if Naruto had, he might have just risked getting his cover blow and hightail it out of there. "I'm not so sure your words are true, Ms. Sunday," Mr. 1 suddenly said, causing Naruto to focus on him with a deep glare, which he returned.
"That a nice look you got there, demon eyes, Naruto." Naruto tensed at this, and for a moment Mr. 1 could have swore his eyes red. "Hey, what all this about 1-chan? Why'd you call him demon eyes?" Mr. 2 asked, and for once Mr. 1 didn't look at the Okama with a cold glare. "'Cause that was his nickname back in the East Blue Sea, am I right?" he asked. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow but kept telling himself on the inside to stay cool, cause they still didn't know he was a Straw Hat. "Yeah, it is, so what?" Naruto muttered, admitting to it. No point in trying to hide that fact, as it only make him look guilty. Mr. 1 glared harder at the younger man. Robin simply stay quit and listen with a smile and arch eyebrow. "So then you also go by the name of Twin Demons East, with Roronoa Zoro?" he asked, and that had caused everyone to tense. Naruto was starting to put two and two together. Zoro had told him about how he killed Mr. 7. "Don't tell me you believe all that nonsense in the newspapers as well?" Naruto asked with a sigh, trying to look annoyed. "Zoro and I never worked together once back in East Blue. The closest we had to a team was taking out the Tarango brothers, and even then he and I was on different islands when that happened, so we never met," Naruto said, and it was true. The Tarango brothers was a group of 4 that split into team of 2 and attacked 2 islands at once and on the same day. Naruto just happened to be on an island they attack, and Zoro had been hired to take them out on the other one. "I don't know why you're making such a big deal out of Roronoa Zoro, he dead anyway," Miss Doublefinger commented, and Naruto did his best to look surprised. "You were right, I guess I should just let it go," Mr. 1 said as Naruto spoke up. "Zoro's dead. When did that happen?" Naruto asked, but a glare from niece Robin quickly told Mr. 1 he needed to shut up. "Who knows, we just heard about ourselves," Robin stated with a smile. Naruto shrugged, letting it go. If they think Zoro's dead, that means Sanji plan work out and we're in the clear. Now all I got to do is think of a way to get away from these guys and meet up with the others. Naruto thought, somewhat more relaxed now. Whatever, it not like I ever met the guy in East Blue. Naruto said offhanded. Not much else was said, mostly due to Robin not wanting them to spill the beans on their plans. Several hours pass until they finally reach Rainbase. Whoa, Naruto said, surprised to see the city thriving even during the drought. Then again, since the man from the exchange point said this place had casino, he could turn in his gold, to which he guessed might be one of the reasons. Here, this is where we let you off, Robin said, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow as he didn't see anything that looked like a casino. You said you need to turn in a large sum of gold for money, right? Just head down 4 blocks from here and you'll reach an exchange point. Robin told Naruto as Banshee came to a stop and the door opened up. Naruto was all too happy to get out of there. Thanks for the ride, be seeing you around, miss, all Sunday. Naruto waved. She smiled, closing the door, and led Banshee right off, never knowing that the next time they met it would be as enemies. Elsewhere, as the sun set in the sky, Nami could be seen fixing up a light brown camel she had found waiting on the outside of the building when she and Zoro had arrived. Well, what was left of it anyway. There you go, eyelashes, now keep hold of these supplies, okay? Nami said sweetly, and the camel nodded with hearts in its eyes. The reason she named it that was due to its noticeable eyelashes on the bottom of his eyes. Oi Nami, you ready to go? Zoro asked, walking around the building. Nami say he was covered in dirt, guess he done burying them. Nami thought as he reached her. Yeah, so we're heading to Rainbase next, right? Nami asked, and he nodded. Yeah, even though only 2 of them got away, I think it best we hunt them done as soon as possible. Zoro muttered, thinking back to the fight that had happened yesterday. Flashback. Kill them both, no matter what. The one of the black cloak man shouted as Zoro flashed behind him and slashed the man across the chest. He coughed up blood for a moment, then turned around seemingly to attack again. Zoro, surprised, turned to block, snicked, only to stare in shock when the man impaled himself on Zoro's sword. For the new dawn, he yelled as a click caught Zoro's ears. Shit. He muttered, quickly pulling his sword out. Boom, before blowing up. Zoro. Nami cried at seeing one of her crewmates seemingly die, however she had no time to worry as another changed her. Aye. Nami screamed as she was impaled. Hee, and at the end of that, the one who stabbed her grinned but then was shocked when the girl he killed vanished. Sorry, but what the end of what now? His eyes poke out of his head at seeing the girl to the right of him. How? He gasped as Nami smirked. Say, did you know that heat and cold bubbles once stopped revolving? It'll bump each other's, creating a flow of air. Nami grinned, confusing him. Cyclone tempo. Nami yelled, putting the heat pole and cool pole of her Clima-Tac together like an X on the top of the electric pole and swings it like a bat, and the X detaches from the electric pole, spinning towards her opponent, hitting him and creating a massive wind that blows her opponent away. The X then returned to Nami like a boomerang. Doing this make a pretty big boom, which is my favorite, second only to Mirage tempo. She winked, but then heard screams of pain and turned to see Zoro walking out of smoke holding 3 of their attackers and dropped them to the ground with an annoyed look on his face. I can't believe that, blow himself up just to kill me. Who are these psychos, damn it? Zoro grumbled as Nami sweat, looking at the damage down to his clothing and the small wounds on his body. A close-range blast like that did so little damage. This guy really is a monster. Nami thought dryly before she and Zoro turned to the last 2 who was trying to sneak out. You might as well give up, we ain't letting you reach Rainbase. Nami said, causing them to stop in their tracks and turn to glare at the 2 unknown fighters that were getting in their way. You will not stop us, the Holy Order shall remake this world using the power of the Crimson Red. One of them shouted and Nami's eyes widened. Holy Order. Crimson Red, you're from that insane cult Shin no Sakai. Nami cried, startling even Zoro. Shin no Sakai. That cult that caused all that havoc in East Blue 5 years ago. Zoro thought, but then heard several click at his feet, looking down to see the guys he had knocked out all grinning at his madly. Shit, Nami, look out. Zoro yelled, tackling her out the window and cover her body with his as the building they were just in blew up in a spray of fire. Flashback end. After they had managed to put out the fire, Zoro looked through remains of the building and found only 5 bodies. What was left of them anyway? The last 2 had got away. Zoro and Nami knew they plan on destroying Rainbase. Such chaos caused by that would only make things harder for them in the long run, so they too, after resting for the night, plan on hunting them down before that happen. Let's get a move on. If we head out there now, should be at Rainbase by tomorrow morning, Zoro said, and began walking with Nami on the camel right behind him. You mean we've been working for a pirate? Mr. 2 gasped as he and the others looked at the Shichibukai before them. The top agents couldn't believe they had been working for someone like him this whole time. Any complaints? Crocodile asked dangerously and shut them up very effectively. No complaints, just a question, Ms. Doublefinger carefully. Why would a pirate sponsored by the world government have to hide behind a secret organization? What I want isn't money or land. I want military force. Military force. Mr. 1 frowned. Naturally, as a pirate, the world government will still take actions against me if I attempted to acquire it openly. Well, let's talk about this in an orderly fashion. First my objective, then the details of Baroque Works' final plan. Crocodile leaned forward. I want ALABASTA. The government has been crumbling under my careful ministrations, and it will become our ideal nation. Why, you mean we can do that? We'll take over a country. This entire country. Mr. 2's grin was a bit frightening. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so excited. So our last duties are to carry out the different facets of this operation. Very good, Mr. 1. That is correct. All the jobs you have done since joining Baroque Works have been for this plan, and those are the last order I will entrust you with. Crocodile watched the agents perusing their written orders. He sneered. The time to get rid of the Kingdom of Alabasta has finally come. Crocodile waited as they read. When the agents finally looked up and held their orders to the candles to be taken by the flames, he continued. When you have completed those orders, the Kingdom of Alabasta will be destroyed and the rebels and civilians will, tragically, fall right into the hands of Baroque Works. In just one night, this country will become our utopia. This is Baroque Works' greatest, final operation, utopia. Failure will not be tolerated. It begins at 7 o'clock. Our meeting is adjourned. Pray for victory. All of them but Robin cheer. I would appreciate it if you would wait a bit on Operation Utopia. The new voice startled everyone present. Mr. 3. Robin gasped, looking surprised to see the man. How did you get into this secret underground base? Robin was stalled from approaching the unfortunate Dora no Mi user as Mr. 2 exploded. Mr. 3. Where did you crawl in from? I'll get rid of you now, like I was ordered to. Wait, Mr. 2. No one disobeyed Crocodile. Mr. 2 sat quickly, hands folded neatly in his lap. Crawl in from? How extraordinarily rude. I simply followed you from the Spider's Cafe, hitching a ride on Banshee. He replied. Boss, please listen. I came here because I wanted another chance. Of course Mr. 2 came to kill me. Because I failed to complete my orders I was assigned, so I changed my course slightly and went to the agent meeting at Spider's Cafe. Crocodile frowned at hearing this. You failed your mission. What are you talking about? I am referring to the fact that I allowed Vivi and the Strafut crew to escape. You let them escape? You mean they are still alive? Crocodile exploded, causing a chill to run down Mr. 2's back. What was that you told me on the Dendenmushi? Didn't you say that you had eliminated the Strafuts and Princess Vivi? He yelled. Mr. 3 stepped back, startled. I didn't use my Dendenmushi the entire mission, let alone on Little Garden. In fact, I just left it there, with everything else to get here. What? Robin was working hard to control her glee at the fact that the Strafuts had tricked Crocodile. Finally, someone had to be capable of doing it. Well damn, now I know why the Unluckies never came back. You killed at least 1 or 2 of them, right? Crocodile finally growled. Well, not exactly. Mr. 3 stuttered. What? B, but there was a mistake in the information. A long-nosed man and some muscle guy with blonde hair. There were actually 5 pirate escorts. Mr. 3 realized too late that it wasn't enough. Why you? Once again, the ADD Okama unwittingly saved the day. Or, at least, gave the poor Mr. 3 a brief reprieve. Zero-chan, explain all of this to me. What's going on here with all of this? I don't understand it at all. Crocodile looked at Robin, and she went to a cabinet, pulling the file on the Strafuts and Princess Vivi out from the completed section. Crocodile sighed as she clipped back, laying the folder in front of him. Princess Nefertari Vivi knows about Baroque works and is on her way to stop us, along with a group of pirates. He pulled the pictures out of the folder. I sent Mr. 3 and Ms. Goldenweek out to dispose of them, and they failed to. Crocodile sighed as he slid the pictures across the table to Mr. 2. But one of the Strafut bastards answered instead, leading me about and telling me that the 3 pair had taken care of it. Crocodile quickly became alert by the way Mr. 2 had frozen. I met them. What? Crocodile turned to him. On the way here, I met all of them. Mr. 2 began going through the faces Robin recognized. Him, her, him, and him. Robin was startled at the last one. She hadn't seen the little creature. And she's Ms. Wednesday. Princess Vivi. You mean they were all my enemies? Yes, they. Crocodile voice, mentally counting so that he didn't kill Mr. 3, yet. If you ignore their pet. That leaves 5 left with Vivi, and they're probably all in Alabasta by now. Mr. 2, let's take some pictures using that memory of yours. But, Boss San, if you'd just give me another chance, I will destroy Vivi and her crew. Everyone winced, embarrassed to watch such idiocy. Such a fool. Silence, you moronic egghead. Crocodile seized Mr. 3 by the throat. Mr. 3, do you know why I gave you the position I did? In battle, you were completely inferior to Mr. 4, Mr. 3. It was because I believed that your sneaky, cowardly tricks would eventually fulfill my orders. They watched Mr. 3 with not even as he began to wither and gulp down in fear at the thought of that being them. And you failed. Someone who can't perform when the time comes is worthless. Crocodile tossed Mr. 3 aside. What's happening? Mr. 2 half skidded back a step. He's drying up, Ms. Doublefinger said, sweat dropping horror. Water, Mr. 2 begged, crawling on the ground. Drink all the water you like. Crocodile sneered and opened up. A trapdoor opened underneath Mr. 3. Hitting the ground below Mr. 3, watch as a large door down below opened up and a giant beast made its way to him, a Bananadile. He gasped as everyone watched the gruesomeness of Mr. 3 being eaten. That little crafty earned it. Killing him once isn't enough. Ms. All Sunday. Yes, Robin spoke. Before 7 o'clock. Use this time to send a message to the billions in Nanohana, with the Denden Mushi if you have to. Find Vivi and the pirates and annihilate them. Crocodile slammed his fist on the table, hard. Do not let the princess and the pirates into Cateria. Vivi and Koza must not see each other. Yes, right away. A day later, standing on top of a building, Naruto looked down at the busy streets of Rainbase in a down look. Even though he had found the exchange, Naruto had a new problem. He hadn't a clue as to where the rest of the crew was at and even to where to look first. Sighing, he laid down on the roof looking up at the sky. I could always wait for Luffy to cause a big fuss and follow the chaos to them, but that caused trouble for Vivi. Naruto sighed, leaning back, not sure what do. Then again, he with the others, so there's no way they let him run. Why are the Marines here? How should I know? Let's get the hell out of here. Wild on his own. Naruto finished and looked down to see Luffy and Usopp running from Smoker and a shitload of Marines with a blank expression on his face. What the hell? Finally, Nami exclaimed as eyelashes her and Zoro reached Rainbase. It had taken several hours, but they got there much faster than normal, which would have taken a day by running. Quit complaining. You got a ride on the camel. I'm the one who had to run. Zoro growled as they made their way down the streets. So what? Just because my coming here was far more relaxing than your, doesn't mean I didn't get tired too, you know. Nami replied, causing Zoro's left eye to twitch. The fact you could say that with such a straight face is so mess up. Let's just find those damn bombers and cut them down already. Zoro said dryly, already wishing the cook was here to deal with her than him. Yeah, but seeing as we have no idea of where they are, I suggest we Nami was cut off when she spotted a group of guys fighting someone up ahead, about to tell Zoro they should go around it. Both paused as they noticed the person they were fighting had blue hair, and was a girl. Vivi. Shit, how the hell did I lose track of that little bundle of havoc? Naruto growl piss off that he lost sight of Luffy and the others and was running around like a chick with head cut off but stop when a thought hit him. Wait, I can just find them by smell. Naruto grinned at his grate. Taking a deep breath, Naruto inhaled through his nose to get a good smell of the arena. However, before he could begin going through the different scents, his eyes began to water and it felt like his nose was on fire to the point he had to shield it from the horror he just brought about to his poor nose. Mass fail. Epic level. Well done, Naruto said shakily and gave a thumbs up to the crate behind him that said, Camel Dung, a truly frightening foe has appeared. Many years of training will be needed to win against such an enemy. Naruto thought as tears fell down his eyes. Hey, did you? Someone is causing a fuss down at the casino. Naruto heard that but didn't really pay it any mind and slowly walk away, no still crying. Yatu just bust in with a marine behind him and the marine looked like he was made of smoke or something. Now that caught Naruto attention. Made of smoke, that got to be Smoker. Naruto thought about to dash off but stopped once more and turned to the crate from before. This isn't over. The next time we meet I'll kick your ass, just you wait. Naruto yelled to the dung pile and race off. Elsewhere with Vivi she wasn't so well, somehow she got separated from Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, and was on her own fighting a group of Baroque Works agents. She had taken a few of them down already but there was no many for. Suddenly one pop up behind her with a spiked club. Oh no. Vivi cried as she was about to be hit. Santoryu, Onigiri, Zoro roar out of nowhere, cutting down several of the agents including the one about to hit Vivi. Zoro. Vivi gasped, falling on her butt in shock and joy. Just then she noticed Nami running up to her with Camel behind her. Vivi, we found you, Nami yelled, waving as she came over to them. Nami, stop. Zoro suddenly shouted, halting her in place. PHO, a bullet flew into the ground in front of her. Huh, Nami gasped as bullets began to fire into the Baroque Works agents around Zoro and Vivi before a powerful gust of wind swept over them and Zoro's eyes widened when something scooped up Vivi before he could stop it. Shit, Vivi. Zoro yelled, seeing her land on top of a building with some kind of bird man next to her. Pell. Vivi gasped. She had been getting wide to many surprise saves at that last minute for her heart to take. Nice to see you, princess. Please wait here for a moment. Pell said, turning to the Baroque Works agents who gulp at seeing him. Is that Pell the Falcon? One of them whimpered, the strongest warrior in all of Alabasta. He cried as Pell's take on a falcon hybrid form with brown feather coming out of his body and his hands turning into talon. The Tori Tori fruit, model falcon. One of the only 5 types of flying powers ever discovered, Pell stated, ready to attack at the cowing agents, Gaha. But suddenly they all hit the ground, much to his surprise, all but one. You take out your own allies? Pell questioned to the green-haired Zoro, who held the Wado at the ready as Nami reached him with her staff already out. I don't know what your deal is, Birdman, but those ain't my allies and you're better let go of Vivi. Zoro said in a dark tone. Pell's eye narrowed at the swordsman. Seeing the stare down and realizing what was about to happen, Vivi jumped to her feet and ran in front of Pell. Calm down, both of you. Pell, these are my friends. Vivi stated, surprising him. Zoro and Nami also raised an eyebrow at the way she was talking to him. Hey Vivi, is that a friend of yours? Nami called from down below and Vivi looked to her and nodded. Yes, this is my guardian from when I was little, Pell, so there's no need to fight. She replied, causing them to relax. Oh my, that too bad. A new voice spoke, causing Vivi and Pell to snap their head to the back of them. If they had fought and killed each other, then I wouldn't have had to deal with them myself. Vivi's eyes widened at seeing Miss Sunday there, Pell noting her fear glare at the newcomer. And who might you be? Pell asked, but Miss Sunday just smirked. Though I got to say, this is the first time I've seen a flying human before. How magnificent. Miss Sunday, Nami whispered, and Zoro tightened his grip on his swords, but I wonder if you're stronger than me. Changing back to Naruto, said person had just reached the casino and saw that indeed it looked like a mass. Clearly Luffy had been here. Okay, now where the hell did that little shit of a captain go this time? Naruto growled as 3 walk up behind him. Excuse me sir, but you can't just walk in here and shut it. Naruto roar, punching them away and into slot machine, causing hundreds of coins to come flowing out and cheers everywhere. Damn it, guess I got to try and track them down by smell again. Naruto mutter hopping. This didn't backfire on his like before. Sighing, Naruto take another deep breath and exhale before inhaling through his nose. Once again he smelt the many different scents of the people around and began focusing, looking for ones that he was familiar with. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, but they were a darker blue with slit and an animistic grin grace his face. Luffy and Usopp found you y'all little troublemakers. Naruto growl. Achoo. Luffy sneezed as he and Usopp stood in a cell down below the casino with Smoker sitting off to the side. What wrong? Catching a cold? Usopp asked, but Luffy shrugged his shoulders, not having a clue, and leaned on the cage they were in only to feel his energy leave him, causing Usopp to smack his hand away. Stop that. This cage is draining you, dumbass. Usopp yelled. Remember what Smoker said about it being made of sea stone? Yes, no need to tire yourself out just yet, wait until my partner returns with the Princess Vivi. Crocodile said, sitting at a table in a relaxing state. Then you guys can tire yourself all you want as you began dying. Crocodile laughed as the three glare at him. Crocodile, just what is your aim? Smoker asked, seething that he had fell for such a trap so easy. What am I after? Why this country and so much more. Crocodile grinned. Geez, I finally find you guy and your lock in this type of situation. What the hell, Luffy? A man spoke, catching their attention. Look up, they saw someone in a long black coat with a hood covering his head walk down from the front entrance. Oh well, having a Shichibukai waiting for me make it all worthwhile, he said, and even though the hound on his head hid his face, they could tell he was smirking. Oh, and who might you be? Crocodile said, standing up and looking at the shady man who walked in. Say, I heard you spoke with a friend of mine on Little Garden, Mr. Prince. Crocodile's eyes widened ever so slightly. That was a friend of your, then you might be a friend of the Straw Hats. Crocodile said, turning to the cage behind him. From the photo Mr. 2 had given him, he knew there was still two on the loose. Looking at the person before him, his build is way too big to be the girl, so this must be the pirate hunter. Crocodile thought. Yeah, something like that, though if he was Mr. Prince then you can call me Mr. Hunter. Naruto grinned, swiping of the coat and showing himself, much to Luffy's and Usopp joy, while Smoker looked on with a blank expression. Mr. Hunter. Crocodile raising an eyebrow. That guy wasn't in the group of people Mr. 2 show me. Does this mean there are more that we don't know about? Damn that Vivi, how many pirate does she have working for her? Crocodile growled, glaring at Naruto as he only now remember what Mr. 3 said about some blonde hair muscle guy, and wish he had gotten a little more info from him now before killing the man. I see, and why have you come here, Mr. Hunter? Crocodile asked as Naruto cracked his knuckles. No real reason, just that I got bored of the things I've hunted so far and I thought I'd try killing a crocodile for once. Naruto replied, his fangs now showing in a vicious grin, and for a moment his eyes flash red. Crocodile eyes widen and a dark smirk over his face. Who? Peel. Vivi cried, looking down at her beaten guardian as Miss Sunday stood over him, the winner of their fight. I guess this means I'm stronger. She smirked. Both then heard clothing hit the ground and looked down to see Zoro and Nami had thrown off their cloaks. Now then, Miss Sunday said as Nami spun her staff over her head and brought it down, pointing her. That one down. She stated, looking at Zoro put on a black bandana over his head, then gripped two of his three swords at the hip ready to fight, and two to go. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.